DJ Ham does it.
Yo, we here. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. This might be risky. This is episode 157 of the Wednesday show. Specific
shit like that.
Actually, gonna be one extra show this week. Consider I did 2 on Monday.
Shit like that.
In lieu of the fight. You feel me?
Perfect.
I don't feel good, but the show must go on.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
UT was popping. It was goody, man. It was good to see you in Houston, man. How's everything?
Everything good, man. Everything good. It was nice to see everybody, man. We had a good time, man. I ain't had a good time like that in a minute because I don't too much go to many places, but that was a good time.
Yeah, man. Nah, that's real shit, man. That shit make you wanna good weekends like that make you want to get out, like travel a little bit more. Feel me? It be the rigmarole of traveling, like flights, and gotta coordinate the kids and shit. But once you get out, you out. You know what I mean? Like it's just a matter of getting on that plane. Feel me?
Yeah, I ain't even think about having no kids when I was there. I was like, shit, we just out here live. Shit, I wouldn't even think about that shit.
Yeah, man, fuck them kids. What's up? CJ was popping.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
What's
that.
the deal? Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah. Why you trying to make your voice deeper, my nigga? We know your voice
I
ain't
gotta
deep.
do, feel me? Can I play the role, bro? God damn! See how you got me excited? Now my shit go high and shit. I get excited. Fast, feel me? All right, let me calm down, relax, feel me? But yeah, everything was good over the weekend. It's nice to see everybody.
Yeah, man. Nah, that shit was the dopest shit in the world. So far, and this might be risky. You 2-0, huh?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What if I set you a fight with a weight disparity? Are you good with that?
You a real fighter?
This nigga's scared.
Hell no, I'm not good with that. Fuck you talking about? There's weight classes for a reason, motherfucker.
This nigga's
Damn, man. Arnold, man, what's popping for the next one, man? You down or what?
I'll be there. I'm trying to keep it on this side of the Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? That flight, I ain't messing with no long flights, bro.
Yo, it's only 6 hours to DC, my nigga.
6 hours?
Yeah. Yeah, 6 hours. Why? If you buy the flight now, you can get the first class ticket.
I ain't trying to sit down nowhere for 6 hours.
Yo, trust me. You could do it. You never went to school?
What you talking about?
I'm saying at school, you sit down, you go, all you do is walk to the class, boom, sit down. You go to lunch, boom, sit down. Like, what you mean?
Don't nobody sit down for 6 hours in school.
You could get up and walk around though in the plane.
Y'all know it ain't really 6 hours.
From California?
It's not a 6 hour flight. The time changes, guys. That's
why that shit is 6 hours in the air.
Coast to coast.
6 hours.
Yeah, I think it's like 6 hours because Vegas is about that.
You think because the time changed, the time stopped?
No, it don't stop. It don't stop. It does not take 6 hours to get from the East Coast to the West Coast to the plane.
Bro, you could have just
let it go.
We are not saying time travel. We saying take a flight from California to DC. That's all we saying, bro.
It does not take 6 hours to get from one coast to the other coast, guys. In a plane.
No, I think it was like a 5-hour flight for us. And I was coming from Vegas. Feel me?
Yeah, they went from Vegas to Houston.
No, Vegas to Philly. Vegas to Philly.
I mean, Vegas to Philly, yeah. Yeah, and they that's what, an hour closer, right? Essentially, hour and a half.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what you can drive. What part of California can you drive to Vegas in like 2.5 hours or something like that?
San Bernardino.
Yeah, San Bernardino. LA, it's like 4 hours. So.
Okay, yeah. So hell yes, that's just far. Damn. So Ro, you flew before, right?
Of course, I've flown before.
So let me get it straight. it take 2.5 hours to fly from Baltimore to Florida, but somehow you don't think it's gonna take to fly across the whole country?
I didn't take my flight from Atlanta to Vegas was 4 hours.
Atlanta's like in the middle of the country, bro.
So not a 6 hour flight. Okay.
Yes, you add the two, bro.
Ro trolling us? What's happening, Ro? How you doing? Ro, what's popping?
What's going on, fellas and sis and Alex? It's Wednesday.
Yeah, man.
The
Salute,
chat.
man. What you been up to, man? You ducked me yesterday. You blew me
I
off
was
yesterday.
tired.
Yeah, man. I get it, man.
Get him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute.
We say all that noise.
I said what's popping, Kermie.
Oh, not much. Just here. Hey, everyone.
Hush. Alex.
Hey panel, hey chat.
What's up, man? How you feeling today, man?
I've been better.
Yeah?
I feel like this conversation is gonna piss me off a little bit, so I'm trying to stay calm.
Damn.
Trying.
No, not yet, Alex.
I feel it.
Damn, man. How late did you stay up last night?
Probably till like 12, and then I got back up at like 3 something, and I checked it, and then I saw it, and I was just like,
How'd you feel
Really?
initially?
I was shocked.
You were
Shocked,
shocked you
but-
took an L?
No, it was really just like, really, y'all? Did y'all forget what happened when we were under him? Like, did y'all forget what happened?
What happened? Nothing happened.
CJ, No.
What happened?
I thought everything was good. I was
just
just talking about what
relax.
happened. Shit was
Why she
smooth.
did that? Why you did like that? what
We all of a sudden got amnesia, but it just today.
Well, Alex, you know what? Before I start my questions, what happened?
Kamala lost.
No. What happened under Trump when he was first in that motherfucker?
What didn't happen?
Nah, hold on. The white people activated
What?
they racist shit again.
They what?
It was a chaotic time for America. The stuff with immigration, Roe versus Wade, it was just too many things. Just too many things. January 6th, like, oh my goodness. It's just too much.
Alex swears she was just in so much distress with all this stuff was going on.
CJ,
Like, she was just like her life was just in so much turmoil because of all of this stuff. Like, what are you talking
it was
about,
a lot.
Alex?
I live right outside of DC, so when January 6th happened, we're literally like miles away. Like, it was crazy as hell. Got my COVID shot that day, came back, sat down, and shit hit the fan.
Hey, you can't let nobody stealing from Walmart talk to you like that.
I don't steal from Walmart no more.
He said no more. What just happened?
So you feel sad today?
I don't know if sad is the word. I think it's more disappointed. Disappointed more than anything.
Who are you disappointed in?
After seeing the polls, let me say this. Disappointed because I don't feel like she was set up for success with the short amount of time. And I think that's kind of on the Democratic Party. Biden should have been gone a long time ago, but that's another situation in itself. But when I saw the rates for the Latino men, I was like, y'all really think he's for you? Because he's not. And that, like, white people are going to do what they're going to do. I'm glad that the black men did come out for Kamala. But when I saw the rates for the Latino men, I was like, wow, he's not for you.
Okay. So when you looked at the voting and you saw black men at only, what was it, 23%?
23%, I think, voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the thing I sent you?
I'm not looking at them. Bro, I get 100 messages a day. You gotta put it in the back chat.
No, because I sent it to you I don't know how to.
Let me see.
Let me see. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Here we go. Oh, that's not the one that I saw.
This is his race altogether. Oh no, this is Clinton. So this is the old one. All right, let me find it. But tell me what you were thinking when you saw the breakdown.
And maybe it's just my algorithm of people that I was following on social media, but I saw a lot more Black men from back home being like, I'm for Trump, all these things. And it's just like, for what, for why? Especially knowing he doesn't benefit you. But I'm not Latina, so I'm not necessarily tapped into their culture, but he shitted on y'all throughout his entire presidency. And y'all still went and voted for him. And I work with people who are Latino, and I'm just sitting there and I'm just like, how? And what's interesting to me is that I felt like a lot of people were private Trump supporters. And I'm not going to say anybody on this chat. The individual who did not vote, who wasn't trying to just be forthcoming about who he would have voted for it if he voted. I'm just saying.
The problem,
One of
the problem is though, Alex is trying to tell people what to be offended by. He's shitting on y'all, but if they didn't see him as shitting on them, why would they feel that way? If they was like, nah, he's not shitting on us, he telling the truth, or he's spitting facts. But women want to be like, oh no, how could you accept him doing that, saying the truth about y'all? Like, it's a weird dynamic that you want to tell people that they should be offended by something.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I thought he was saying something about the illegal immigrants, not the actual just people that was already here, right?
Yeah, he was, but as Alex just stated, she felt like most Latinos should be offended by it.
Right, that's what I'm
If they're
agreeing
not
with you.
offended
I'm
by
agreeing
it,
with you.
yeah, I feel you. But if they're not offended by it, why would you think they should be offended by it? That's like it's weird.
It's not, because when we're having these conversations, right? When I'm hearing of the conversations that are going on, they are lumping all of them together. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, even though we know there's a clear difference, and we know that some are here who have born and raised here, some here are citizens, and then some aren't here. Some are here undocumented, right? But when we're talking about the mass, he's grouping them all together. He is. And I just don't see how that, I don't see, seemingly to me, I don't see how that's not offensive.
Well, maybe the Latinos or whatever demographic you're talking about, maybe they had the discernment to understand he's not grouping them all together. He's labeling whichever ones he's labeling as which, and they're not offended by it. They're saying he's not talking about me because I'm not one of those people, and they're not offended. But some people would like to say, hey, you should be offended because he's talking about a sector of y'all. But I don't care about that sector. He should talk about that sector. That's the problem. People think, hey, he's talking about a sector of y'all people, so all y'all should be offended. No, that's not how it works. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, so I guess Alex, when he said, well, because Tony Hinchcliffe said Puerto Rico was a floating pile of garbage, right? Mm-hmm. Is your sentiment that all Latinx people should have been offended?
I would say so, yes, or at least all Puerto Ricans.
Well, what I'm asking is, what about all Latin people? Should they have been offended?
In this country, I would say yes, because it wasn't just about Puerto Ricans that he's spoken about. Not in this instance when the comedian made the joke, but even when I think about when there were situations going on, when dealing with people at the border and they were and ICE was catching them. I don't want to say catch, but when ICE was obtaining them and they were going ahead and putting kids in cages, like all of the things that went on. They're talking about they're thugs, they're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're all of these things. Like, he's talking about y'all, and you all are being lumped in a group together. So for me, I just feel like if I was someone who was Latina, you're not going to talk about us like that. Like, no. Just as the same was with Black people. If we are all lumped together in this country, you are either seen as Latina, you are seen as Black, you are seen as Asian, or you are seen as white. It doesn't matter where specifically you come from. That is how you are grouped.
Okay,
And this
all
is a
right.
time
And
that
this is
people
what
need
I
to be
think.
united.
And this is one of the problems. And I think women think like this. This is how the sisterhood works. It's like you're talking, we defend it. But that's not how men think. And that's how like society should be ran. Like, no, people need to be able to talk about the bad sectors or the bad parts about a thing without everybody being offended because you're saying it. Like, especially if it's true. We don't get offended by the truth. Well, we do, but we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be offended by the truth.
Do and shouldn't be are two different things.
It's not a floating pile of garbage in the middle of the ocean. It's not the truth.
That's just an opinion, though. So
it's not an opinion. Respectful.
That's definitely an opinion.
It shouldn't be said.
That's like saying anywhere that Black people live is a trash place to live just because Black people are there.
You can't. How could you make that correlation? You can't say this. You can't say him saying that one island is a floating piece of shit, and that's his opinion, and then correlate it to saying all Black everywhere Black people live is whatever you just said. It doesn't. That's not a good correlation.
If he said that, you would be cool with it. You would just say, "Oh, it's not true. That's his opinion."
You would say he ain't talking about me though.
Repeat the question. I mean, repeat it again.
So you would accept the disrespect about where you live?
No, what he said. If he said what?
Everywhere that Black people live is a piece of trash.
I would have to look at it objectively, and if it was true, I would be like, "Shit, that nigga telling the truth." But if it's not true, then I would be like, we can't listen to this motherfucker. He just saying a bunch of bullshit. It's called it being objective. Like, people can't be objective. They want us to be so just ingrained in the group that we can't see things objectively.
But see,
I don't think that way.
But see, that's the issue though, right? When it's time for us to be united, we're not. And I don't think that just
we are.
People.
No, we are when it's time to be united. That's yes, we are.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
When the shit happened in Vegas, hold on. When the shit happened in Vegas, when with the Mandalay Bay shooting thing, the people were united. They said, "Stand strong, Vegas strong." People are united when it's time to be united. But when they don't agree with what you're saying, with your stance, then you can't tell people to be offended about something that they're not offended by. That's just what it is.
So let me ask you this: to the Vegas strong, what were they standing strong about?
About the shooting that happened in Vegas at the Mandalay Bay.
Okay, so what about the shooting were they standing strong about?
It's a way to support the people that lost lives, that was affected by the tragedies. They were showing support, like what happened in the Twin Tower things. People show support. People donated, show support. People show support.
Right back, and then they go right back. And when it comes time to make a difference and to do something, such as when we're speaking of the Vegas shooting that happened at that concert, when it comes time for gun reform, are those people Vegas strong? Are they coming out when it's time to vote? Are they doing
maybe they don't believe in gun reform. Maybe they don't believe that's the answer.
But then, so what are we saying?
Just because you believe that's the answer, don't believe.
Strong for? We can't,
because they want to show their support about what happened. That don't mean they think taking away everyone's guns is the answer to the solution to the problem.
No,
what you're saying no, but it's the truth. Like you think that's the solution. You think that's the solution, but it's not. So you think everybody should stand with your solution, but we don't.
When I'm
everybody they got their own. You're not standing with their solution. They have solutions that you're not standing with.
So
you're saying that's not the answer.
Vegas strong, what are we really saying? When
we're saying we support.
If I am a Black woman and y'all are okay, I'm a woman and I'm Black, right? So when we're talking about women, for me, I understand that deep rooted, if we're breaking down the group of women, there are Black women, Hispanic women, Asian women, all of the things, right? But me as a woman, I'm standing up when it comes down to the big time to make things happen for women in general. Then you go and you get into the subcategories of things. So if I am Puerto Rican and I am identified as Latina, Latino, whatever the case is, you're talking about my island or my country. And if someone is over here from El Salvador, you're talking about Hispanic country or whatever the case is, you're also talking about me. And as a Latina, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come in and I'm going to ride for my fellow people. That's just what it is. Same if I was Black.
That's kind of hard to do though, because that's then nothing, because you saying like we got to come together no matter what, and that's That's not how stuff works.
That's not what I'm saying. When it comes time to come together, we do not.
And I was going to say, let me speak to this. The Vegas Strong is people realizing a tragedy occurred, and we're going to send support. We're going to donate. We're going to try to make the people that was affected by this tragedy ease their pain. It has nothing to do with changing the gun laws, or it might, if that's what people think the solution might be, so the thing won't occur again. But that's not everybody's solution. That's your solution, Alex.
So we put up a hashtag. We say Vegas Strong, right?
Yes,
and
that's the support.
It's unfortunate, and that's not a solution. That is just the hashtag. That's promoting it. But now we need to have action behind it. What is the action behind it? It's not enough to say Vegas Strong. What is the action?
People donating. People donating.
The situation doesn't happen again.
Well, your solution is just your solution, though. But
after that,
I understand that. But they made security tighter. You can't, like, they make shit. They check people luggage when they check in the hotels. That's what part of the solutions were. Not just taking away everyone.
Was that the last mass shooting?
I don't think so.
Okay,
but that was the last one in Vegas at a hotel. Yeah. So yes, that's the answer. Is yes.
So it
solved that problem. So people aren't just checking in hotels and gunning people down from their rooftop. That was a solution. It wasn't to take away everyone's guns.
How do you? Why is this an example? What is this example doing though?
Well, CJ brought it up, so you have to ask him.
What's the correlation with the example? The Vegas Strong, like how are you tying that back?
She was saying show support or something about showing support. That's how I brought that up. Like people show support when things happen. That's how she said. She said when it's time to stand together, people don't.
But think about this. Think about this. All right. So this is the example. Okay. So the example's here. Vegas Strong. If people came out and like it's Sin City, what do you expect? Would people have been like, oh yeah, it is Sin City, so yeah, these motherfuckers getting shot up makes sense. That's how you would have to apply the example, essentially.
So you
it would be somebody coming out after being like, they shouldn't have been in Sin City. That's what they get. It's a shithole. With that, would you then be objectively, well, yeah, it is Sin City. It is this, that, and the third. So therefore, things like this happen in places like that. I'm just trying to understand the example to apply it. Like I don't understand. I don't know how we got to that Vegas example.
Well,
they got lost in the conversation.
I actually disagree. I disagree with you, Alex. I think when he put the stats up, I think we did support each other. I think we all voted according to the lines that we felt we needed to vote for. I was impressed that we did that. But on the other side of that, they all stuck with each other as well. So if you look at the stats, that's amazing because it seems like all minorities stuck with each other and stuck behind VP Harris, whereas our Caucasian brothers and sisters over there stuck with their skin color. And he outperformed, right? He outperformed because they all stuck together. Unlike that so-called polls where, white women were talking about, I don't want to lose my right to my body and everything. Mm-hmm. That didn't happen. So I think we did stick together.
But it's 50% of Latino men. That's a huge number.
That is, and they explained why. They said
I don't need them to tell me anything. 45% is a huge number.
It is.
They didn't stick together.
Well, we did stick. I mean, it's 51% of them that voted along the majority.
Understood. But if you bring historical data into play, right, and you make it empirical and you start to compare, 45% is it. You can't. If you owe me $100, you can't give me $51.
That's true.
I'm just saying that shit is crazy.
I mean, I mean that's true.
I guess are y'all looking at the number on the left?
The thing is, though, sorry, can I?
What
What are we
Hold
sticking
on,
together on?
let Arnold go real quick, CJ.
So the number on the left show you exactly like how much of the voting population those demographics are. So if we're not carrying more than 50% of the white vote, right, it's gonna be hard to win the election anyway. That's I guess that's the issue.
Yes.
So we could carry, the Latino votes, but I don't even know if that number got to 80% for all of them, how much that would affect the election because there are so many white people in this country.
Right.
So that's that's where the election breaks down.
Right.
And so that's when people say we're not a monolith. If we're not a monolith, we can't control politics.
No, not at all. Because there's always going to be more of them than us.
Yeah, if we're not a block, we could get ignored how we get ignored.
And the thing is, what are we sticking together on? What basis? On just our skin color, or like should men stick together on the basis of their gender, or should people think together on or stick together on the basis of what they believe in? Like
you would have to tell us what do the black men who vote Republican believe in?
The Trumpers.
Well, I think he said we need to stick together because they're stuck on the Democratic Party. So they're saying, hey, stick together. Oh,
that's not what I asked you. What does the black Republican believe in?
I don't. That's Arnold. All black Republicans don't believe in the same thing.
Yes, y'all do.
No, we don't.
Y'all say the same exact thing.
All right. Well, I can't talk to.
So what do black men that for the Democratic Party believe in it?
So I'm saying, as far as what I'm concerned about, right, is the policies, right, that affect black people as far as things that black people need. Because you can't tell me that, oh, we don't need nothing if we've been in a deficit, right, since we got here. So if the white man's, if his platform is pull yourself up by the bootstrap, ain't nothing holding you back, but they've been holding us back this whole time, and that's what y'all down for, I can't rock with that. To act like,
so what you think Kamala been doing? What has she been doing for the black men that you can say that you can trust what she even said in the first place? What has she done you can say that?
I'm talking about Kamala is pushing a Democratic platform.
Right. So but it would be hers, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that she carrying the water for the Democrats. She a basic run-of-the-mill Democrat, just like they've been for the last 20 years.
So, but have they helped us since, like men? Because I can see, only thing I see with women is the women and the perception that she's black.
No,
the stuff that I've seen in her.
No, the issue I'm having with the black Republicans, the Republican platform said you don't need any help.
So
pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? But then when y'all talk to us, the Democrats, y'all say, what are they doing for y'all? But y'all the same ones that say we don't need anything from anybody.
That's not what we say. That's the thing. The thing is, we say we understand that people have been put in situations. Yes, help may be needed, but there's a lot of opportunity out here for you to be sitting there just stuck in one place saying, oh, it's woe is me, woe is me. Like, no, it's so many opportunities. It's a lot of opportunities to fix the situation that you're in.
So
it's not saying, oh, we don't see the reason why you're in the situation you're in, or we don't say, hey, maybe this person might need some help, but this person, like, everybody can't be getting help because they're stuck. Like, it doesn't make sense, Arnold.
So let me ask this question:
what doesn't make sense?
Can anybody tell me what policies either one of them had?
I don't know specific, like.
She had the policy about giving the small businesses loans. She had the tax credit situation for those small businesses that black men said they want to create.
Right. So what what policy did Trump present?
He had a immigration policy, I guess.
What was the immigration policy?
I'm talking about a policy that affected you as a black man, because the topic is you as black men. So what was
that affects us as black? That affects all of America. I'm an American. Wait. That's the thing. We want to differentiate from us being black people and Americans.
I know, CJ, but you just said earlier
issues, like if Americans have issues, they won't affect us because we're black people in America.
I know, but you said earlier that we should be voting on things that affect us individually. That's what you said earlier, right?
I don't think I
So
said that.
you
did.
did.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
it
what
still affects us.
policy?
It still affects us though. Everything, like if we live in America, American policies affect us.
So what she's asking is, what specifically about Trump made you say, okay, I'm going to vote for you because what you're doing is going to affect me personally? What personally is going to affect you as a black man when you vote for Trump?
At the immigration policy, but
What
y'all won't
about
take that as an
immigration?
answer. If you limit the number of people in the country, the immigrants coming over, that would create more jobs for black people like myself. I'm black, right?
Are you employed?
I'm employed currently, yes.
Okay. Well, what job do they have that you want?
None currently.
Okay, then.
But it
That's
still
not
open up other if even though I'm kind of impartial on all of it, but if we talking logically, if they're not here, it will still open up jobs for people that don't have jobs, right?
So what
Okay.
Wouldn't that
jobs?
still open up
Thank you.
jobs?
My
Are they
cousin,
going to be?
my friends, everybody, people around me need jobs. Y'all
I
act
know,
like
but are
it's
they
me.
going to go? Are they going to go and get the jobs? I use this example all the time. I'm from Atlanta. I'm sitting at a Home Depot and I see the Latino men running to the construction trucks, wanting to go get the job for the day. The black man sitting there talking about he needs to go to Quick Trip and get his coffee. He's not running to the
Okay,
truck.
I can answer this easily. You got the Mexicans that move your shit at Home Depot, right? Now Hemp owns a moving company, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay, so aren't those Mexicans taking away work from Hemp?
Why would
What?
they be taking away work from him? If
He's
Because
anything,
getting
if he was the owner,
if they could get the Mexicans to do it on the corner, then Hemp they don't need Hemp business.
That's true, but Hemp hired he has employees.
right?
And they employees can't get paid if they don't got no work. If they could hire the Mexicans on the corner to do it for $50.
Yeah,
That's a
we
good
Thank
point.
experienced
you.
that.
Shit is fucking y'all crazy.
My
We
point is,
experienced that. They probably have the people who do that type of work for those low numbers. They probably have 10% market share, which for a small entrepreneur is a lot because we're competing with van lines who probably have 60% market share. So people will roll the dice and go to Home Depot or go to these little companies that charging, $30 an hour for 3 men because the benefits outweigh the cost, right? They take the risk reward aspect. So we see it. We get affected by it for sure. And my guys get paid hourly. They don't have salaries. So they get paid when they work. Go ahead,
Let me
Saul.
ask. Can I ask the women a quick? Like, why did y'all like? Because I know people y'all gonna try to bring in the policies, but if it just was a regular a white woman or a white man that was still saying the same thing Kamala was saying, would y'all have voted for them?
Yes. Yes.
Because I
so,
don't, and I might believe y'all. I'm not gonna say that y'all lying. What I'm saying is I don't see that from the rest of the country where people just saying they voting because of the policies. They
for
not
me,
voting. A lot of people not voting because of the policy. They voting because she's a woman, she's black, and she support the gays.
I agree
That's
with
what
you.
a lot of people are supporting for.
I agree with you, but for me, I come from a different perspective. I I have to look at it about options, and we have to begin to look at things in that perspective. If because the Republicans are gonna take over the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. There's no checks and balances, ladies and gentlemen. There's no checks and balances. He can do what he want to do. They can create policy for him to stay in office as long as they want. They can create policies, legislation for them to stay in those positions for as long as they want. It takes options off. That
So
is the issue. That's why I voted for her.
the issue I have with the Republicans is the same people as the Confederates, right? So that's like saying me coming out of slavery as a black man, and then being like, yeah, I'm gonna rock with y'all. To me, they the same people right now. They don't say the stuff, but it's the same exact people.
I don't know
When
if
they
that's
had
a
their chance, when Trump got in office last time, they showed you how they felt. they came out the woodwork and said, okay, we could rock now. That's who. When I see y'all talking like that, that's who y'all voting with.
That's a horrible argument, Arnold. You just voting off emotion. You just rocking with emotion. They remind me of the Confederate Party. Like, that's an emotional argument that sounds ridiculous, pretty much.
It's the same exact white people.
But it's white people on both sides. So like,
but I'm saying
what we doing right now. What I just heard from Arnold, what I just heard from you is, okay, I know that the Republican, the biggest racist. But the only thing that the Democratic Party do, they the same people. They just do it. They give you the fluff. They give you the fantasy. They doing both of them doing the same thing.
I guess my issue. So you saying that you okay with voting with Massa?
You okay with voting with Massa?
I'm not voting with Massa. The party that's representing.
If you voted for the Democrats, you voted with Massa.
The party that represents the white racist man, right, with his lineage, they're Republicans now. Don't be obtuse and act like you don't know that.
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't know that. What I'm saying is because in the back chat, y'all, Alex know what I said. I really didn't care because I think both of them do the same shit.
So let me ask you this then: if we're just going basically just on the candidate, are you okay in supporting a man who put out an article in support of the killing of 5 young black boys? Are you in support of that? Are you okay with that?
Oh my goodness. Can I answer this?
No. Just it's a yes or no question.
At the time, he thought they was guilty. So yeah, he did what he said with the premise that they were guilty. Like if you think somebody did it,
you talking about the Central Port 5?
Yeah, like that's
it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
These emotional arguments be crazy.
It's
like
not
if
emotional.
I think somebody did something heinous, and I say something when I think in my mind they did something heinous, and I say something crazy, this motherfucker should die. And then years later, I found out they didn't do the shit that I thought they did. So y'all gonna keep holding it against me?
Okay
you said that he should die. Like,
are you okay with it? Yes or no?
I was okay with it when he said it. When he thought they should be. When he thought they did what they did.
Were you okay with when he was running the housing?
I wasn't even alive when he did that.
When he was running his housing unit, were you okay with him purposely not renting to black people? Were you okay with that? Is that okay with you?
That's not okay. If he did that, no, it's not okay.
Are you okay with him saying that if your black ass gets shot by the police, it doesn't matter because he's going to give them full immunity? Are you okay with that?
He never said that. Why are you making stuff up, Alex?
He did. Are you okay with that?
He didn't say that. He didn't say your black ass get shot. It's okay because I'm giving police immunity.
Exactly.
Like, why are you just making all this shit up?
Wait. Let's not make it a mess. Well, so in terms of the immunity, once you dive into it, Alex, it's from civil suit, not from criminal. So like what the immunity was for the police officers to be pursued civilly was what that largely was regarding, not the criminal aspect of it.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, Alex. So by that same regard, when you said that about him, are you okay with her prosecuting the most black men and when she was a attorney?
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. So we got stuff that both got stuff on their side, and you just choosing to go with which one you want.
If you ask me why I voted for her, I can tell you specifically why. And I feel like in my experience, when I ask particularly black men, and you say like, well, she's going to be better, Trump is going to be better for us. How does Trump benefit you? I very rarely get a response. And I'm not saying right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. I can say why I voted for Kamala. And it's not just because she's a woman. It's not just because she's black at all. That wasn't why.
Okay, well, let me say this last thing. If Trump was that bad of a person, you wouldn't have to make shit up to make it seem like he was worse than what he was. You would just say exactly what he said, exactly what he did, and let the people judge it for themselves off that basis. You wouldn't have to make it hyperbolic. It don't make sense.
I just always thought it was a no situation. Oh,
so can I add something?
Yeah, but I'm gonna go to the chat.
Hey, angry man.
What's up? This is gonna be unpopular, but the Central Park were not innocent. The Central Park 5 were not innocent.
In what way?
I know y'all think I know y'all think they were, especially if you go watch that Netflix series, it makes them look very innocent. But the problem with that is back in the day in the 80s, teenage youth did not go to Central Park to have fun. They went there to beat people up and rob people. And I'm not talking about them specifically. I'm talking about in general. That was a thing back then. If you go and you look at the actual case, look at the actual footage of them talking to the investigators, they weren't coerced. I know what coercion looked like. They were not coerced. What they were doing is a lot of those boys were confessing to the lighter charges because they didn't want to get accused of what happened to the jogger. Now, I'll give you that there was only a couple of them that did something to the jogger, but the other boys were confessing that, oh, I didn't have sex with her. I just held her down. A lot of them were complicit in that situation.
Angry Man, one point of clarification. The 4, I mean the 5, I'm bugging. Those, they admitted to holding her down?
There was a couple of them in the 5 that admitted to it. One of them, the dude that's really tall, the dark-skinned dude, he actually was there with a kitchen knife, and another one was there with a pipe. These were not these. I know y'all want to believe that every time somebody black get accused of something, there is some other issue. That's not what it was. If you go back and you look at the actual video footage of them talking to the police, there was another thing they lied about in the documentary. They said the parents weren't there and that's how they got coerced. It's not true. The parents were sitting right next to them.
Yeah, the parent gave permission and all that. Yeah,
there's even moments where they turn the camera to the parents, and the parents are sitting there with the face palm because they like, what are you doing? Why was you out there?
So Angry Man, reconcile this for me. Why were they exonerated? Because it seems like it's that way. You know what I mean?
They were never exonerated. That's another misnomer. They weren't exonerated. What ended up happening is you had one dude that confessed to doing the deed himself, right?
Yes.
And he said nobody else did anything. So once they did that, it's kind of like they had already served so much time, they just let them go. You feel what I'm saying?
But it's still on their records.
I'm not sure. I would have to go look. I would have to go look at it. But it's not on their records as an exoneration. It's not on their records as far as that. You feel, which is the main reason why that particular prosecutor is still complaining, wanting them to be back in prison or whatever, right? So the thing about it, there's a lot more to that case than what everybody's talking about. And the unfortunate part about it is everybody tries to saddle Donald Trump with that. If you go and you read the ad that he put out, it wasn't just about them. It was about the park in general. And he was literally saying in it, you can go read it. He said, it has gotten to the point where families, and he said, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian families can't even stroll through the park anymore without worrying about being attacked. So if it was a racist statement, why would he include every race in there saying that they aren't even able to go through the park anymore without being attacked? So everybody tries to make that. It's the same thing with Donald Trump. Everybody takes everything that he says and tries to make him racist. He may be classist, but he's not really racist. And a lot of times people don't understand the distinction between the two. So then you have people saying, oh, he didn't rent to black people. That's another misnomer. That's another one. Like, we could run down the whole list. But this whole thing with Kamala, and the same way there are certain things that's told about Donald Trump that's not necessarily true. People are sitting up here right now saying stuff about Kamala that's not necessarily true. She's not black. Y'all need to stop saying that. This woman is literally, she is the daughter of an Indian woman and a Coolie Indian. Anybody that's Jamaican know what a Coolie Indian is. That is not a black person. Her grandfather one of her grandfathers was literally the biggest slave owner in Jamaica. And everybody's running around saying she's black. She's not a black woman. I know y'all want her to be. She's not. She's not. And that's a foolish reason to vote for somebody anyway. It should be about whatever the policies are. So if you're voting for her, if you say, well, I'm voting for her because of my body, my choice, or whatever, it's like, okay, cool, but I don't see why you would do it because of that, because she can't change anything about that. That's set in stone. That is what it is at this point. And you're not losing anything. Like, what are you losing? Only thing happened with that is you lost that at the federal level, and it's now back in the hands of the states.
Okay.
So who's going to take, like I keep hearing women saying, oh, if Donald Trump get in, he's going to take your rights. How?
Well,
someone explain how he's going to do it.
By giving the federal government the ability to let the state do it.
What? Okay, so number one, bro, first and foremost, the reason why we have certain stuff at the state level is to make it better. The moment you start making things federal across the board, that's when you start having issues. The reason it's at the state level, and most black people don't really understand this, when you're really looking at what affects your life, it's really going to be at the local level. So when everybody's paying attention to, oh, this president, that president, really what you're supposed to be paying attention to is the local level. Who's your council people? Who's your mayor? Who's your alderman? That's where you really affect change at, is at the local level.
Well,
like people
don't understand that though.
But people got to stop treating elections like football, where you don't watch the whole season, you just wait for the Super Bowl and pick somebody.
Okay, well let me see something. So, Ro, if you agree with that sentiment, Arnold seemingly disagrees. Does anybody else disagree with that sentiment, or what is Trump, or what President Trump is doing to take away rights?
I do.
Okay, so let's do this. Arnold, do you want to expound on that thought, and then we'll get Tay in? What's up,
I just want
Asia?
to say, it seemed like a serious conversation, so I'm gonna get ready to spar. I agree with Angry Man for the most. I got these.
Nigga, we know you agree with Angry Man already, nigga.
All right. Can I say it then? Can you get his acknowledgement? All right.
All right, let's go Arnold, then we'll go to Tay, and then I think Asia want to say something.
Yeah. So I guess
real quick, sorry, let me recalibrate it. So Angry Man, if you don't mind, let Arnold get his 2 cents, then Tay, then you could jump back in, then we'll go to Love. I'll be right back.
So the way I look at it is, when they talk about states' rights, right? State rights, all of that originates with slavery and the Civil War. It's a dog whistle. So when we talk about states' rights and we're talking about abortion, the ability to let the state, right, like dictate what abortion is why, right, those Christians were okay with voting for Donald Trump, because that's what they wanted to get from it. That was a single issue where they said, hey, he might not be a righteous man, but we would vote for him because we know he is going to deliver this for us, and it mattered to do it at the federal level. So they in their states, they could do away with abortion. That's what was important to them, and that's what they did it. So the federal government matters because they could take away that safety net to protect the rest of the country. So when they say states' right, it means something. It's a dog whistle and goes back to slavery.
From what? The ability to delete babies?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'll be on the same page with that.
Okay, so that's not, first of all, okay. Here's the problem with this. The problem with that, bro, is as much as they want to jump up there and say reproductive rights to try to soften it and make it seem like it's not what it is. If you go look at the balance sheet of Planned Parenthood, the vast majority of their profits come from the child deletions. There's very little profit that they're getting from reproductive health care. Okay, so if this
what's the point you're making? Are you saying that child deletion is bad, right?
The point.
I don't believe that.
The point that, well, of course you don't. Well, of course,
it's not a bad thing.
Well, of course you don't believe it's a bad thing. You're not a woman and you don't have a uterus or a womb. So number one, you don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to that. When you have a large portion of women, especially in our community, utilizing that as birth control, that is not good, bruh. It's not a good thing.
So what's the alternative? Is having unwanted babies
No, the alternative is acting like you got some damn sense and being responsible sexually. That's the alternative.
Yes. Why looking like that? That's
so you telling me
one at a time.
Telling me that the
I know, but what did him say? He said Tay was next because they've been going back and let Tay speak.
They have been for a minute,
but
they were doing their discourse. They were doing their discourse. But Tay, go ahead. You can jump in.
Nah, they got it. Y'all go ahead.
Girl. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm asking, like, why when Angry Man said that, everybody made that face like that is not what's like that is killing babies.
No, I'm saying using as birth control.
Real quick, the face I made.
Hyperbolic.
Let me be very clear about the face I made when he said just be responsible.
Yes,
it takes two to tango. It takes two to make a baby. So
and guess what? I didn't.
That's why I made that.
I didn't exclude the men.
I didn't exclude the men.
Well, you put it off on the woman getting abortions, and so it implied that it was all on her. It was implicated.
So men can get abortions?
Hold on. But the fact that you didn't explicitly say men and women need to have responsible sex, it was implied. It was all on her.
Well, you know what? My bad. Ladies, keep having irresponsible raw dog sex and y'all continue having the highest STI rate.
No, what is irresponsible sex?
Irresponsible what?
I'm asking you a question, Angry Man. It's just a question.
Just answer it, Angry Man.
Just a question.
Wait a minute. First of all, y'all not gonna gaslight me like y'all ain't adult.
You. I'm just asking.
No. Y'all not gonna gaslight me like we not all adults, and most of y'all are in my age bracket. You know what responsible sex is.
But we want to make sure we're all on a level playing field, Angry Man. All we're saying is define it so we're all on the same page with this conversation.
Responsible sex is when, if I was a young single dude and you a young single woman and we decide to have sex, we have a conversation. Hey, do you got any condoms? Yeah, I got some condoms. Or no, I want to go raw. Hell no, you ain't going raw. You done lost your mind. You better go to the store and get a condom. That's responsible sex. Unless you are actively planning to have a child, you should be strapping up, and the woman should be making sure you're strapping up. Because that's the part we leave out. We'll tell the men, you better strap up, but I never hear y'all telling the women, you better make these dudes wear condoms, because we all know if the woman say, hey, you ain't getting none until you go get a condom, that Negro will run out of there with his pants around his ankles on his way to the store. Let's be real.
So let's be more real. Let's be real. Let's go on the same vein. Let's stay on this same street then. Let's be real. If you don't want to have babies and or child support, that's the biggest thing, child support, then you make sure that you're strapped up. Don't leave it in her hands, because you are equally responsible. Make sure you're strapped up.
I just wanted to interject, Angry Man. The reason why I asked that is because this is the realm of work that I work in, and what you may deem to be sexually responsible may not be the same as someone else. That's why I asked. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I'm asking just to understand where your headspace is, because again, what you may think is responsible sex, the next person may not.
Well, so what is responsible sex to somebody who works in the sexual?
That's the problem. We need to bring back standards. And by the way, love, don't think that I don't know that you're showing out because of them shades. I just want to say that. But we got to bring back standards, okay? Because guess what? When I was in school, long time ago, and some of y'all was in school, we was taught what responsible sex was, wasn't we? I remember us being taught because of the AIDS epidemic. We all was taught being responsible.
But hold up, get out of schools now because the parents were complaining.
They did?
Yeah.
Wow.
But now you can tell you about all the other stuff that they put in there.
Hold up. Go ahead.
So the parents were complaining, even with the permission slips, because they'll give you permission slips to say you want your child to be part of the class so they can learn. So there were parents complaining about that, just like there were parents complaining about books about sex. So,
we got rid of sex education. We got rid of cursive writing. What else we gonna get rid of in schools?
I mean, but those were those Republicans that didn't want that stuff taught.
Well, they didn't want what they didn't want is they didn't want the books that were actually, they felt, coercing children to lean towards a certain type of sexuality.
Well, no, Angry Man, because I sat on a panel where they gave us a book because there were parents complaining, and at the end of the day, if it's not coercing them but actually teaching them the lesson, I still think that that's a lesson to be taught. And if you're taking the information out of the schools, again, like you said, we were taught by reading books, taking the class. If you're taking the class, you're taking the books that are teaching them what happens, the consequences. That's an issue because they're not getting information.
There's a gulf. There's a grand canyon-sized gulf between teaching safe, responsible sex and teaching homosexuality.
Well, we were talking about sex. We're not talking about homosexuality.
Can't teach it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The books that include that.
Well, I understand that, but we're talking about sexual education books that parents were complaining about and asking to take out of the school, including the classes with permission slips. So,
well, that's a little extreme. Like it would depend on the age of the children, and to take all of the books out that have sexuality in it or nudity in it, that's a little extreme, in my opinion.
I agree with you, but that's what's happening currently. Because I have kids in schools. That's what was happening currently. So it
didn't have nothing to do with the sexuality. It didn't have nothing to do with that stuff. That's what you're saying. None of that was in the book.
That was like an addition to. But remember, it started with the sex. They didn't want the classes being taught. Like I said, even if you had a permission slip, because the school districts was like, well, okay, we'll do permission slips. If you don't want your child to take the class, then they don't have to take the class. Then they moved to, the books are promoting sex. Then it moved to, oh no, and we're fighting homosexuality. So it was like they were moving up and up and up to take these books out of the school instead of, again, looking at things like Angry Man said in a broad perspective and say, look, we do not want homosexuality books in the school. But then it was just like they just went level to level up.
So it wasn't no proof that the homosexuality was in the books at the time when they said
no,
it?
Y'all can go watch 60 Minutes. There's an episode of 60 Minutes where you have a bunch of parents down in Florida who started out. I feel like the book, it was like a little kid book that I think we all read, and they wanted it out of the school.
Did Tay go?
Tay didn't want to go. Tay didn't want to go, but I was going to give Trigger Mike a chance because Tay said she didn't want to go.
Well, she need to go.
Oh, okay.
So Tay, I think your perspective is uberly important because of how invested you seemingly are and how inflammatory this whole thing is. So we need that perspective to understand it more thoroughly. Like Alex is invested, but Ro is more into government and politics and policy. So she kind of desensitized to what happens. She's just looking at the results for what they are, looking at the stats, etc. But your perspective is important, so we need it, even if it's difficult.
Yeah, no worries. I wanted them to get it out. I didn't want to interrupt.
That's what she said.
But yeah, no, I hear a lot. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is going on? But I just, Black men really play a crucial role in supporting Black women right now and navigating the potential changes that are going to bring about like life because of these policies that y'all don't believe in, are going to happen. and change. Mental health, reproductive rights, healthcare, everything is at stake right now. Well, was at stake, and I feel like just in solidarity, we didn't stand together. I'm not surprised. I'm very disappointed, but I'm not surprised at all, because y'all, like, what are y'all even talking about? Y'all talking about gay, y'all so anti-gay, anti-Black woman, anti-everything love, that it's just, oh yeah, we gonna go with Adolf, let's get him again. Like, y'all don't understand what you're doing for your babies. These are your little girls. I don't have kids. So I'm very affected by what's happening right now.
What rights are the little girl babies getting taken from them?
So I understand.
What's the effect? Even if it's not, well, Tay, real quick before, even if it's not rights, what's the assumed or presumptive effect on the little girls?
So the choice to, so for instance, again, I have godchildren and nieces, right? So say God forbid something happens to them and they are great, right? And they become impregnated because of said grape. And they can't now get rid of the child because of a certain law in their state, because I know federal, state, and local works different. Okay, I work at the federal level, so I understand how that breakdown works. But I'm nervous, and I'm really like, I know we shouldn't live our life in fear, but I'm afraid for our little girls and what this could mean for our future.
Okay,
that's all. Like,
number one, he's not Adolf.
Yeah, well, he might as well be.
Hold on, wait, no, because we got to be clear about something. Okay.
I thought I wasn't finished, but okay, go ahead.
You stop.
Go ahead and finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead. He was paid off. So now
no, it's fine. So look, so you said reproductive or the ability to choose, right? Is there any? Okay, we understand that. Is there anything else? Because we kind of talk about that one quite often.
Yes, I was just saying how Black men could support, just in terms of mental health awareness, educating and uplifting us right now, not telling us how we feel doesn't matter, and that we should support the white man. It's all because we didn't vote for her because she's a Black woman. You didn't vote for her because she's a Black woman. There's a difference.
Okay.
So
number one, she's not a Black woman. Number two, every single one of the candidates that you love so much are married to white men. So they can't be that damn evil. Every one of them, she's married to a white man. Even the people on that side, like Don Lemon, that are gay, are married to white men.
Okay, so
number one, first of all, black men are tired. Black men are tired of everything always being about Black women uplifting y'all, following y'all, supporting y'all. We're sick of it. Okay. What Black men did this time is they voted for their interests.
They voted for Trump.
Black men work. Black men have to work. Black men have to work. So we're going to vote for somebody that's going to do something for the damn economy. Not somebody that's going to run around here, not someone that's going to run around here fear-mongering about exceptions to that rule. Because at the end of the day, the exceptions you just talked about are the rarest cases. The vast majority of that rule is being used as birth control, not the exceptions. Not to mention the fact Donald Trump has stated very clearly that he is not against the exceptions. He stated that clearly. Next thing, like I said, next thing, this thing about Adolf, okay? The reason why it's so egregious to call somebody by that name is because that dude was guilty of genocide. Meanwhile, y'all are voting for somebody who's promoting genocide. 20 million.
I think well, wait, hold on. Since you want to sit there and fact check, tell me Promoting is a strong word. Promoting is like saying you should, you need to. That's promoting. I think you all should do this. That's kind of strong.
They had an abortion bus outside of the convention center. How is that not promoting?
Angry man, can we have a discourse without you hollering? Listen to my question first.
Well, excuse me.
I miss you too, but hold on.
Excuse me for caring about the amount of black children that have been delivered since 1970.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You're not gonna sit there and get the emotional support and sit there saying you for caring about black children. Don't do that. I'm saying you and I have a discourse.
I'm not.
And let's have a conversation. So we're gonna talk, right? I ain't hollering at you. I don't feel like hollering.
Fuck black children. That's what you saying?
No, fuck black boys.
Here you go. That's fear.
It's fuck black women. That's what it
is. That you talked about is what you're doing. Don't fear monger. Don't sit there and try to appeal to this.
It's fear black boys.
Right, well, as we try to have a better conversation, hopefully when we move forward, just so you know, here 73% of black men voted for Harris.
Majority, yes. That's it.
Second most.
Do we have any stats, Hamp, on how many people didn't vote? Black people?
I can try to look. I'll do my due diligence right now.
70% didn't vote.
How much?
I don't think
almost 76% of black people didn't vote.
How many registered voters?
Yeah, I'll try to find it and I'll show it. In the meantime, go ahead, Asia. You say you want to talk to Angry Man.
Yeah. Just real quick. I just wanted to have a conversation. So you're saying she promotes genocide or promoting abortions and promoting? I think that's a very strong word, and that's the kind of thing that you were speaking against a few minutes ago, right? And so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Don't fearmonger and say she's promoting abortion.
So,
now,
Marcus,
hold on, sir. Give me a second. I promise I'll be quick. I'm gonna be concise. I promise. But I think we should have a timer though too, Ham, because Angry Man can go on and on and on and on and on. And in certain circumstances, that's a good thing, and this one it ain't.
As she goes on and on and on.
Yeah, let's condense our points so we can get everybody in.
So I think that we have to be very careful when saying promoting abortion versus actually saying, you have the right to do it. She's not going out and saying, I think it's great for women to get abortion and you should get an abortion. Just be very careful. So I'm saying just be very careful with your words. And that's it. That's all. That's because you were trying to push back on Tay about calling him Adolf. She's promoting abortion. So
she ran on it.
Was she running on promoting abortion or was it reproductive rights?
She ran on that platform. You can call it whatever you want to call it.
No, because there's a difference. Because reproductive rights is more than just abortion. No, Angry Man. No.
There isn't. No, there isn't.
Reproductive rights is more than just
yes, it is. Yo, check this out.
Someone with the vagina, I'm telling you that reproductive rights is more than just abortion.
Check this out. They can get on TV and tell y'all whatever they want to tell y'all. It ain't no difference.
As someone who's in it, I'm telling you what it is. It is more than just abortions. It is.
Yo, we can literally pull up the balance sheet for Planned Parenthood choices. The bulk of their revenue comes from abortions. Stop playing with me.
Okay,
hold on. Oh my God.
Do you think that because now that Donald Trump is in presidency, do you think abortions are going to stop?
No.
Okay. So if you don't think they're going to stop, right? And we know they're not going to stop. We know they're not. So why hang your hat on that then? Like, why are you all not? And I don't mean to say you all, but I'm gonna say you all. Why are you all hanging your hat on that then? If you know they're not going to,
it is as ridiculous. It is as ridiculous as all of us black men promoting a candidate whose entire platform is based off of being a deadbeat dad.
Who's a deadbeat dad? I'm sorry. Say it. What? I'm sorry. I missed that.
You ain't paying attention.
Who's a dead? Well, I just got on because I was outside. So who's a deadbeat dad?
Her dad. Kamala's dad.
The idea of running a platform based off of abortion and women going ham for that is the equivalent of having a male candidate whose platform is about men not taking care of babies.
Yeah.
And all of us cheering for it.
Yeah, I don't think she ran her platform off of abortion. Like, I don't healthcare, middle class, small business.
Well, so let me offer this real quick, right? So Tay's sentiment is like our little black girls are in trouble, right? Now that Trump has won. Agreed? Is that fair? Just to surmise it?
No, but yeah.
But Ham.
No, sorry. Hold on. I'm talking about Tay, what Tay said, not what it is, what Tay said.
Yeah.
Right. So the ideology is now that he's there, we can't even abort the babies if we need to. So in turn, the ideology is if Kamala wins, you're able to do that thing. Just based on how I'm hearing it, because it's not actually true. You can still get abortions depending on where you live.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? And this is where the disingenuousness is coming from. Whenever the rhetoric is in favor of them, they're willing to gaslight and play these little games. When it's not in favor of you, you see right through it. What was the war on crime really about the war on crime, or was it about locking niggas up?
Locking niggas up.
Okay. So if we're smart enough to know that politicians put certain phrases out there to hide certain things, why are we sitting here acting like her platform wasn't about that? It was about reproductive rights. What politician is taking women's reproductive their healthcare rights?
This ain't one grabbing us by the pussies. Right. The one you voted for. What are you talking about?
You have lost your rabbit ass.
You've lost your mind.
He does not have the ability. He does not have the ability as president to take your healthcare rights.
Yes, he does.
Have you read President 2025 in its entirety? Have you read it?
That's not his. That's not his.
He can say that Medicaid won't pay for it.
They won't cover your birth control.
So again, you're talking about so when a woman goes to get health care, you're telling me it's going to be like Jim Crow, where they're going to tell her you can't come in here.
You asked me what he can control. He can't control that.
All health
what
care,
what Medicaid pays for.
The state controls that.
So the state does not control Medicaid.
Yes, they do. It's a state.
Hey, Mike.
No, it's not, Trigger Mike.
The federal
No. Guys, here's the thing. You guys are overrunning Arnold's point, and I think this is a more valid point for the discourse. Arnold, what are you saying in terms of Medicaid? Because I don't know.
So Medicaid goes to every state and is funded by the federal government. They get to pick and vote in the Congress and the Senate on what Medicaid pays for. Yes. If they don't think it should pay for those type of things, deletions, they can put that in the bill, which they have things like that are built into the bill already.
And it's not just to add on to
what. How is it women ain't able to pay for it? How is it women ain't able to pay for it themselves? I thought women was getting to the bag.
No,
I thought you said they couldn't control anything.
Which one is it? Either black women,
angry man. But that's a separate argument, though. The argument is about what they can control.
It's not
getting to the go add on to it, Alex. What I'm saying is, getting to the bag doesn't talk to what can be controlled by the president and the legislative branch. Those are two separate things.
But no, it's not two separate things, because the only way this is an issue is if you're in a situation where you can't pay for it yourself.
Yeah, and what we know is we're below the poverty line.
Are we?
Yeah, as a whole.
Majority, yeah.
I mean, because every time we had this conversation about who's making money, I keep hearing all these women talk about black women are the most educated. They're opening up the most businesses. They're getting to the bag.
Yeah, but angry man. But you know we
to the bag or they broke. Which one is it?
But we know that's not true. So
basically, it's a welfare argument.
But I want to add on angry man.
Let me first apologize. I interrupted Alex. So let's do this. Alex, get your point off. Then Love, you go straight away. I'm gonna read these super chats, and then we got to get Trigger in as well.
So we don't have to. We got to get him in.
Adding on to what Arnold said, when it comes to Medicaid,
get Trigger Mike in.
Understand that Medicaid gets to pick and choose what they want to. So when we're talking about reproductive rights, we are talking about various types of birth control. Is it a pill? Is it an IUI? The type of birth control that you have. Also, the type of care that a woman receives when she is pregnant, okay? Prenatal care. Every state is not created equal. All hospitals are not created equal. Okay, all doctors do not have to take you because you have Medicaid. That is something that they have to opt into. So that also is a huge issue when it goes ahead and we are talking about reproductive rights. Okay, the Black maternal death rate is extremely high, and it's not high because our bodies are any different. It is high due to the access of care that is available for us in some of these states that we live in. So when you have this conversation, understand that it is more than just abortion. And when you're going and you're speaking about them, excuse me, wait a minute, let me finish. Man, let me finish, okay? And when we're considering these women that are having abortions, sit down and take the time to think, why is abortion your immediate response, as opposed to why don't you have access to go ahead and get birth control? Why don't you have any access to go ahead and get proper care that you need to prevent these situations? And family planning is not just for the woman, it is also for the man. It is a two-way decision. So I'm gonna need you all to stop acting like that, because y'all are all fine and dandy when y'all are nutting up in it, and then y'all are killing babies.
Okay. So first of all,
Anger Man, you gotta let Asia get in.
Yeah. So I'm just going to very concisely piggyback of what Alex said. The fear mongering that's being done about this whole reproductive rights thing is they keep on talking about abortion because that's fear mongering, deleting Black children, deleting Black babies. No, it's also, Alex said, about birth control, the pills, any type, whatever. The what's it called? The little dab thing, the Depo-Provera, all different types. It's more than just so. Let's not use the fear mongering.
The entire time
Angry man. You gotta stop trying to interrupt people.
It's just women dictate to men. It's just women dictate to men.
You know who I like to do this anyway.
So it's just women dictate to men.
Birth control anyway. It's not just about abortion, and you're using fear mongering tactics to get people on your side, to get the men on your side, the evangelical Christians on your side. It's
20 million babies is not fear mongering. 20 million babies is not fear mongering.
It is. It's also
It is not.
We're talking about getting Depo-Provera.
That is more Black babies. That is more Black people than the slave trade. That is more Black people dying from the slave trade.
And that's a part of the problem that we have now. And that's why we don't see eye to eye.
No, part of the problem we have now is you Black folks have forgot your damn Christian roots and you about to bust hell wide open. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Part of the problem is you Black folks have forgot your Christian roots, and y'all out here freaking sacrificing babies. That's what y'all out here doing. If you really want to be honest, so you can talk all of this crap about reproductive rights. That ain't what it's about. It's about broke ass chicks in the hood being irresponsible with their box and then running down there to Planned Parenthood for birth control as far as deleting their babies. Or y'all gonna act like Margaret Sanger did not create Planned Parenthood for the purpose of getting rid of niggas. And then all these years later, 20 million babies gone, and then y'all will be the same ones complaining about our small population in this damn country, like you was doing a few minutes ago when you said, well, all these white people, it's so many of them, when they vote, they gonna get their way. Well, guess what? You wouldn't have that problem if you didn't have a whole school of women deleting our lineage. Fuck out of here with this stupid
niggas,
ass.
you done? Niggas, you done hollering?
Nigga, is you done? Nigga, is you done?
You done hollering and screaming?
Is your sister's done?
I know your microphone is
Let me read my super chats real quick.
Ain't your boy, get some water.
Asia, your mic is not in. You got to check your StreamYard setting.
It's in, but I know.
Salute the Artichoke host. Alexis from Texas, been a member for 7 months. Howdy, y'all, and sis. Yeah, sis was tired. Living humbly, Shalom Ak with the $5 says, "Get well soon." Yeah, man, I'm almost there, man. Mrs. Wilcox, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Been a member for 11 months. Daily Living with the $2. This score was fire. Join today. Shit like that.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Indeed,
Shit
that
like
shit
that.
was popping today. I ain't gonna hold you. My young boy Hakeem with the 50 ball says, OG, here's some barbecue potato chips and pamper money for you. P.S. Please keep Tiff off. No, Tiff was cooking in the Discord today. I think she all out of fuel today, man. Salute to my brother Hakeem for the first 50 ball of the day.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
My G, Marcus Evans with the $5 says, what up to everyone on the panel? The ladies are big because their girl, big mad, I guess, because their girl lost. That's all. Just take the L, ladies. Laugh out loud. Harrison was popping, my brother. Gray on the grind with the $5 says, the majority of Hispanics only agree on this one thing. They dislike Argentinians and think Mexicans are the lowest class. They don't agree on much. The Baron Experience, what up, my brother with the $10 says, for the past 5 decades at least, Black people are the only group that vote 80 to 90% for a single party. There is no diversity of thought. What would that be called? Social programming?
Exactly what it is.
Eli with the $5 says, I'm an independent that voted Trump, and I believe in God and family values, and Kamala denied God. I could never vote for her. Jay Miller with the $5 says, can y'all please tell me why we need to vote for Democrats every fucking election? What have they done for us, in parentheses specifically, in your lifetime? You can answer that once I get through. Key was popping with the $2 says, we have to grow up. HQ with the $5 says, White House facts. White House facts. Blacks, all the things Biden did for black folks. Give this election debacle a year. Minorities are gonna feel the fuckery. Gabe A with the $5 says, more risk and cheaper work. The customer is taking the risk. That has nothing to do with Trump's policies. My OG he said, let's go, Hank. He said, panel open. Thank you, OG. HQ with the $10 says, anybody know why Biden stopped Trump's immigration policy? Trump placed barbed wire in a river nearby. The infants, moms, and kids were getting snagged and dying underwater. This is the policy y'all voted for. Never heard that. Jay Miller with the $5 says, blacks were Republicans after slavery. Educate yourself, please. Caesar Powers with the $5 says, the Dems tried to make illegals American citizens. Why do y'all think all jobs cannot be touched? It's not just going to be jobs y'all don't want. HQ with the $5 says, we're going to give our police their power back, quote unquote. He told rally goers in Waukesha, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. HQ with the $5 says, his renting history is immaterial. Central Park 5 is immaterial. He is unfit to breathe decent air, let alone be president. RNC with the $5 says, Senator Graham from South Carolina will push for a national abortion ban. Baron with the $2 says, is the panel closed? Can people come up? Yeah, I just dropped the link. HQ with the $10 says, he said he won't sign a ban. What is stopping him from doing so? Nothing. He signs anything that makes him look good to his base. Now all states can ban it. Then no one can have an abortion. Women will die. RNC with the $5 says, should women with miscarriages be forced to carry a fetus to term?
That's HQ if she willing to bet $1,000 that he doesn't sign a ban.
HQ with the $5 says, well, I sent her the link. According to the OT, FEMA, Department of Education, ACA, SS, and MED, calls y'all voted for the OT. People are.
I think, right?
I don't know.
I think
she should have spent $10. We would know. People are in peril.
I'm curious, how much peril was HQ in? Because you know he was president.
We can't interrupt super chats. Hangry man, hold on. Write it down. Write notes down. Hold on.
Hey, look. First of all, love, I don't care how much your shades cost. I'm gonna need you to relax.
Them shits is expensive. People are in peril. Watch the fuckery begin after January 20th. HQ with the $2 says Orange Thug. Oh, okay, that's what that means. Wide Nose Chronicles with the 20 ball. Welcome. He says it's amazing that some of these black dudes still saying wash Trump. He's racist. Happy to see most black men know what by the numbers that voted for her. Angry man is loud and wrong. They want to ban contraceptions. Salute the wide notes for the first 20 ball of the day.
Yeah, he's gonna ban contraceptions. Like, yo, the media has turned y'all into lunatics.
More super chats.
Literally.
More super chats.
Jay Miller with the $5 says, if y'all fought half as hard to use condoms as you do to delete kids, this would not be a big an issue as y'all make it.
Preach.
Carla Tom was popping with the $5 says, I would have thought that black women would have been in support of no abortion. I remember when dudes were directing women to go to the clinic.
And they ain't shit either.
HQ with the $2 says, this the gaslighting that Orange Thug did during his campaign. Callie Bev with the $10 says, this chick in Texas just died because her dead fetus poisoned her. She was turned away twice for abortion services. Third time, they waited too long and she died.
Okay, and nobody is saying that
He's almost
He's almost done.
Yeah,
He's
that one
almost
don't
done.
make no sense. Aaron with the $5 says, I would like all the pro-choice people to answer this question. Would mustache man side with Trump or Kamala when it comes to reproductive rights? Why knows with the $5 says, angry man loud and wrong. A quick Google search says her father is Afro-Jamaican. Again, they want to outlaw contraceptions that prevent pregnancy.
Did this nigga say a Google search?
Yeah. LeGarrette with the $10 says, ask yourself why the Democrats never promote true family rights and women care on paternity care and paternity leave, always identity and sexual politics, never true essence of the family unit. RNC with the $5 says, angry man, did the government implement Jim Crow?
The Democrats did.
State.
Jay Miller with the $2 says, black women in an uproar over kick. I don't really want to say that. Deleting kids is wild. LeGarrette with the $10 says, Project 2025 is the 9th iteration of the Mandate of Leadership series, published in 1981. This has nothing to do with Trump, just media propaganda and fear mongering. Damn, I didn't know that. Thanos was right, been a member for 4 months. Says it's crazy that they will get on a flight to get a BBL, but won't get on a flight to delete their kids if their state doesn't allow it. Jesus. John Henry with the $10. What's up, John? Says, Alex, a better question is, why would a woman be having unprotected sex if she wasn't looking to have children with the dude who got you pregnant? Just a thought. HQ with the $2 says, not all of us are Christian. Stop it. Callie Bev with the $5 says, Planned Parenthood provided services to help keep my babies. I don't give a fuck about Margaret Singer. Tim with the $5 says, ladies on the panel, y'all know it's about deletion. Stop playing. Aaron with the $5 says, I wish we had numbers on interracial couples and how many had abortions. I'm pretty sure that the numbers would be low. Where's Fantastic at the aka brother? Billy Goat with the $2 says, close your damn legs, as I would tell a daughter. LeGarrette with the $5 says, LBJ said he will have Negroes voting Democrat for the next 100 years. LeGarrette with the $5 says, Obama was the deporter in chief. He started putting kids in cages, not Trump. Tim with the $5 says libtards want to keep black people depending on the government to keep us down. John Henry with the 20 ball says, Angry Man, just to be fair, Planned Parenthood isn't just about abortion. It's also about provides fertility treatment for couples looking to have children. Unfortunately, low socioeconomic status feeds abortion.
Guess what? And privatized prisons give niggas 3 hots and a cot. What's your point?
RNC with the $2 is Angry Man and David Duke both support Trump. David Duke still alive?
No, he gone.
Yeah. Tim with the $5 says, love, if I wasn't married, you would be mine. Don't tell my wife. RNC with the $5 is Amber Thurman, a 28-year-old mother, died after she couldn't access legal abortion care in Georgia.
That was a lie, and the family confirmed that was a lie. Again, just like this bullshit in Texas is probably a lie too, and there's no factual things to back it up.
And
probably a lie though.
Mr. Fantastic, be quiet. That mother and that
The
sister
Georgia case was a lie. Her family came out and talked against it. Her family came out and said it was a lie. Her own family came out and said it was a fucking lie. Her own family came out and said it was a lie. And not to use her death for fucking political fodder.
Stop lying, because I just were on the news the other night.
The Georgia family? The Georgia family.
There's a couple deaths. There's a couple
Stop
deaths.
lying on those people's families.
Yeah,
you fucking lying.
There's a few different ones, right?
Yeah, there's a few.
The coach clinician with the $7.77 says Angry Man is correct. So-called black Christians say they love Jesus but sacrifice their babies to Molech. John Henry with the $5 says people, the Democrat Party that instituted Jim Crow is the equivalent to today's Republican Party.
No, it's not.
Book Eric now with the $20. This is Eric. Can I join? Yeah, we gotta create some spots. I'm not staying.
I'm gonna head out now. You can put me in my spot.
Can I just say this real quick about there was a statement. There was a statement that was made earlier that I never got to address.
Go ahead.
He was talking about the states, right?
Yeah.
First, it being at the federal level. First of all, when you start talking about, oh, well, the states instituted Jim Crow, instituted this, instituted that, right? First of all, that was the entire reason that they created the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, because there actually was states that were using a legal loophole to continue practicing slavery, Jim Crow, all of that.
Yeah.
So when they created the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, that was put in place so that even if states do certain things, there's certain inalienable rights, there's certain things that cannot be violated just because a state decides to do something. So this idea, like what's really annoying is I feel like a lot of people didn't pay attention in civics class. There's certain things that presidents can do and there's certain things they can't do. And y'all are talking about fear mongering. What Kamala was doing was fear mongering. Okay. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, which means when they overturn Roe v. Wade, it's a wrap. It's now back at the state level. Kamala getting in office was not going to change that. He wasn't going to be able to bring it back to the federal level. And even if she tried to do it some other legislative way, she wouldn't have got the votes for it. I guarantee you it's going to be at the state level for the rest of our lives. He couldn't have changed it. That's why it was her trying to emotionally activate all of you women.
Yep. And I can I ask a quick question out to everybody? And you guys said that it wasn't about abortion; it was about birth control. Why did she never once mention birth control, and they only focus on abortion? Y'all keep claiming that one of her main campaigning points was abortion and Roe v. Wade. Why y'all up here being either obtuse or just I don't even understand it. This is why this is so frustrating to hear. The whole thing is about fucking Roe v. Wade. It's abortion. Which again is a minority situation, was only up to maybe 25% of people even go to abortion. And why the hell are all you living ass fucking women fighting for fucking abortion. Your ass living, ain't you? You here, ain't you? If your mama said today, hey, you know what? I didn't have abortion as an option. You know, I really didn't want to have you. You gonna motherfucking get yourself up out of here? Fuck no. So y'all here with this bullshit, bro. Like it's just fucking ridiculous. It's disgusting, bro. 20 million lives. Y'all complaining about fucking voting and all this other shit, and fucking Hispanics have surpassed us and going to continue to surpass us, and y'all worried about and are mad because you don't have the opportunity to, like you said, to get babies up out of there when you just don't get pregnant. How about that one?
By ourselves, we're not asexual.
Yeah, exactly. No. Again, where are the female condoms? And love, you ran from the fucking question. Oh, what about the men? What? No, fuck the men. It's your pussy. It's your pussy. It's your responsibility.
Hey, let me do this.
The talk, like, come
Go
on.
ahead. Yeah. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna lose out because like Alex gotta go, Ro gotta go. So I recommend y'all kind of let them get in and y'all can concisely rebut anything they have. Otherwise, there's gonna be a lot of people that kind of agree as we go on. Where in Ro, you said it. Did you say who you voted for?
I said, and I said why. I said because voting across the board now, where the House, the Senate, the presidency are all ran by the Republicans, there are no checks and balances. Despite what Angry Man is saying as far as not alien rights on the state level, Congress at this point, if the Republicans get the House, the Senate, and the presidency, there are no checks and balances. There are no checks and balances.
You know
that's false. I can't believe you're a grown ass woman saying that.
What do you mean? Well, let's do this.
Wait,
Bro,
I'm a grown ass motherfucking woman with a
that don't know what the fuck she's talking about. That don't know fucking elementary level fucking civics and goddamn social studies.
Let's ask this question.
I got a motherfucking master's degree in fucking public.
And you don't know shit. And you wasted your money. And you wasted your fucking money. And you wasted your money.
We can't even have a conversation.
Give a fuck about your weak ass degree and you that dumb. You a degree with a dummy. You a dummy with a fucking degree.
Get up on here, you fucking.
You a dummy with a degree.
Give me a second. Bro, what do you mean by there's no checks and balances? Explain that part.
No checks and balances, Hamp, because if the president wants something done, yes, they're going to go. Maybe they'll go through.
Oh, so now it's maybe.
Like I said, maybe they will go through procedural processes to pass laws, but I doubt it, because if you look at the last time that he was in office, everything that they, and I'll just use the most recent one, when they wanted to pass the immigration law,
get a refund for that fucking master's degree.
The last time that they were going to pass that immigration law, he made a phone call and they stopped the shit.
That's a lie.
That's true. That's not true. That's not true either.
It's a lie.
That's true. Stop
letting the media tell you.
Angry Man, he got
Democrats voted against that bill. Booty call.
Check this out, Ro. Check this out. If Donald Trump, as a private citizen, can pick up the phone and call somebody and stop something that Joe Biden and Kamala was doing, then guess what? They not fit to be. Can I please finish? Let me finish my thought. If he can pick up the phone call as a private citizen and stop something that Congress got going on or that Joe Biden and Kamala got going on, they're not fit for office.
Well, if that's the case,
okay. Now here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. You're talking about checks and balances, right? Okay, so the president can sign executive orders to do certain things to a degree, right? When you're talking about him having the House and him having the Senate, all of the Republicans are not a monolith. They're not all just gonna go in favor. They're not all just gonna when he was in office before. When he was in, can I please finish? Oh my God, our media needs to be stopped.
Yeah,
They
man.
have turned y'all into raving lunatics.
Okay.
Can I get in here? Can I get in here, please?
You really believe that he's about to be a dictator?
Okay.
You really believe this shit?
I do.
She doesn't understand checks and balances.
Can I get in, y'all?
I do.
I mean, in terms of monolith, good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Peace.
The only monolith in the United States of America are black women. 92% vote.
Oh, here we go.
One way. No, I'm actually being serious. No, I'm actually being serious. 90. Hold on. 92% of y'all vote one way. That's the only monolith. That is the number one monolithic voting group in the world. Are black U.S. women. Y'all don't have any diversity of thought on anything. So that when you use the term monolith, black women are the biggest monolith in the United States.
And they mad.
So I mean, don't get emotional about what I said. Break it down with facts.
Mike, what are you're making that point? What were you addressing?
No, just to break up the monotony on what Angry Man and Ro were talking about. But now that we got the results, I really want us to stop talking about abortion, and I want us to stop blaming men, because abortion was on the ballot and she still fucking lost. White women are wicked, bro. Because abortion was on the ballot and Trump won more white women than Kamala Harris did. So do you know why we should stop talking about it altogether? Only 25% of women in general will have an abortion before age 45. So 75% of the electorate don't even give a fuck about this issue. But you want me to use my one vote. And let me just be a little sensitive, because I understand. Like, I'm trying to be more emotionally intelligent when I come up here. I understand. I've listened to Ro. I listened to Alex. I know HQ about to be on some shit. And Love. I've listened to y'all, and I've seen y'all passionate about this abortion issue. And I actually understand that as educated women who can articulate yourselves, I understand that if you have a vote, that's what you might use your vote for. That's top of mind for you. Your reproductive rights might be top of mind for you. What I want you to do is explain to me, why the fuck would that be at the top of my mind?
Well,
it's not
hold on. Trigger Mike. Wait.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Yo.
Hold on. Wait. I just had a huge fucking epiphany. Ain't fucking both of y'all mothers? You mean to tell me we got fucking mothers that are fucking fighting for fucking?
You sound crazy, Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic, first of all,
you have alive children. You have children that are alive.
Nobody.
Some of y'all more than one.
Just to get back to your point, I don't think we were saying that was our number one reason for.
I understand why.
So give us the other reason then. So
hold on, Fantastic. Let me just finish that. So I understand why it's important to you. What I need y'all to understand is it's not important to me at all. I don't think about abortion ever. I don't. I think about, so when people say, how could you vote for Donald Trump? When I think about a candidate, I'm about to be rich. I ain't gonna lie. I looked at the tax bracket chart, like, oh shit, I'm about to be rich. Okay. So I think about property taxes. I think about veterans benefits. He said he's gonna take away taxes for tips, right?
And
he said that. Do you know what that means? You know he's doing that because the Democrats try to put a mandate on Cash App for $600. So I changed my business model to where I'm gonna give my class for free and I'm gonna accept tips at the end of it. You see what I'm saying? I can use these loopholes that he has for my own benefit. I see what he's doing. All right. I don't. The way I see the Democratic Party is they want to take what I make and give it to people who don't work as hard as me. So when you ask me, I want you to understand that I'm smart enough to articulate why I would vote for a candidate that's not even the best. And I want y'all to understand this. Stop trying to weaponize my identity against me. All right. Don't tell me that I'm going to get stopped and frisked. That's why I need to vote for Kamala Harris. It doesn't work. And I want y'all to understand that this already worked on us twice. It worked in 2016. It worked in 2020. Y'all not about to get us the third time. Y'all not about to get us. I do not feel like I don't feel oppressed. I don't. Okay. Property taxes is oppressing me. Car insurance is oppressing me. Talk to me about my real issues and you'll have my ear. That's why I need the women to understand why this happened. This is not just black men's issue. The second best support for Kamala Harris came from black men. So I don't know why y'all yelling at black men. Y'all need to be yelling at these wicked ass. Hold on. These wicked ass white women
He already showed us the stats, and we agreed it was over 70%.
What? Now you cutting me off though?
Yes, I am, because you're up here talking.
Because they mad at us. The truth is,
Go ahead and let him finish, Lo. Go ahead,
the
Mike.
truth is, they mad at us that we didn't help them get a hoe in office as president. I said it, a hoe. So that ain't qualified to be president.
Yes.
So if you want to have a woman be president, make sure the first woman is actually a woman of merit and value, not a hoe.
Yes,
absolutely. I'll vote for like
ridiculous.
So you know what I think women need to understand is that this is not going to stop. This is not a Republican wave. Like men are not. These men that voted for Trump, not all of them are Republicans. This is a wave of conservatism. All right. When I watched the Democratic National Convention, they didn't have one straight man in any of their ads. So they removed me out of the picture of my family, right? So that shit means a lot to men. So this is men flexing and saying, we built this country. We are responsible for everything that can be produced. We built it. So you cannot ignore our concerns. You cannot ignore our anything we have. This is about child custody. This is about child support. We want no fault divorce torn down the same way Roe v. Wade was torn down. And what you're realizing now is that you never really had any power. This was power by proxy. And the Democratic Party no longer has any use for you because now Latinos stole the whole show.
Trigger, they
right? So the bad part is that y'all should have got more for y'all vote when it counted.
Trigger.
All right, for 92%, all of y'all should be going to college for free.
Trigger, they tried to buy our vote with free weed. Not free, I mean legalized weed.
I want y'all to understand how this woman lost. Okay, Donald Trump won the popular vote and the Electoral College. These people believe that getting Sexy Red to perform for you at a concert, getting Megan Thee Stallion to twerk for you, and getting Beyonce to talk to you was more impactful than getting a town hall talking about the actual issue. That's what they think about black women. That was a slap in the face. And that's why they lost so bad.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a slap in the face because, like you said, the black women still voted at 92%. They were talking to fucking them, but the men was like, "Bitch, don't stop playing with me."
And look, here's the thing. Think about this. So when they finally realized that she wasn't getting enough of the black vote, we'll legalize weed. Yeah. Weed? Oh, you mean the same thing that you locked mad niggas up in California for? And now after you done locked up all us brothers in California, you want to offer it? Oh, now we'll legalize it. Fuck you.
Yeah. So real quick. So what do you guys have who don't agree? Do you guys have any rebuttals before it turns into an echo?
Who, me? Wait, women? What? I'm sorry.
Well, you, Alex. I think HQ disagrees. I'm not sure where Eric stands. I think he agrees with the fella so far. Izzy was nodding. So do you guys have anything?
Yeah. So I don't understand a couple of things, and it's just the energy behind this conversation. It always just turns so angry. So we weren't proponents or promoting abortion up here. We weren't, right?
You off camera, Asia. You off camera a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk to my microphone. You said it wasn't working. I'm sorry. Is this better?
It's in now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So none of us up here were promoting abortion. We were promoting women's rights, reproductive rights. We were talking about birth control. Women's rights, right? Whatever. No one's sitting there saying we think just abortion should be the way you birth control. Secondly, calling Kamala a whore, or I think he said a whore or a hoe, I think is nuts. And then her sexual past and history even being brought up is crazy, as opposed to Donald Trump.
Yeah, but you can bring his
past up. Hold on, angry man.
Bring his past up though, right?
I didn't bring him up. All I'm just saying, it's just
he can be racist. If he can be racist and Adolf, she a hoe.
I don't like screaming anymore. I really don't like screaming anymore. And I never called him Adolf.
You just don't feel like getting pushed back.
Adolf. I didn't know. I just want to have a conversation. I never called that man Adolf. Number one. Number two, what I'm saying is it's just nuts and hyper hypocritical for her sexual past history to be brought up, as opposed to Donald J. Trump, when he his sexual history is out there. I ain't got to regurgitate it. I don't have to regurgitate my name. We all know what it is. So it's just crazy fact he brought up saying the first woman president needs to not be a whore. I just think that's just so hypocritical and nuts to even bring that up and say that. Number 3, I think I'm on right now at this point. I agree with Sugar Mike. It's way more than just rights. We talked about that. I brought the crap up and I came up here an hour late. It's more than that. It's the economy. It's about building the middle class up, getting small businesses, talking about housing. Like those were other pillars that she stood on.
The shit she fucked up the last 4 years.
Okay. That she stood on. So it wasn't just us trumping, or not, like a better term, trumping for her to win. We're all understanding that politicians, they're trying to get the most popular vote, same thing that we want to hear. We all get that. That's what they do. But the vote is about who best we believe can get the majority of what we want to get across, and or that more so relates to us.
Hold on. Let her. I want to ask her a clarifying question before y'all just try to pull it apart. So, H, like for you specifically, do you vote for yourself or for other people?
I'm not unique, but it's for the greater good.
Okay, because the stuff like, for instance, the tax credit as an example for the small businesses, you've been so far surpassed that. Mm-hmm. So the things that Trigger Mike is talking about benefit you more. Mm-hmm. So I'm just wondering, why wouldn't you vote for those things? Because they benefit you directly more.
First of all, I never said who I voted for. Number one.
Okay.
I never said who I voted for. Not one time.
That's fair. That's fair. You don't have to. But I understand. That's fair.
But I'm just pushing back. Because I'm only pushing back on the outrageous and egregious statements that are being stated. That's all.
Okay. And now, when they talk about, if you're looking at something, right? Like you're talking about like the sexual history, is it fair that like both of their shit is out there? It just depends who you're talking to, essentially.
Agreed.
Or do you think that there's a disparity?
I think it's disparity more so against her than it is him. Like hers gets brought. Like I think that it's like, and she's a whore and she slept her way to the top. Like I hear that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think it might be. It should be the same. Like I mean,
he was prosecuted.
They're both not virgins. They both have a past.
He was prosecuted for his.
Hold on. Who cares about their sexual history? Like, throw them both out the window is all I'm saying. I don't.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Then, no, it's my turn. And then there's one more thing. So when you hear, and it'll be my turn until I just get done with this, right? Because you guys are gonna just rebut. So I'm asking different questions that I probably won't ask. So when you hear Orange Thug, is that equivalent?
Equivalent to what?
Ho.
No, because we can call him a hoe too. You know what I'm saying? Like call them both hoes then. You know what I'm saying? Like apples to apples. Orange Thug, but maybe more to her. What they call her? The czar. What they call her? Something
border czar.
The border czar. That was an actual position though. But that was an actual position, not a pejorative.
Don't. Yeah, it was a real thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a pejorative. So it's not the same.
She heard it. Yeah. So go ahead, finish what you were saying.
So I'm just saying, like, kind of those two kind of maybe more aligned than her being called a whore and him being called an Orange Thug.
She's still saying it, Hemp. What the fuck? Is she slow?
You know what? I'm out. I'm so fucking tired of this nigga. This nigga gets on my. I hate him coming up here because it's ugly nigga. Like I can't take him.
Bitch, I know you ain't calling nobody ugly, looking like motherfucking Esther. You gotta wear them big ass glasses to cover up your ugly ass face. Don't fucking play with me, bitch. Who the fuck you think you talking to?
There'll be nobody to talk to. Well, it's just all y'all in HQ at this point. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Okay, so now I get to respond because she kept saying the thing about the hoe, which is what I said, which is why I wanted to respond to it. So now I'm gonna point out the hypocrisy. Because every time I come on this panel where the women are up here, the women that are supposed to be educated and supposed to have master's degrees, I'm gonna tell you what they do. When you interject, Hamp, they have a normal conversation with you because they respect you. When any other man in here interjects, I'm talking, hold on, I'm talking, hold on. So they'll have a conversation with you, but they want to dictate to everybody else like we little boys. That shit is fucking annoying. And I know they still watching. Y'all are full of shit. If you had the conversation with every other man up here, the way you have the conversation with Hamp, these issues wouldn't be going on. These issues would not be going on. Fucking ridiculous, man.
I'd like to say a couple things. I was listening in the back. So when she alluded to the system of checks and balances, right? And I think it was Angry Man that brought up the fact that Trump the first time, you know, the Republicans are not a monolith, right? When it came to the border, Trump's building the wall the first time, it was the Republicans that crushed that in 2016. And it was also John McCain that was the deciding vote for repealing Obamacare. And the Republicans basically voted against that. So the Republicans are not necessarily the monolith. And in terms of the checks and balances, it's really, when they give the checks and balances, it really is a thing that talks about just the branches of government. And then, of course, there's local government along with federal government. But, I mean, let's not make a mistake with this. The Democrats, the majority that the Republicans have right now, the Democrats had that majority 4 years ago. Okay, so this is just, you know, they lost. I mean, I don't understand. I do understand because it's women, right? I'm not here to bash women. I'm not here like, this is not my day to talk about the inadequacies of women, because there are plenty of them, right? This is a new day for America. Today was a great day. Yesterday was a great day. The country is going to get better. The economy has gotten better. The dollar has gone up. Bitcoin has gotten better, right? And I don't understand, you know, I don't want to like murk the moment a little bit, like murky it up by this gender conversation. This is the thing. The political part, black women, you had your time. You had your time. You lost. I mean, it's point blank. This last administration made sure that they got a black woman in the Supreme Court. They got a black woman vice president, and they put a black woman in the front. And we move up. I mean, we got to move on. America spoke last night, and it's not just Angry Man and Mr. Fantastic yelling at you. It's at least they're yelling at you, but the men that work around you every day that don't say anything to you at all, those are the ones that voted for Donald Trump. Those are the ones. They did not yell at you. You should be at least glad that people are telling you how they feel, because we've gotten to a point in this country, especially when it comes to white people and white men, that they can't say anything. And so what they did last night was they made themselves pretty loud and clear. And Hispanic men made themselves very loud and clear last night. And so I don't know, man. I kind of feel sorry for them a little bit. I mean, you know, that was y'all one chance, and y'all blew it. You'll never get another one again, not in our lifetime.
Can I add something, though, to what Eric is saying, man? It's not even just the men that didn't say something. It's the white women that lied straight to their face, bro. Like, goddamn, this shit crazy. Kamala Harris was projected up like 28 points. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like 28 points. She was up. Trump won. White women like 43%. I'm sorry, 53% to 40 something. So that means that white women told you they were gonna vote for Kamala Harris, and then went and did their duty to white men. Like, it's crazy. Those women lied straight to your face and told you that they would put a black woman in office before them. The sheer ineptitude that y'all thought that shit was possible, it makes me laugh inside. I ain't gonna lie.
Can I tell you why that happened?
My bad.
Let me tell you why that happened. White women are still acquiescing to white men. White men are still their daddies. The Latino men are still their daddies. Asian women, they don't have any record on what the Asian women did, because Asian men are still their daddies. Do you want to know who black women's daddy is? The government.
The government.
Do you know who the majority of black men's daddy is? They mamas. So we are flipped in the Christian biblical sense, where the man is the head and the woman is the neck, the support, the help me, however you want to understand that. Well, other races don't have them problems. Arabs don't have them problems. Jews don't have them problems. We have them problems.
So outside of that, what I'm trying to figure out is why does anybody believe? Look, there's only one group of people that's gonna vote for symbolism. Okay, everybody in America right now is voted for a better economy, voted for a better border policy, voted for lower inflation, lower groceries, lower energy costs. That's what everybody voted for. The only people voting off the strength of we gotta vote for her because she's a black woman is dumbass niggas. and we gotta stop pretending like, oh, well, we voted for her because of a policy. What policy? You're talking about, you're saying reproductive rights. So you mean to tell me every woman that goes to get health care goes to Planned Parenthood?
Well, the thing is this, right? Black women in the last 4 years did do like they do. I understand. I don't know if it's necessarily symbolism because the Democratic Party did a lot to help black women. They put a lot of them in positions to be judges, right? As we're seeing, they're putting a lot of them. There's a lot of them. They're sponsoring like black congresswomen, like look at all of the people that went out, DAs, things like that. So I don't. The Democrat Party did hitch their wagon to black women, and black women did benefit a little bit from the a lot from the Democratic Party, largely through, local races and DAs and judges and things like that. Because I think Biden appointed like 30% of his judges were black, so there was some give and get here with the Democrat. It's just. I don't know if that was enough to hitch your wagon to. I mean, but they did. Black women did get a lot from this.
I'm gonna just say this, and I gotta go. You're right, Eric, and that's actually why they lost so bad.
Of course, because it's not. The thing is, they were given it. Give us a chance, right? You were given your chance, and the chance is not. I do think some of these black women were put up to go after like Trump, like the one in New York and the one in Georgia and things like that in order to get sponsored. But you were given your chance and you just failed. This is what I feel. I'm not about to rub it. I feel you. I'm not about to rub it. Like this is about America. This was about improving the country. The country is going to get better for everybody. I don't need to bash. I don't need to bet like I think they learned. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they learned. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. Maybe they didn't.
So it's not even really about bashing. We got to start teaching, bro. Because what this really showed, like, it's not bashing to say that all other women in America move smarter than black women now. They all move smarter than black women. Black women gave their allegiance, like Izzy said, to the government. And now their form of government no longer has control.
But they lost.
House,
they're cooked.
Senate, they're fucked. So that's what I'm saying. They overcommitted to gays and black women, and they're fucked now.
But they're cooked. That's what I'm saying.
And I know. And the reason why that's terrible is because every other woman realized, like, oh shit, all of it. Like yesterday, we found out that American women talk the most shit and can't back it up, because what they wanted to do was say we want absolute power. But they're like, oh shit, no, don't really get that shit to us. We don't really want it, right? Because if you give it to them, then they actually have to perform. Every woman, other than black women, know that they want their men in power. I don't want to work. What are we hearing from women our age now? Working is ghetto. Oh my God, all these hours. Only the black woman thinks she can replace. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask you a question specifically, just on that point. So when you look at the numbers where it's 73%, what was it? 73% of black men voted for Kamala?
Yeah.
Are we alleging that those black men are weak and led by the women?
Yes, they're weak too. That's why I'm like, I can't really.
Well, hold on, y'all. For Trigger Mike specifically, then y'all can jump in.
So not only that they're programmed, that they're socially programmed to do that. Because when they came up here talking to us, remember what I asked them to do. Please sell me on your candidate without any emotion. Not one of them could do it. So that means that they adopted all of those tactics from their women. I'm asking you man to man to tell me what issues your candidate is speaking to, and you're giving me an emotional argument just like the women do. So we have the evidence to say that's where they got it from. They are weak They were told to do so. They only like things that have emotional gravity. And when you ask them what policy, they just start yelling more emotional shit and stopping frisk and bullshit like that at you. So they're absolutely but I am proud because that's 78% is a splinter off of what it was supposed to be. It's been as high as 80. In fact, it's been as high as 88%, but that was for Obama. So now it just shows that black men are kind of like rethinking the strategy as they, try to put their lives back together. And this is the one thing that I want people to understand. Hundreds of thousands of black men didn't vote. Yeah. So, that hurt her campaign. If you didn't vote, that was a vote for Donald Trump, essentially.
But then also the podcasts. These podcasts, people think that they're not doing anything. People think that the angry mans of the world, the Hamps of the world, the Anton Daniels of the world, they don't think, you're just a guy on YouTube. You're just somebody in your mom's basement. No, you are taking on the mainstream media. You are taking them on. The mainstream media has lied, and they have a monopoly on how people think. In these podcasts, whether it be, if we start with Kevin Samuels, if we start with Angry Man, we start with Anton, we start with these people, the people that they wanted to get out of here, right? If you're going to tell me that didn't have any effect at all, I don't know, bro. I think that these people had some type of effect some way or another, man. Somebody said Minister Jab. Yeah, bro, everybody played their part. Tariq Nasheed's, those people, they all played their part.
This is Eric, this is where the race was won. So this is, every Democratic strategist needs to be fired. Every last one. If you go on CNN, MSNBC, every liberal network, they were only running strategy they were running 20 years before. The presidential election was won on YouTube and Rumble and in these type of spaces, because the only thing that was void from the Democratic Party were the issues from men, from salt to the earth men. How are you supposed to win the Rust Belt with legislation and talking points for women and gays? How are you supposed to win the assembly line workers, the coal miner? How are you supposed to win that group of men, and you don't even know the issues that men have? They didn't even learn any of this till October. That's why she came out with that blackmail last ditch effort proposal that everybody said that's some bullshit. She didn't even learn that to the end. Like, oh shit, we doing bad with black men? Black men been telling you. So I'm gonna just say this because I gotta run. The next presidential election, you better call Angry Man. You better call me, Eric, Anton, Hamp. Hamp probably don't even vote, but you need one of these on your Democratic strategy team if you want to win an election from here on out. A woman cannot win the presidency at least for like the next 12 years. They fuck themselves, so they got to redo their entire agenda. But I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna be listening.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, before you guys jump in, I want to get, pardon me, I want to get HQ in just because I think she has a different sentiment. Do me a favor, let her get it all out, even if you think it's
She's
bullshit.
Brave.
Then we can jump on it. HQ, what's popping? What's going on?
How you doing, Mom?
Yesterday was a terrible day for a terrible day for women, a terrible day for poor people, a terrible day for Washington. Out of all the people on this planet, we elected the most unqualified human being that we could. It's not that black women don't know how to follow men. We would like to follow qualified men who are morally responsible. Every time we turn around, we hear someone telling us God-like or Christian-like or this, that, and the third, and Kamala didn't follow the Christian-like example. That wasn't the case. She was more qualified than him in every measure, morally, legislatively. She was more qualified. So now we can see the end. Now we can see what's going on. We understand that no men really wanted a woman to be president, and we have women who followed suit. We got that. That's a lesson we understand. We understand that well, right? It showed us that yesterday. Hispanic men especially, because we knew our numbers were going to stay similar. But we knew the Hispanic number would change too, after doing the groundwork, of course, right? But that still doesn't negate the fact that we had an unqualified candidate that won the presidency. What and how did he help Black people at all? I've been saying, hold on. I've been saying this for weeks. That's all you had to do was go to the website and read. But people didn't go to the website and read.
I did.
Yeah. Now, people listen to heed the messages. People didn't heed any of that. Okay. They just thought, okay, I don't want a female. She's being called a hoe. How is she a hoe? I'm confused. No, don't tell me about a Willie Brown because you don't know.
Montel Williams.
Hoes is as hoes do.
Well,
wait a minute, she can date.
HQ, don't ask any questions. Just make your statements because they seem to be chomping at the bit.
Right.
Make your statements.
So my whole point is, people are going to die under this particular president's watch because he doesn't have care or concern for the less fortunate than himself. Immigration policy, he has no policy. He has no foreign policy. He has none of those things. Just because you stand on a pulpit and beat your chest doesn't mean you have a policy.
HQ, I love you to death, but you have lost your rabbit ass mind.
Just let her vent. Let her vent.
I have yet to hear one of you guys come up with a cohesive.
We don't need to HQ. We don't need to. We don't need HQ. We don't.
He was.
Right. So
we
the
don't
whole
need
was
the opportunity to say it.
We had policies. She had policies.
We don't never get the opportunity to say it.
She was a morally and upstanding human being.
Okay. And everybody's just dumb. We got it. The thing is, we're all just stupid. We got you.
Talk too much.
I'm sorry about that.
This is why.
Stop talking. You talk too much.
This is why
the whole point is you all picked your candidate. I'm telling you, on day one, if he starts deportations, people are going to die under that particular program. So the energy.
I hope so.
The energy that have to affect.
Hold on. The energy that we had for immigration, I want that same energy on day one. No fault. I want people to get dragged out of their job, get dragged out of their house.
Yes.
All of that. Right?
So,
you know what happens?
We want them to do all of that. We want them to. You don't care.
Do you know what happens when it happens like that? That's great.
I'm sure nobody cares.
That would change the whole job. The whole job will have to change.
But the whole point was he doesn't have a plan. He never had a plan.
You just said it. You just said the plan.
Okay. Now he never had a plan. The last 4 years, he never had a plan. Then
yes,
he did nothing.
Yes, he did.
Why argue with her? He did nothing. You're right. He didn't do anything. He just sat there and ate Cheetos and played. You're right. We're all just dumb.
Please stop.
Yes, he did.
He only gave y'all a 1% tax cut.
No,
you didn't make
20 to 15 is 1%.
You didn't make over 400,000. You got a 1% tax cut.
That's not the only thing he did.
It expires next year when he becomes president.
This is why.
Why argue?
This is why.
The rich people got 14% tax cut, and theirs is permanent. Yours under 400,000 ends next year. 1%. That's it.
And he's president.
500,000 is not rich. That's not rich.
That ain't what I said.
Okay, but you said the tax cut. You said the tax cut. You said HQ. This is why your candidate lost. Because y'all don't know how to listen.
Or have the conversation.
Y'all don't know how to listen. Your candidate told the American public what their issue needed to be and refused to listen to the American public. And that is why her ass got smoked. It ain't got shit to do with us. Because most of these dumbass niggas still voted for her. If it would have been my choice, nobody would have voted for her raggedy, trifling ass. She didn't have no damn plan. For the majority of the time that she was VP, you could go to the website and look at her schedule. It was empty.
But see,
she didn't do shit. Hold on. Yo, you said everything about Trump. Hold on. Hold on. You said everything about Trump. Hold on. You said everything about Trump. Now let me say something about your homegirl.
I say jack shit about Trump, except he don't have no plan.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. But the only problem is there is verifiable evidence of what he did his 4 years in office.
Please explain.
And the reason why you have the issues you have right now is because Joe Biden, with his petty trifling ass, on day one signed executive orders reversing a lot of Trump's policies, which fucked the country up.
He reversed.
This is not my opinion. This is fact.
He reversed the border policies.
No, he reversed a bunch of policies that Trump had in place that messed up a lot of shit, so much so that he had to go back to some of Trump's policies.
The permits and stuff too.
I have a question. I have a question. The thing is, this HQ. I have a question. You know, sometimes when I deal with women and they start saying stuff, the best thing is just to laugh, right? Are you telling me, because I don't think that you're going to change, I think that you've already made up your mind. It's nothing. You believe. No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to listen. I'm not trying to be. The thing is that, so you truly believe that Donald Trump and the Trump supporters, he didn't have a plan. There's no verifiable action to what he's going to say. He's not really going to do anything. And all the people were just dumb. We're just stupid. Or
no, that's not what I know. I know he's going to do things, but it's not for the benefit of the country. Oh, I know he's going to do things. The reason a lot of women voted for him because of that abortion thing is because we know he's going to do something.
Okay, so the thing is, you think that the people that voted, they're not voting for their benefit at all.
Yeah.
So things are, and I'm just curious. So right now in the world, right, under the Biden-Harris administration, things are fine. Things are good.
Perfect.
Yeah, like okay. So groceries are fine. The America's president, like there's no, and this is the thing, like everybody else on, there's no need. I mean, the thing is,
argue with you about who controls the president.
No, the thing is this: there's no argument here. I just find there's I can't change you. You can't change me. We spoke yesterday. I mean, the thing is, it's over. I got it. It's over. It ain't nothing you can do. But you can't stop the rain. I'm pretty sure you were around when that song came out. I mean, you can't stop it. It's here. There's nothing you can do about it. I like the glasses. I like the nails. I like the headset. It looks great. But if you're telling me that you felt like these millions and millions of people, that they're just all dumb and you know that he's not going to do anything, they weren't voting for their self-interest, then that's fine. There's nothing I can do to convince you. That's fine.
I don't think they're dumb. I just don't think you see the future. I think you thought about
what do you? Well, HQ question HQ. What are you seeing happening in the future?
For one thing, the man is going senile. The man is going off the rails, right? First of all, it seems to think that Project 2025 is not related to him.
That is not his.
J.D. Vance wrote the preface to that book. That is their
hey, let me explain this Project 2025. Hold on, man, because people.
Hold on, y'all stop for a second. So what are you seeing? Okay, so he's going see now. Project 2025 is his plan, and you see Project 2025 is problematic.
Yes.
Okay.
What else? Because that implements the ending of all of those federal agencies.
Program. Good.
Department of Education. Children are going to suffer. Children are going to die because of that. The immigration policy.
Children are going to die because of you have lost your
Well,
mind.
so HQ, let me see. So when you say children are going to die, what do you mean by that? Because I thought that you supported the abortion platform. So reconcile that.
Because when you take away the education, then schools have to help find funding on their own. How are they going to feed poor children who don't get food at all from the home?
These dumbass kids can't even read right now. What are you talking about?
What?
The school system is already horrible.
Are you saying free lunch?
Kid cannot even read at the 8th grade level. What are you talking about right now?
Are you saying free lunch, HQ?
I'm saying that's a part of the public
funding.
When you take funding away from public schools, we're talking about funding. That's how they help fund that free food, that free lunch those poor children get.
No,
that's
them talking about the Department of Education. Okay, them trying to get rid of it or trying to change it has nothing to do with the funding side of it, but everything to do with the Department of Education's control over the children being taken away from their parents. That was the entire point for the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Didn't you hear
the entire point?
I say, I'm going to cut your funding off.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, HQ. Let me ask you a question, HQ. Let me ask you a question.
Didn't you hear him say that?
Let me ask you a question.
In the education field, they're going to take the money.
Let me ask you a question, HQ. Let me ask you a question, HQ. 2 questions. 1, did you read the entire 900 pages of the Project 2025?
No, I just got through half.
Okay, right there, already off the rip. You should stop talking about it. Number 2, did you read Agenda 45, which is Donald Trump's actual agenda?
47.
What is that? What is that? Please explain.
Oh, what it is it's actually his agenda that actually has numerous programs in it for children. But see, if the only thing you're gonna do is hurl shit that you heard on MSNBC and CNN, you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't listen to CNN or MSNBC.
You listen to somebody.
Shit. You listen to somebody because I've heard those same talking points.
I do my own research.
Oh, really? Then why didn't you read? Why didn't you read Project 2025? And why didn't you read President Trump's actual agenda?
Didn't I just say
research?
Didn't I say that?
I think people do their own research, but since they haven't been to school to learn how to actually do goddamn research and actually find the right sources for the things that they looking for, they only gonna get fed the bullshit that pop up on Google for the first time. So they doing their research. They ain't doing the right in the correct research. And the thing about the Project 2025 is it's composed of 110 different goddamn Republican groups. You're gonna see policies that are beneficial or Republicans that agree with. You're gonna see some extreme shit. You're gonna see some bad stuff. You're gonna see some good stuff. That does not make it Donald Trump's plan. He had his own plan, Agenda 47. You feel me? I don't agree with nobody that's gonna talk about no goddamn Project 2025, knowing that motherfuckers don't even got the read level of motherfucking 7th grader, don't have the attention span of a goddamn fly, and talking about they talking about goddamn Project 2025. Damn near 1,000 pages long.
I literally pulled it up. I literally pulled it up on my show. I pulled them both up and read them so everybody could see what they were about. And the problem with black folk, they don't even realize, they think Project 2025 has a bunch of racist stuff in it. It actually doesn't. It actually doesn't. It actually is an agenda that is against all of this new age progressivism. But because they have trained you niggas to be in favor of all of their new age shit that benefits everybody except your black ass. Y'all be fighting for agendas and you don't even know what it's about. Now, as far as Project 2025, it is a conservative agenda that is actually pushed on both parties. They try to get both parties to push that agenda, which is why they came out and endorsed your candidate, Kamala Harris. Okay? So that's number one. Project 2025, number one, all it's talking about is traditionalism. That's it. And it's not even Trump's agenda. Trump's agenda, when it comes to education, is about school choice. In other words, your ability to pick what school you want your child to go to instead of it being forced on you. Actually, his agenda for education would actually improve the education of the children.
Everything that
and another thing,
everything he was talking about on the trail is in 2025.
Yeah, but the thing is this. But hold on a second.
They plan to implement it.
Hold on a second.
All the power and then put it on one branch of government where there's going to be a problem.
HQ. The thing is this, right? This is what happens when you lose. If you didn't want it to happen, you should have won. Okay. This is what happens. Okay. When you read all Project 25, let me finish. I just want to finish. The thing is this. It is a plan to put specific appointments in the executive branch. It is a guidebook that is made from a think tank. The left has think tanks as well. Okay. When the Democrats won, they pushed their agenda. They appointed people into certain positions, and the main thing that it focuses on is these large, bloated government agencies, and most of the people that work in these government agencies are left-leaning people. It's about replacing those people or getting rid of those government agencies because they have an obvious agenda. And the thing about it is this: if you did not want it to happen, then you should have won. Okay, you don't get to set the rules when you lose. You lost, okay, and now those government agencies get to be cut. Okay, they're wasting money. They are bloated. Most of those government agencies are secretaries of secretaries. They're paper pushers. They're not doing anything at all.
There's one thing they are doing.
Let me say this last thing. Project 2025 is going to get a lot of people killed.
You didn't read it.
Oh well. Actually, what part?
Niggas die every day, B.
What part is that?
Deportation under there.
Niggas die every day.
So check this out. Check this out. Hold on. So check this out. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for you to be wrong.
People are
wait for you to be wrong.
Niggas die every day, B.
I can't wait for you to be wrong. Hey, HQ. 4 years from now, HQ. 4 years from now, we're gonna revisit this conversation. I can't wait for you to be wrong.
1 year.
Hey, I cannot wait for you to be wrong. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. First of all, that part of Project 2025 where they're talking about these 3-letter agencies, it is bloat. But one thing about it, Eric, they are doing something. Some of these agencies have a little too much say-so into the lives of everyday people, which actually goes against the structure of the way our government is run, right? A prime example is what they did recently with the ATF, where the ATF actually changed the definition of a particular type of firearm. Which made everybody that owned that firearm a felon if they had a freaking a stock on it and they didn't report it, right? So the Supreme Court had to weigh in on this in order to stop them because no one voted for anything. Nobody passed a law. They simply changed the definition, which all of a sudden made countless Americans liable criminally, right? So recently, you had a Supreme Court case overturned, Chevron deference, which actually takes away a lot of the power these three letter agencies have. Because number one, you don't even realize it, HQ, because it probably hasn't affected you in that way. But there are a lot of agencies within the government that have too much say-so into our lives. And it's gotten that way with the Board of Education as well, where you have parents literally going to meetings, not agreeing with certain things, and them being hauled out of the meeting by the police. Okay. So you're taking issues and you're trying to simplify them and take away the context and make it seem as if, oh, this is horrible. And that's how I know you got it from CNN. That's how I know you got it from MSNBC, because that's what they do.
Okay.
Destiny.
Yeah,
As the president of the United States, I would like a chance to speak, please.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
Well, HQ, yeah, I think. Let me ask you a question, HQ. Did you skim it at least?
Yes, I skimmed it. I read it. I gotten to a certain point in it, where they want to go back trans right.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about what he just had said in terms of the 3-letter and then the gun with the stock on it and things of that nature, and how there was a corrective action taken? What do you think about those parts?
I believe certain amount of guns should be outlawed. Period.
Second Amendment disagrees.
That wasn't the point, though.
Outlaw.
Well, I think the point, I just want to understand what she thinks about what was said. Oftentimes we get replies because people just waiting on their turn to talk. Right. So I'd rather her reply to that specifically. Let me get President Don in, and then we'll go from there.
I just want to say, how am I not qualified when I had the job before? How is the woman that never had the job more qualified than the man that did the job for 4 years? It makes no logical sense. I literally had the job for 4 years. I can put that on a resume. I was the president. She never was the president. How is she more qualified than me? The math ain't mathing at all. Also, you're saying people gonna die. People die every day. Do you know that I can't just hop up and go to Germany without a passport? We can't just go live in other people's countries. You can't go to another country illegally, yet you just want our borders open. If I can't just go live in Korea, why can other people just come live here? It makes no logical sense. So it's not like we're doing them a great injustice by putting them out of here. They're here illegally. If 100 of you guys went to Germany and just snuck over there and lived there, how long do you think you're going to be there?
Shit. If we even get through.
If you even get through. Facts. So
Poland said they should.
Where's the terrible thing I'm doing by sending them back? I'm only holding the policies that every other country on this planet holds, where you gotta at least have a passport or some kind of documentation to come over here and live here. And again, that's what makes you more qualified than me, because President Trump's vice president any day. You like what I did there? President Trump's vice president any day. And I was the president, she was the vice president. Therefore, categorically, I'm more qualified. But you're an excellent woman. You're a great woman. You do amazing things, and it's all amazing. And yeah,
respect.
But the whole point is you cannot make that kind of deportation.
Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Party with Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce.
I had I was gonna say this about I guess the immigration what people don't realize how important it is. For example, if you having, I don't know, I'm in Houston, we probably have an influx of it. So we have just say an extra 5-10 million people that's traveling in Houston that's undocumented, that it's not accounted for. I used to build bridges. I used to do rebar and shit and build bridges. What we do know, when doing the project, you have to account for how many people that's traveling in and out the city, so they can know the capacity and how much they should use with this particular, I guess, equipment when building the bridges. If you have an influx of immigrants coming into your city illegally, it starts to put wear and tear on the infrastructure, which can start causing hazardous shit going on within your city. So when people don't understand how important immigration is, just get on one of them goddamn bridges in Houston and goddamn, you got influx of goddamn traffic coming in this bitch, and they collapse. You feel me? So it's a very important thing to know how many people going through your city.
And it permeates through everything. School systems.
You also have to account for other countries that are still dealing with certain types of illnesses that we've already solved for.
Exactly.
So you have an influx of people coming in here with tuberculosis or shit, even herpes or whatever. Like if you have an influx of that in here, that's another issue that we got to deal with. And as far as what you were saying, HQ, you were saying, oh, well, if we deport that many people is gonna die. Well, they shouldn't have brought their ass over here.
I got a question though.
But the thing is, I wanted to say something, HQ, to I'll say hypocrite's point.
Why hasn't this happened before? Why haven't we mass deportation before?
We have.
We did. Remember,
are you serious?
President Obama.
Understand that. I'm saying, why haven't we had this concentrated effort to have these many people out of the country if they're such a detriment to our society? Why hasn't anybody done it before Obama?
I can answer that.
Before Obama?
I can answer that too.
It was happening all the time.
Let me give you an example why.
Now.
Let me give you
the reason why is they
what?
Because let's do this. Let Eric answer. Let Eric answer.
So,
and then let's go to Ron Mack because he ain't said shit.
So first off, I don't think you understand like the history of America and immigration law, right? America never had an open like immigration policy at all. It banned people coming from like countries that were not majority white for a long time up until the 60s. And then customs enforcement, a lot of times it was very, very aggressive. The thing is, people found a way to subvert the system through like recently we have an issue with asylum seeking, right? And so like the asylum seeking process was how people found out how they can come into America and not necessarily have papers and all of that and just be really, it's called catch and release. They caught them, they released them, they gave them a court date and things like that. The laws changed on this. And what you don't seem to understand, I want to go to House of Hypocrites' point, is this permeates through everything. Not only is he talking about bridges, it's school systems, hospitals, all of the things that you use on a daily basis, that city planning has to take all these things into account. And it really is, it's the idea that America never had an immigration like aggressiveness. We need it now more because we've never had this many people come in. America through the question is, why haven't we had it before? Because we've never seen this many people come into America. There have been more people to come into America in the last 4 years than ever came in at one point in time. So like, yes, we need mass deportations because they're saying some numbers, it could be up to 20 million people in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Hey, I can say there's one thing just to add on to it. The reason why the Biden administration, in my theory, why they didn't deport these people, because I think it's either in 2026 or 2028, the census is coming up for when you redistrict for electoral votes, new electoral votes, or you shifting them bitches around to give it to, you know what I'm saying, different counties and cities. If you have an influx of migrants, illegal migrants, that's 9 times out of 10 that's going to need federal help, which is why they're trying to fast track their citizenship. They will be able to vote within these redistricting areas to give the Democratic Party more electoral counties and votes and districts inside the United States. That's why they're doing this shit.
They definitely did it for that purpose, because a couple of those blue states lost a couple of votes recently, right? So in addition to that, when you look at them trying to fast track people to have citizenship in order to change the demographic, you have to think about the fact that when it's time to deport all of these people, if the damage is already done, if they already have citizenship, you can't deport them. And then you also have the issue where if they come across the border seeking asylum, and then they end up, like if a woman ends up pregnant, like she has a baby here, you have that issue as well with the anchor babies. But see, the thing that they didn't realize, even now, because I'm willing to argue that there were some illegal immigrants that actually voted in this election. But the only problem was they don't realize that most of the people coming here from certain countries, they're coming from communist countries. So when they sit back and they look at the presidential election and they notice that one side seems to be leaning more towards policies that seem communist, they're not voting for them. If you look at the Cuban population, right? They came because you remember, I don't know if y'all remember, if you ever seen Scarface, there was an influx of Cubans back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they were fleeing, they were trying to get away from Castro or whatever, right? Get away from a communist state, right?
Yeah.
But what you'll notice about them is they tend to vote very conservative.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So it was a last-ditch effort to try to fix a problem, because when they lost those electoral votes, it definitely hurt them. It definitely hurt them.
Yeah. Angerman, interesting, and this may be a correlation I'm drawing that's unfounded, but Cubans, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, do the best out of all Latinos in terms of like income.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and it could just be coincidental, you know what I mean? But it just, that popped in my head when you said that. Ron, you there? He's walking or he decorating, I think. Come on, man.
You forgot where his couch was again.
All of you Negroes wrong.
Tell us why.
What's good to him, man? Hey, man, I hope you feel better, bro, for sure. Salute. Didn't Obama deport more? Didn't he deport more immigrants than Trump?
Yeah,
like 6-7 million,
so. Like 3 million or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the government has like a number. They try to keep it to a certain number per year. They try to limit it. But what just recently happened with Joe Biden, and look, part of it is them trying to, change the demographic, but it's also Biden's incompetence. That Joe Biden couldn't stand Trump. So the moment he got in office, it's like spite. It's like a FU. Man, your policies is whack. I'm taking all of these up out of here, and I'm gonna do my own policies. But anybody that has looked at Joe Biden's history in politics, he's always been a failure. Even Obama is quoted as saying, never underestimate Joe's ability to fuck up. Like, he's quoted as saying that.
Biden has the best record of every president.
What did you say?
Biden is Jimmy Carter 2.0. You've lost it.
He's got 20% of his agenda done compared to any president in history. He is considered one of the best. He is considered
okay. Nope. Question. Didn't he say he was going to repeal student loan debt? Didn't the Supreme Court say he didn't have that power?
1% of his agenda got done. He is one of the best presidents.
That does not mean his agenda was good. Look, here's the thing. Look, HQ. This is what I do.
You don't like him.
He didn't do anything. HQ.
There's no black folks.
HQ.
I don't want to say that, but that's what it is.
HQ. Listen.
And then you want to put Trump on that. Trump is
HQ. Listen, HQ. Okay. This is what I do.
What, sir?
Okay. This is what I do. I literally study politics and history when it comes to our government and all of that. Okay. Joe Biden is literally Jimmy Carter 2.0. He literally did some of the same things that Jimmy Carter did, which caused some of the same problems that Jimmy Carter had. And if you think I'm lying, just go do your research. When Jimmy Carter was in office, we had ridiculously high inflation. There were actually lines at the gas pump trying to freaking get gas because we were running out of gas or whatever. There was a bunch of things that Jimmy Carter did that was horrible, that messed up the country, and it had to be recovered later by other people. Okay, when you look,
what did Joe Biden do that messed up the country? How did he go from 9% inflation all the way back down to 2%? How did he?
First of all, he created the 9% inflation.
No, he didn't. Trump did.
Yes, he did. Yes, no, he did not. Stop it. Yo, check this out. Listen to me. You want to know what he did wrong? Do you want to know what he did wrong? Stop repeating stuff that you heard that you don't understand.
I don't need to repeat.
You ain't talking to no man about none of this.
Okay, number one of the things he did wrong is as soon as he got in office, he shut down the Keystone Pipeline. That was one thing he did wrong. Okay. Another thing he did wrong that he did wrong. Another thing that he did wrong is he allowed Putin to run his own oil pipeline, which was very problematic. He also was in office when Putin invaded Ukraine. Okay, Putin would have never done that while Trump was in office. All right, that's another thing he did. Another thing he did wrong. President Trump had a plan to withdraw the soldiers out of Afghanistan. It was a structured plan where they had to do certain things. If they didn't do certain things, the plan would fall through. They're not going to do it. When Joe Biden got in office, he said, screw this. I'm just going to pull him anyway. He did.
Trump.
He literally pulled them.
Of course he had to. It was a deadline. Trump hamstringed him in order for him to have to pull them out at that time. Why would he do that if he could have waited a little while longer?
HQ. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with your rhetoric. Here's the problem with your rhetoric. Here is the problem with your rhetoric. You know what you're going to do? Everything that Trump, every single thing that Joe Biden did, you're going to pretend like all of his problems was residue of Trump. But when Trump gets in office, and y'all mark my words, she's going to do this. If Trump does anything, if anything goes wrong, it's going to be blamed on Trump. It's not going to be blamed on Biden, like you're doing right now.
Going wrong. Biden already straightened out the economy.
No, he did not. What planet do you live on right now?
Please tell me.
Groceries 30%.
Wait a minute. Please don't tell me you think Biden is in charge of gas prices. Please tell me you don't think Biden is in charge of food prices. Please tell me you know better than that. Biden don't have nothing to do with private owners making
HQ. Tell me that you don't understand how the economy works without telling me you don't understand how the economy works.
I understand perfectly well. You don't.
No, you do not.
You think Biden is in charge of
No, you do not.
In charge of food prices?
No, you don't.
right?
No,
Housing crisis.
First of all, hey, HQ. Grocery stores have a razor thin profit margin. So this idea that the mainstream media has fed you about price gouging is stupid, and only stupid people believe it. The reason why grocery prices are up is because of rising fuel costs, because everything is transported by truck. It's rising fuel costs and inflation. You see that? Read that, HQ.
What does that have to do with Biden making prices higher?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Inflation was 9%.
If Joe Biden gets in office, right, and he shuts down the freaking Keystone Pipeline, and he starts relying more heavily on oil from other countries instead of our oil reserves, right? That raises the cost, which then raises the cost of fuel. If the cost of fuel raises, then guess what? The truck drivers that transport our food back and forth, those companies have to pay more in fuel. Okay. This is how everything is connected in the economy, right? So if you have that, plus you have inflation, because when Joe Biden got in office, he started printing money like his mind went bad. If you have too much money chasing too few products, you get inflation. That's how you get inflation. Okay. Biden was printing too much damn money. Okay. Part of the reason he was doing it is because what was he doing? Sending money to all of these other different countries.
Biden didn't start the inflation. It started under Trump.
No, it
Well,
did
look,
not.
HQ.
Because of the tax cuts.
Well, look at this. Angry Man and HQ real quick. So while the inflation rate has improved, it peaked at 9.1% in June 2022. And then the inflation rate currently is 2.4%. Who will we credit with that? Or is it, what is it?
Biden's credit with bringing that down. It was 9% when he got in office. It started under Trump.
Not 9%.
It was not 9% when he got in.
It was not 9% when he got in office.
That was June. That was June 2022. It peaked at 9%.
Right. It peaked at 9%, and Biden got it down.
June 2022, though. HQ just
He was 2 years in office. He was 2 years in office when it peaked at 9%. So you can't.
Okay. So number one.
Because of the tariffs, because of the tax.
Number one, it was not because of the tariffs. I'm gonna say this again. Okay. I'm gonna say this again. The reason why we got the inflation that we got is because of Biden printing money like it was going out of style. Okay. It was not, yo, look, check this out. If the only way you can defend Joe Biden is by bringing up Trump's name, that is a weak argument. Trump was not in office. Y'all have been blaming Trump for 4 years.
Trump
gave that Joe Biden did.
Joe Biden
and HQ. Let me ask you a question. HQ. Let me ask you a question. You a content creator, right?
Right.
Is your channel a political channel? Were you covering this when Joe Biden first got in office? Were you covering this? I was. I remember what inflation was.
How do you know what started?
Inflation, okay, was raised because of Joe Biden's policies. Okay? And you can't say that it's residue from Trump's policies, because the moment that Joe Biden got in office, he signed a record number of executive orders reversing many of Trump's policies. So you can't say
the tax cuts, and he didn't reverse the tariffs, did he? And
you know why he didn't? Do 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 you know why he didn't reverse the tax cuts and the tariffs?
Why? You explain to me.
Because it was a good thing. The reason he didn't reverse, the reason there were certain things he didn't reverse is because he was at least smart enough to know that when Trump put it in place, it actually benefited the damn economy. That's the reason why to this day, many of the tariffs that Trump issued are still in place.
That still doesn't mean it didn't add to the deficit in some way.
I didn't say it didn't add to the deficit. You having two different conversations. I never said it didn't add to the deficit. What I'm saying to you,
he didn't start the inflation. Yes, he did. When COVID started handing out the stimulus checks. They were doing spending to help staff off COVID. So let
me ask you this. So Trump issuing the stimulus checks were bad, right?
No, they weren't bad. People got them.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that Trump issuing the stimulus checks was the reason for the inflation?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
There were 4 different things that made COVID happen. The COVID, I know, made the inflation go the way it was COVID, the tariffs, tax cuts, and the spending that him and Joe Biden did at the end of his term and at the beginning of Biden's term. That's why we got inflation, because they were printing more money and people were spending it. We had to get out of it. He staffed off a depression.
Okay, so number one, Donald Trump, one thing you are right about, Donald Trump did hold off the depression with a lot of the things he did. But what you're not understanding is that the inflation rate wasn't high. It wasn't. Even after all of the stuff that he did, you don't get the inflation raising until after you have Joe Biden implementing a lot of the things that he did. It's just a fact. You muted.
It was rising under Trump. It got to its peak under Biden, and Biden had to get it down. So he got it from the 9.1% all the way down to the 2.3%.
Okay.
Biden don't get credit for getting it down from 9 to 2%.
No, the reason why Joe Biden got it down to freaking 2% is a couple of reasons. One, he was up for re-election. Okay. That's one. Another is because he re-implemented a lot of the shit that Trump did because he realized the shit he was doing wasn't working. So let's be real about it.
No, I can't say that. I can't say that.
Of course not, because that would be giving Trump credit.
Wait a minute, hold on. What did Trump do that made the inflation go down? What did he implement that would have made the inflation go down?
High inflation.
We didn't.
That's you said that Biden
high inflation for his entire presidency.
You said Biden took his policies and then applied them and made the inflation go down. What policies?
Listen.
This is what they don't understand, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna say it again. This is what happened. Okay, Trump did not have high inflation. Now, he may have ended up with a little bit of a spike in inflation because of the pandemic. However, when Joe Biden got in office, the things he did exacerbated the problem.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying to you. And once he realized, oh shit, this policy actually worked, he re-implemented it. This is part of the reason he was able to get the shit back down.
Yeah, HQ, if you look at this is Investopedia, but it has it at 1.2 in 2020. Then it starts to rise to 4.7. You can maybe attribute that to stimulus checks and things of that nature. But then it spiked in 2022 to 8%. and then it started to come back down 4.1 in 23, and then now it's at what 2.7, I believe.
So I'm saying that Biden got it back down.
The
So
spike.
why don't he
Listen,
get
hold on. No, listen. You got the 2020 election, November of 2020, right?
Yep.
So Biden takes office in January of 2021, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you can probably, just like I said, you could probably blame the 4.7 or the rise to 4.7 with the pandemic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The pandemic wrecked the economy. All right.
Yep.
So we can't attribute that to Trump wholly. All right. Because that's some unknown shit that first time it has ever happened. Right. But by the time you get to 2021, you got Joe Biden implementing things. This is when you get the spike, the 4% spike. And what I'm telling you is that when you get the 4%, excuse me, not 4%, you get the spike that brings it up to 8%, right? Once he realized that certain things that Donald Trump had in place was actually working, he re-implemented those things. Then you start to see it coming back down. The only problem is you still got other mitigating factors that has caused the cost of living to go up. So you still have the factor of we're depending heavily on foreign oil instead of our own oil, which still has the price of oil up, which still has the price of fuel up, which is part of the reason why your electric bills are higher.
You're mute,
and guess what? He'll fix that issue because the moment that he starts actually relying more on the fuel that we have here, you'll see the cost of that go down.
Extremely.
Yeah, HQ, you're on mute. You're on mute.
All right.
So since it is so low now, HQ, do you attribute that to the efforts of Biden or him recognizing mistakes he made?
Do I contribute the inflation rate to what he did? I attribute it to what he did, what he put in place to make it low.
No, I guess what I'm saying is right because I'm not edified enough on because if you got PPPs and stimulus checks, right? When does that actually start to hurt us, right? So this is what I'm thinking. Let's say we got all that in 2020. I'm not sure if we're going to see the effects in 2020. We might see them in 21 and maybe in 22. So that from 1.7% to 8% in 2022, do you think is what Biden did, or do you think it was the effects of the PPPs and the stimulus? What do you think? You're on mute again.
They gave us money to feed the economy. So that was the staff. That was the staff off something. That was the staff off whatever they saw coming. It was to mitigate whatever they saw coming. Whether that was
have another Great Depression. We're going to have another Great Depression.
So that what they gave us all of that to staff that off.
Okay.
That's what it did. We didn't go into a depression. We went
okay. So you give Trump credit for that then, the stimulus checks and things like that.
Yeah, I give him credit for giving out the stimulus. I'm saying he contributed that the checks, the tariffs,
HQ, you're not fighting right now. Slow down. So you're saying he did that for a good reason, essentially. Otherwise, we'd have been in a depression. Because of that, inflation was inevitable, but we had to go through it because we needed that influx of money, or else people would have been short. Right. And then it jumps to 8%, partly because of that. And do you agree with Angry Man, and partly because of some of the policies that were canceled, for lack of a better term?
He can't. I don't know what I am not averse to what policy he canceled, so I couldn't say yes or no one way or the other.
Okay,
I'm just saying that 8% inflation was due to the money that Trump handed out, Biden handed out, the COVID, and it rose to that 8%. And whatever Biden did to staff off the depression, that's what made it come down. I don't know what he did to make it come down, but he did it.
Hold on, Angry Man, I apologize. I House was trying to say something. I cut him off.
My bad.
Well, or I think he cut me off, but I was talking. But it's
I
his
did
turn.
cut you off a little bit. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't even believe I don't even believe the stimulus check contribute to the goddamn inflation. This is just a theory. I'm just thinking just off the rip, because if we was in the position of our country being locked down and the world being locked down, all the like the extra money that we were sending out to this country stayed in house, which is why we was able to give out stimulus check. That's what I believe. I don't believe the stimulus check goddamn raised the goddamn inflation. But that's just a theory I just came up with.
It's possible. It's possible for the simple fact that you got to remember when you had when you had the pandemic, right? They're sending out all of this money, but you also have a shortage of goods.
Yeah, production is low. Yeah.
So when you got a shortage of goods and you got a bunch of money going out, that's how you end up getting inflation. So it was gonna rise a little bit anyway. But see, this is what I would challenge HQ to do. I challenge you to go and look at Trump's economy, look at his numbers right before the pandemic. His numbers were immaculate. Okay. And this was not from Obama. This was from things he did. Okay. So he had unemployment at like 2.1%.
Yeah, but he walked into a beautiful economy. He
did not.
No, Angry Man.
Did not. Was good. Don't try to do that. Come on, y'all.
They ain't gonna say it was beautiful, but he inherited a decent economy, but his efforts superseded that.
Okay, no, hold on, wait. Stop. No, I'm not gonna let y'all do that. I'm not gonna let y'all do that. Okay, so number one, right? When Obama was getting ready to take office, okay, the deficit was 880 billion. All right. By the time he leaves office, it's 4.4 trillion. Okay. So no, you cannot. Trump inherited a ridiculous deficit from Obama from his 8 years. Everyone loves to pretend like Obama had this awesome economy. He did not.
GDP is not the be all and end all of what we
did. I didn't say that. But no.
And he had to come in and he had to sign that 800 billion or something he had to sign when he first walked in the door because of George Bush. Obama had to come in that door signing some big gigantic bill.
Yeah, because of the housing crisis. But even with the housing crisis, you still did not have a deficit that was in the trillions.
And Trump added like 9 trillion. What do you mean?
You said what?
Trump added like 8-9 trillion to the deficit.
That is coming into office. Number one, that's coming into office, inheriting 4.4 trillion in addition to having a freaking pandemic at the end of your presidency.
So let me read this for you guys. Let me read this for you guys. It has 5 different categories. I'll tell you what this article is, but it says unemployment. Under Obama, unemployment fell from a recession peak of 10% to only 4.7%. It has continued to drop and is now 3.5%. Job growth. By the end of the Obama administration, the economy had experienced 76% consecutive months of job growth. Since Trump became president, the streak has been extended to 111 consecutive months. So this looks like it's from Obama directly to Trump. His first term. Average monthly job growth was, during the last 35 months of Obama administration, non-farm job growth averaged 227,000 jobs per month. During the last 35 months, the Trump administration, the average was 36,000 jobs per month. Less, averaging 191,000 per month. So 191 under Trump, 227 under Obama. GDP growth. Average real GDP growth was roughly the same, 2.6% for the first 11 quarters under President Trump ending September 2019, and for the last 11 quarters of the Obama administration. income during the last 2 years of Obama administration, annual median household income increased to $4,800. This is 3 times more than the $1,400 increase during the first 2 years of the Trump administration.
Thank you.
That is an article. That is an article. Okay. And then look, here's the thing about Obama. Obama is America's golden boy.
Well, look at this though. Joint Economic Committee, Congressman Tmbr, Vice Chair.
Should have some vitality.
There are literally political scholars that have written books about this, about Obama's presidency, as far as his job growth, as far as all of this shit being a farce. Okay,
Obama's term being a farce.
Obama's term, yes. Obama is the reason. Obama is the reason that we have begun to be in this ridiculous level of debt. Period.
Man, this article
give Trump all the good.
Hold on, this article also has all the references here too.
Yeah, I'm looking on the census.gov. He did inherit a pretty good economy with Obama. Like I said earlier, he just superseded what Obama did. He didn't fuck it up. You know what
when you
I'm
look
saying?
to House's point, when you look at the charts, they're trending positively and they continue to do so. From Obama to Trump, and then also here.
But you're defeating HQ's argument.
Well, I think we're just getting clarity. That's all.
Because if you're saying that, okay, he inherited this and he continued it on, that means he did not govern badly.
He didn't.
But if you have Biden come into office and then all of a sudden you see them numbers get wonky, instead of them continuing to progress, you see him spike up and then go back down, he did something wrong.
Yeah.
Well, so when I'm thinking of that part, if we just stick with inflation specifically, I think if Trump had to do the stimulus and they got the PPPs to save people from going into a depression, I think it makes sense that inflation does spike at that point because we needed to push money in an economy while goods are literally slowing down because of a pandemic. So I think it was a positive, but inflation just by definition seemingly negatively affects people. So it wouldn't be something you would bash Trump for, but you would acknowledge that inflation went up because he had to do a thing. You see what I'm saying?
But see, the thing is, when we start trying to have this conversation that the current president inherited the last president's whatever, that conversation could go on forever. You could sit here and say, well, Obama didn't really create a good economy. He inherited it from Bush.
Yeah, I got to look up the Bush stuff.
You see what I mean? But that's the line to go. No, what we do is we look at the indicators of what policies they're implementing and how they have an effect on the economy at that moment. I can tell you right now for a fact that the moment that Biden got in office and started signing executive orders, I immediately lost like $30,000 in the market.
Did you look at the line from Trump to Biden? Did any one of y'all look at the line from Trump to Biden? What was the line?
I can try to find it.
And by the way, I thought it was bad for me. Izzy said he lost money. Tommy Sotomayor said he lost over 100,000.
Yeah, but it was a pandemic. What are you talking about?
I guess I understand the point, Angry Man. If I use an analogy, if I buy a used car, I ain't blaming who else I bought it from. Right at a point, that's mine, and I take everything good and bad that comes with that car, essentially.
Yeah,
I'm looking at some stuff right now. If the pandemic didn't happen, Donald Trump was only going to add about 3.1 trillion. So that was almost $1 trillion less debt than what Obama did upon his administration.
No, because he did the tax cuts, and the tax cuts were $8 trillion.
The tax cuts actually helped you.
I didn't say they didn't. What I said was he added $8 trillion to the deficit.
But he's looking at
you're not understanding. 3.1 trillion is just is just compiled. 4.6 million was because of the stimulus. So it's not like he added motherfucking debt based off the being negligence.
I see what you're saying. It was calculated.
It was calculated, yeah.
But see,
I see that point.
The point is this: right before you have the pandemic, right? You literally have if I hate to say if, but had that event not happened,
yeah,
okay, you would have had Trump would have had a economy that would have most certainly surpassed Obama's economy. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is this is you coming in as president, implementing certain things, and let's be real, Trump didn't just sit on his hands. He did shit. He implemented shit. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Obama's quoted as saying that we would never pour steel in this country again.
That's crazy.
When Trump got in office, guess what? They started pouring steel again. All right. There's a lot of things that he implemented, not to mention the fact we didn't have no wars under him. That's unprecedented for our time in life because every last one of our presidents have been war hawks. Every last one of them.
And you got and another thing is because we didn't have any wars country to country. I looked up stuff. It was other countries falling apart through civil war. We didn't even have that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the things that he implemented to take care of the people while we was in distress, when nobody motherfucking complaining. When he get out the office, now it's he did this, he had this, but you spent that money. You feel me? Because people talking about, oh, he gonna give you another stimulus. Stimulus was going for about 10 million. You feel me? Depending on who you was, what type of business you had.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah, this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read these real quick and you can jump right in. All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Coach collision with the $5 says some black women say black men are misogynistic for not voting for a black woman, but won't submit to a black man. Miss Sandry 101. RNC with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic, you are wrong. Amber Thurman family suing hospital over her death. You are wrong. Yeah, I looked at that one. Eric with the $10 says, I paid. Are you gonna leave me in the back? Yeah, until the slot opens up. But fortunately, one did. LeGarrette and you didn't pay to come up. You just asking a question. LeGarrette with the $5 says the case in Texas was a lady named Kate Cox, and they allowed her to get an emergency abortion. It happened last year. She was 20 weeks pregnant. And TAT with the $5 says, how many of y'all had a problem with the Dems having the White House, Obama, House, and Senate simultaneously? No quote unquote oversight is cool when it's team blue. Nick Taylor. RNC with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic, you have. Okay, Mr. Fantastic ain't here, but I think he responded in the chat. I think I saw it. He said the girl stole his sperm, RNC. I think you saw it in the chat. Okay. RNC with the $5 says, how come Trump didn't give tax breaks on tips, overtime, or Social Security in his first term? Trump's lies is why. Scam with the $2 says, can a woman win an election? Yes. Pearly thing. Chaotic with the Romello was popping with the $5 says, can we take reproductive rights off the table for a minute and indulge in other policies? We adulting, right? I think we got there. Arnold with the $2 says 7 dudes, 1 train of thought. Aaron with the $2 says Arnold, I don't know why you left. Aaron with the $2 says they said Black Harris before a white Hillary. Nah. Arnold with the $5 says it went from 19% in 2020 to 23% in 2024. Y'all are outliers amongst black men. Y'all don't represent black men. Arnold Allen with the $5 says patriarchy spent a year finding the right Invisalign kit. Callie Bev with the $5 says my only choice down ballot were Dems. There was no choice. Gabe with the $5 says when you blend your politics with the gender war, you're cooked already. Oh, and emotional. Angry man, you want to respond to this?
You said what?
You want to respond to this?
When you blend your politics with the gender war, you're cooked already. oh, an emotional angry man is the most emotional person on the panel. Okay, what does me being emotional have to do with anything? Last time I checked, human beings have emotions. First of all, I don't have to blend the politics with the gender war. It was turned into the gender war the moment that Kamala Harris started pushing identity politics. So the moment she started making the agenda that she was pushing about things that only seem to affect women, that's when it became part of a gender war. So, but you would know that if you actually paid attention.
El Castigado with the $2 says Candace Owens proved Kamala Harris is not black. Uncut with the $5. What's popping? Uncut says a lot of black men voted with their trade unions. Everything don't come down to the gender war. Devin with the $2 says, how come y'all never examine why? Why what, Devin? Marcus Evans with the $5 says to HQ. Y'all follow white supremacy for a long time, which abortion came from white supremacy, but y'all don't want to have that conversation.
I don't know what you're talking about, Goofy Marcus.
Jay Miller with the $5 says Biden gave the eulogy for a KKK recruiter, but Trump's a racist. Sherwin with the $10 says the Dems underestimated the influence of these podcasts. PDB had over 220,000 people watching last night. Daily Wire 100,000 plus Megyn Kelly 67,000 plus Tim Pool consistently 30,000. I'm in these YouTube streets.
Where's these left-leaning policies? Those are all right-hand podcasts.
And by the way, I just pulled up that article that y'all pulled up. That is typical, considering the fact that right before this election, they started pushing the narrative that Obama's economy was inherited by Trump. In fact, Obama got up there in a rally and said that shit. He's never said that shit before. You go find me the video where he said it. Because back when right before he got out of office, I remember what everybody was saying about Obama's economy. So that right there is talking points. In fact, if you go to look it up right now, you're gonna find articles from CNN. You're gonna find articles from MSNBC. You're even gonna find the freaking government, the Congress, pushing the narrative that Trump inherited that economy. He did. And the reason,
so he did inherit it. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? That he didn't?
He didn't. No, he didn't. Obama's economy. Obama's economy was not what Trump inherited.
And the reason some people think, well, I don't know, I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy. We had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him.
Did you forget that during Obama's economy, you were in a recession?
I spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time.
Did you forget?
So just in case everybody has a hazy memory.
I didn't say we weren't in a recession.
He didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
His ass is lying.
Hey, Obama, all right with me.
Let me read these real quick, y'all. Tim with the $5 says, HQ, I'm an ICE agent. Trust me, we are already planning it. Under this administration, we are handcuffed. Aaron with the $2 is worried about Project 2025. Wait till Agenda 2030. Enos was popping with the £5. Good to see all. Good to see all. But this is sad. Our women are lost. They are not even trying to listen. I'm going to get me a white woman. Don't do it. And Sam with the $2 says, no one likes people to cut in line. Why are they allowed to? Uncut with the $5 says, $2.2 trillion infrastructure bill signed by Donald Trump pre-C19. Bridges still messed up. The roads ain't shit out here, so I ain't gonna hold you. As A with a 20 vote. Black men are under Trump's radar because he identifies with your court struggle. Other than that, he doesn't see you. So why y'all loving someone who doesn't respect / love you? You are still the lowest on the poll.
Hey, Ask Av. Shut the fuck up lying. You have an entire history of Donald Trump constantly being around black people and having black friends. Stop it. Stop it. Go pull up videos of Mike Tyson talking about Trump, his friend Trump, and the Catholic he's run for him. Stop playing this goofy ass game just because the media decided to tell you that Trump was racist. You didn't start this shit till he ran for president. Cut it the fuck out.
Billy Goat with the $5 says, damn, all the black women abandoned HQ. Sherelle, get your ass up there. So I think Sherelle off today.
Niggas kill me. They believe everything the fucking TV tells them.
Romello with the $5 says, don't quote me, but I think Wisconsin, Michigan, Kentucky, and Iowa for a few is writing amendments for non-citizens. We gotta look that up. As Abe with the $5 says, silly to believe Dems counted an illegal immigrant, to be honest, enough to include themselves in the census when the people come a knocking. LOL. As Abe with the $10 says, Trump is not thinking about you niggas. Lowest of all men in the world! Exclamation point. Get off Trump's penis. You haven't yet said what he is promising to do for you guys. This is mind-boggling.
Yo, check this out. Before Trump got in office, I was barely making $30,000 a year. By the time he left office, I was a six-figure earner, and I'm not talking about 100,000. You don't know what you're talking about, nigga. And the reason why you don't know what you're talking about in the room is because you on the low end of the totem pole with your bum ass.
As Abe with the $2, look at black men trying to matter. You don't. Billy Goat with the $5 says, what is he saying? So black people agree that with taxpayer money going to incarcerated criminals and migrant sex changes, that's what y'all voted for, black women? Or they give hormones to kids?
If you believe all that propaganda.
As Abe with the $2, Obama handed Trump a rising economy. As Abe with the $5 says, you guys are invisible unless you buy the gold sneakers he said he made for you. LOL. Once he is pardoned, he has nothing else in common with black men.
Was he invisible when he signed? Were black men invisible when he signed the First Step Act that released thousands of prisoners that were nonviolent offenders, 90% of which were black? Were we invisible when he pardoned black people? Were we invisible then, or were we invisible when what's my man's name that
Meech?
No, not Meech.
Wayne? Kodak?
No, I always be fucking up with the names. What's my man's name?
ASAP Rocky.
I don't want to say his real name. He comes on these panels. He's a doctor. I want to say his name. Ty. Ty.
Yeah.
What was Donald Trump ignoring black people when Ty himself went to a meeting with Donald Trump with other black people, and he had a conversation with them about how black people are gonna have you people right here are gonna be the change in this country that helps us move forward. But some of you are gonna take advantage of this situation to take advantage of black people, which some of them did. Some of them that was in that meeting went out. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I got a few more. And what the fuck? I can't think of his name. Now it's gonna bother me. Ty's name is what the hell is his YouTube name? I can't remember.
Modern Renaissance.
Modern Renaissance. Yeah, there you go. Aaron with the salute to Modern Renaissance. Aaron with the $2 says 1,000 stimulus a week to stay at home. I missed that. Jesus Christ. Callie Bev with the $5 says it takes about 2 years for policy to go through and be able to see the outcomes. John Henry with the $10 says U.S. economy is best in the world. Inflation is down to 2.4%, lowest since February 2021, and gas is $3.10 as of November 4th. Only the GOP circles is the sky falling. Only in GOP circles is the sky falling. As Abe with the $5 says, y'all get no credit. Latin men do. He didn't need your vote. He didn't need your vote. Nor does it count.
23% a lot.
White men stood on business. White women stood on business. Black men not needed. Curtis Hancock with the $5 says, how do you measure a good economy? Is it just GDP and stock prices, or is it wages? Well, hopefully those 5 categories kind of give you a semblance of what good is. So hopefully we answer that question for you. The dude with the 20 ball says, Obama inherited a shit show from Bush. Everything was crashing. Automobile industry was failing. House markets crashing. Banks failing. Angry man's misinformation is insane. At least we got instead of infrastructure under Biden.
We didn't talk about Bush.
So number one dude in the chat, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I literally just pulled, since y'all pulled the article, I literally pulled the article by NPR fact checking, saying that numerous economists have argued that when Trump got in office, there it definitely was an inflection point where shit shifted and changed. So stop it. You niggas don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the reason why you vote for Kamala Harris, because you are politically stupid.
John Henry with the $10 says, there was no wars under Trump because Trump was not going to confront any of the dictators / strong men he enamored. It is long recognized Trump would acquiesce before providing pushback.
Oh, really? Did you see him touch the sheik that he wasn't supposed to touch? Did you see him slap him on the shoulder?
Billy Go Gruff with the $5 says, Trump tried stopping international travel into the U.S. to try and mitigate the COVID spread, which caused the pandemic, which Dems called him racist.
They called him racist and xenophobic.
Billy Goat with the $5 says, ask Abe 711. Trump been doing business with black men since the 80s. He was the only one to invite 50 Cent to hear his black plan. Biden, no, you goofy lady. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel.
What's goody? Shout outs to everybody on the panel. Let's get it. Let's talk about facts over feelings. Yo, shout outs to everybody. Much respect. So you got me like that Hamp last time. So shout outs to everyone. Hey, so HQ, I do believe that, the immigrants don't have to go home, but they got to get the hell up out of USA. Now, we're going to go into the pandemic. Trump faced a pandemic that was like no other pandemic across American history. It actually shut down the world. So for him to still sustain an economy, let's say it was given good from Obama, is a good on him. You could always mess it up. Now I wanted to move over into the markets. See, the markets got Democrats and Republicans, right? Stock markets, analysts, managers, all that stuff, right? But when Trump gets elected, the stock market goes crazy. Are they all alt-right? Are they all conspiracies that just favors the right? Or do they understand something that y'all might not be getting, which is possibly a Trump administration is going to be good for the market across the board, right? And then we go into the last thing that I'm going to say is the GDP versus the debt to income, or the debt. So the national debt is one thing, then you have the GDP, and if you do the national debt to the GDP and look at the net worth of America, all that matters. So yes, people take on debt and extend the debt, but at the same time, long as they make wise investments, we'll be killing it. And last time I checked, when a Trump comes in, everybody knows that the return on investment will be coming. So this is why the markets reflect. The Dow Jones is up and everybody's excited.
Wait a minute. The Dow Jones and everything has been up under Biden for the past couple of months.
Okay, let's say that's true. No. Yeah, say that. And it's skyrocketed with Trump too. So there we go. Yeah. You can't say that, right? See, I can say that about that. I don't have a bias. Okay, cool. It's been good under Biden. But when I ask you to say same about Trump, you're like,
I don't know whether what you're saying is true or not. I have no idea.
Okay. But you know it's true for Biden. But you don't know it's true for Trump.
I heard it on, my stock.
You heard it on the news.
The reason why the market is up is because, and they've already had this conversation. You've had numerous businessmen saying that they are anticipating that Donald Trump was going to get elected. Once a lot of these pundits, a lot of these people start anticipating that his reelection, this caused people to have more faith in the market. If people start having more faith in the market, you're gonna see the market go up.
You see, he touched that Saudi Arabian man, and he wasn't supposed to, right?
Yeah, because that's what we do. Some bullshit. But also, too, when you talk about other dictators, too, the guy said something about dictators and Trump, this and that. Listen, man. Unless you on the front lines, I don't want to hear you yapping from the back lines. When it comes down to world leaders, especially like Putin or Kim Jong-un, all these other people, they're not no joke, man. Y'all sit back eating Cheetos and Fritos and overweight and think stuff is. I'm a combat veteran. I had a top secret security clearance. Diplomacy is serious. These guys ain't nothing light. And Trump was able to go over there and broker deals that nobody was able to do before. And whether it was in the Korean Peninsula or whether it was in the Middle East, we have massive amounts of peace. That means troops like me and the guys I roll with who actually defend the American Constitution, we don't have to go to war.
He went over there and negotiate. That came
Go
out
ahead.
with. Name 3 things that he went over there and negotiated.
I said that, okay, so the Korean Peninsula was not actually ended up, peace being brokered between South Korea and North Korea. That happened. And then the Middle East, have you even heard of ISIS ever again? No, because they got wiped out and they got obliterated. So we could talk about it. And once Trump got elected, Putin came out and said, hey, I'm ready to begin negotiations for Ukraine to stop the violence over there. And let's talk about Israel and the UAE. They brokered peace with the Middle East and Israel like never before. And they started doing trade amongst each other, the UAE and the rest of Doha and etc. So those are all the policies foreign that no Dem or Republican did prior to Trump. And they got the EU to pay the bill to NATO, which they never did before. We were paying the bill and footing the protection of Europeans, and we got Europeans to pay their fair share. That's facts.
No. And in addition to that, look, check this out. HQ, watch this. I got a prediction for you. And if I'm wrong, I will concede and tell you that you're right. Now that we know for a fact that Donald Trump is about to be president, watch all of these scary dictators that you're talking about, all of these scary leaders, watch them start falling in line. Watch them start falling in line. You literally had Joe Biden. Guess what? Here's something I bet you didn't know. Under Joe Biden, we lost 7 embassies. Did you know that? Did you know that? We lost 7 embassies under Joe Biden.
How?
Now, if you want to talk how, because with Biden in, look, after that Afghanistan debacle, we have become the laughing stock of the world. None of these other leaders took Biden seriously. And that is the reason why you have Putin going into Ukraine. That is the reason why you have us losing embassies. That is the reason why you have foreign nationals coming onto American soil to have meetings and disrespecting America at the meeting. Do y'all remember that? See, the thing about it, HQ, and I'm not trying to be condescending to you. I know you following what you following. But yo, I sit there and follow
embassies that change locations. No embassy closed under Biden. 3 of them moved, and they have less manpower, but they're not 7. I don't understand where you get 7.
Afghanistan, and I was at embassies. I served on embassies as a Marine security guard. So I know about embassies being attacked and having massive amounts of issues. Afghanistan is just one of many. Ukraine also, we had to evacuate the people out of the embassy. Also Israel, we had to evacuate people out of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. So across the board, and I worked at embassies. That's where I got my TS from.
But that's
so
not
we
what
lost that.
He said he
just said lost in embassies.
He said 7.
Go ahead.
Only been 3. And they've been moved to a different.
I gave you more than 3 points foreign. You never conceded and said, okay, he did that. And then I gave you about 3 different embassies, and now you're like, well, give me 7.
That's 4. Sudan, that's 3.
Do y'all not?
Afghanistan, Israel, the Middle East, and then also Ukraine. I gave you all those.
Let me ask you a question, HQ. Let me ask you a question. Is this an election year? Do y'all not know what spin is? Do you not know what spin is?
Well, where did you get your 7 from? You got spin too? I'm reading.
You got to think about this too.
We got 7. We got 7.
The media
we got
reported
47.
the media
We got
reported
47.
look, the media reported that the Hunter Biden laptop was
Yeah,
real.
I just read 3. I didn't read no 7. He said 7. I read 3.
All right, that one. So there's between 4 and 7. Go ahead, House, and then let me get John Henry in.
I'm just saying the quick Googles don't always tell you the entire story. The media, a spin is the media can spin the motherfucking information like they did with the Hunter Biden, the Hunter Biden shit, like they did with the Pizzagate shit. Like it's a lot of stuff that they can put in the media and pay for the advertisement so you can see that first when you look it up.
So when you look at Google, when you're looking up information on Google, right? Whatever you see on the first page, if you go to the third page, you're going to see content that contradicts what's on the first page. Okay. For every article that you bring up to prove your point, I can go find an article that's going to disprove your point. All right. So the best way to do this, as far as research, is to actually cross-reference that with what the actual officials are saying. And somewhere in the middle, you'll find some of the truth. You ain't going to find all of it, but you'll find some of it. The point that I'm trying to make is that under Biden, we lost embassies because of the fact that people across the world do not respect Joe Biden as a commander-in-chief. Part of the reason is because of stuff like what happened in Afghanistan. Do you see how much military equipment we left? Did you see the videos of them going through the streets, driving our tanks with our weapons?
And people.
They gave them motherfuckers a gift. They gave them a gift for artillery. Like that was strategic,
Bruh,
bro. All the shit they do is strategic, bro.
Just the fact off of just the and anybody in here that's in the military obstacles, you correct me if I'm wrong. Just them being able to get the night vision goggles is problematic.
Super intellectually protected. We only traded with certain nations.
Yeah.
Just the night vision goggles. Like, and they got tanks, they got freaking Humvees, they got, well, I don't know about tanks. I know they got Humvees, I know they got helicopters, bro.
And then Ham, you said 4 to 7, right?
Yeah, just based on we was looking at 4 were evacuated, certainly.
Yeah. Okay, bet. Look, we got 47. We got the office. Look, at the end of the day, we won. Landslide. It wasn't even close. So I want to figure out for us, since we won, Trumpers, mega type stuff, would y'all even talk to us if we lost? Nah, y'all wouldn't even be talking to us. Y'all call us conspiracy theories, sour losers, or here you go again, y'all about to riot. So y'all would come at us angry and crazy. You probably wouldn't even talk to us if y'all won. If Harris was in office, you'd be calling them misogynistic. Look at them. They mad because they lost. But guess what? We up. Mega. We back, baby. 47. That's what you need.
Well,
John would be gloating right now. She be gloating like
John,
crazy.
You would.
Well, let me see something. John, you be. John, are you a Trump supporter, John?
No. I told you guys a long time ago. I only come to this conservative circle jerk every now and then just to get my rounds off the conversation about the situation as it comes between men-women relationships for the most part. But then when it comes to the political, I normally sidestep that because of the rhetoric that we're hearing right now, that you can't have any conversation with certain folks due to the fact that observable reality sometimes doesn't sit well with it because it's not from their news channel or the news source.
Expound. What do you want to? What do you want to? You got to echo, John. But when you're talking, is fine. So, anything you want to dispel, as an example?
Yeah, I guess for the first time, starting off here, no, the world did not laugh at Joe Biden. Matter of fact, Pew Research has already stated here that globally, Biden received higher marks than Trump. Now, that was a fact. That was written. Now, I don't mind anyone laughing. You don't have to believe me. But again, observable reality speaks for itself. Now, when it comes for individuals looking for information on Google or Yahoo or whatever you look at, the thing is that you do get accurate information from Google. The thing is it has to be reputable. There's a difference between going to Reddit, which is a bunch of people just posting and asking questions, versus someone going to EBSCO database. or one of the other ones that are known to be peer-reviewed, and then being able to cross-reference your information between 5 or 6 different articles. For example, you can get an article from Sky News, from The Guardian, from Reuters, from AP, from U.S. World Reports, from U.S. News. You can grab an article from there and then go through each of those and gauge it against maybe something such as The Blaze, which is some of your right-wing articles, Red State, Washington Examiner, Epoch News, and you can clearly see where the disinformation comes from. But the thing is that if you don't know how to research, when people say, oh, I do my research, what is that going to garner you? To the point that I was listening to House of Hypocrites talk about the research that people do when they bring information out is not always the right information. I'm listening to him just speak in a misinformed manner about where information can be found from. Now, ask me this, Kent. Well, let me just break this with you, Ham.
Nigga, I'm from the country.
Again, hence your research. And I don't mean to talk nasty about it, but I'm from the country also. But the thing is that I learned that before I speak, I need to verify that the information is gold. It's solid. Anything that I provide up here, Ham, do I not make sure I research it first and send it to you every now and then to ensure that what I'm saying is golden, that can be matched. So therefore, I'm not going to come up here and speak noise. Go ahead.
You said the way I spoke, though. You didn't say any information that I said was misinformed.
Oh, what is that?
The information you spoke of. Go ahead, Andrew. I apologize.
Henry, you need a something earpiece.
Obstacles. He always his technology. He's the smartest. He only used good technology when he at work. Everything in his house.
Okay, yeah, bet. Yeah. You need to research better technology, John. All right, research that.
So John, you seem like an intelligent brother. I'm not discounting anything you said. I probably don't agree with your political views, but the thing about it is, as far as me, I can't speak for everybody else. I pretty much look at everybody's news. I know which ones are right leaning. I know which ones are left leaning. I actually watch when Congress holds whenever they hold meetings that's open to everybody to see it. I pay attention to what they're doing or whatever. But for everybody that's researching, you can actually get a app called Ground News, which actually will take all of the articles and it'll cross-reference them. It'll show you which ones are leaning right, which ones are leaning left, which ones are in the middle. You can actually find everything in one place and cross-reference it and stuff. But trust me, bro, I'm not going to get up here and say something if I haven't checked, because I don't want to look like an asshole when I open my mouth. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm going to tell you right now, some of the stuff that HQ been saying, and HQ, I love you to death.
Propaganda all night.
I love you to death, but you be tripping. You tripping tonight. I'm just saying.
Now, the equivalent of what you said, Angry Man. So the app you spoke of, Ground News, it's not the only one. The equivalent of that, or the difference of that, would be Flipboard. That's something that comes with folks who happen to have Android phones, or if not Flipboard, there's also Smart News, which does the exact same thing, where it compartmentalizes all information that is provided and gives you the opportunity to speak from whatever particular platform you are on, but have the same news. The problem is that the news doesn't truly change per se. What changes is how someone interprets it and creates the narrative around it. And that's what I've been hearing most of the evening. Now, for the most part, I'll say right now, HQ and I don't agree on a damn thing when it comes to talking about men and female issues half the damn time. But the one thing I will say right now, not that I agree with how she's presented everything, but she has not been off base too far speaking of what she's spoken of tonight. I've sat here, I've listened, I've watched, I've even provided information inside of the chat itself, therefore to make sure things are balanced and supporting what she says, or even to your degree what you said as well, Angry Man. But I will say right now, from the standpoint of where we're talking from, if I were to be asked if I were one who voted for Pamela, I'd say yes. The reason I voted for her is because I did not see the point of wasting a vote on a man who was guilty of insurrection and rape, and also a convicted felon that we have brought into the presidency. Now, that is proven fact in a court of law, what I've just stated. Again, Hamp, if I'm wrong, Do I provide or do I speak out of turn if nothing is true that I state?
You always provide evidence.
Actually, sir, actually, there's one caveat. One caveat to what you said.
Hold on, Anger. He got it. Yeah, there you go. Yes,
So
he got a crazy echo.
There's one caveat to what you said, and everybody gives me pushback on this, but I still have to state it. Technically, he is not a felon yet. In a court of law, he is not a felon yet. What has happened is he has been found guilty of those 34 counts. However, the judge has not issued his final judgment. It is only when the judge issues his final judgment and sentences him that he actually is then a felon. It's a legal technicality, and the only reason why I'm stating it being important is because that case is at the state level, which means that his legal team, if they wanted to, and I don't know if they've done it or not, they could actually appeal to a federal judge. He could actually issue a restraining order to postpone that that sentencing until they figure out what they're going to do. But technically right now, he's not classified as a felon as much as people say he is. They were saying it a lot in the news, but if you notice, the moment that the sentencing got postponed, you notice they stopped using that talking point. So that's the only caveat that I would add to that.
He's still a serial SA.
Well, you beat me to it, SA. But Andrew, man, to your point, we're playing semantics at that stage. He did commit the crime. However, I will give that to you, because if we want to dance around the jargon semantics, if we want to say that he is not technically, and you said it, technically, he's not technically a felon. So if he's not technically a felon, he is guilty of a crime. Yes or no?
Well, I would argue a couple of things about that. Number one, even when the jury brought in the verdict, the judge gave them specific instructions telling them even if they could not find a law that he was guilty of, if they felt like he was wrong, they should still find him guilty. Technically, there's no underlying law that he's been found guilty of, which makes this case problematic. But you say that that's semantics. I would argue that in the legal world, technicalities matter.
I agree. I will agree. Technicalities matter. But in this sense, and this was not one of the examples I was giving, but in this sense, what technicalities matter, we'll take away from technicality. Did the 12 people inside the jury box speak? Have the people spoken?
Yeah, they spoke.
All right, I'll leave it right there.
Wait. I want to say this, but no, watch it. But did the people speak on November the 5th?
Oh yeah, I'm not. No one's denying that.
So I'll leave it right there.
They spoke.
Nobody's disputing that.
So wait.
No, I got you. No, I got you. Nobody is. I'm just adding that to the conversation.
Yeah, I will leave it right there. As I said before,
most Americans
did it. It shows the caliber of Americans that we have as far as morality. Again, to elect a man guilty of insurrection
because they don't agree with you. No, that's your morality. But you keep it with yourself. But that's not for other Americans.
Because the law. Check your email.
You said morality. You said morality.
Yeah, I did. Morality of individuals.
Yeah, but they're free, right? But they're free to vote for who they want to, right?
You're right. Just because they're free doesn't mean the morality of the individual is equating to what that office and the position stands for. That's all I'm saying.
John is high enough to put that on all Americans that voted for him. You, John, are saying those people are over there are not morally up to X, Y, and Z. You, John, are saying that about 57 million Americans.
It's saying that because if you look at the definition of those two crimes, you find someone of merit and of integrity when engaged in such a manner.
This is what I gotta say about it.
Hold on. We do not want to have a conversation with people about church. When people talk about religion, they should be a doggone word about religion if you're willing to vote for that person. Don't talk to nobody about religion.
Okay, wait a minute. First of all, here's the problem with this, right? Because I find it interesting that black people are taking these positions when it comes to the judicial system, especially when black people are always crying about how corrupt the judicial system is.
Facts.
So number one, when you look at all three cases, and I watched all three cases, I paid very close attention to all of those cases. When you look at the case, and I'm talking specifically about the three. I'm talking about the one with that Letitia James brought. I'm talking about the one that Fannie Willis brought, and I'm talking about the one where he was, found guilty or whatever, right? So, number one, with the insurrection thing, the fact that y'all are even attributing the insurrection to him is ridiculous. Okay,
Ridiculous.
Number one in the history of this country, I don't ever recall anybody having an insurrection with no weapons. Okay, now what they did was illegal.
It's what you call gaslighting.
That's not gaslighting. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Half of us know he did the insurrection, and the other half think he didn't.
Hold on for a second. First of all, you don't even know the definition of the word gaslight. You hear people say it. You hear people say it, and then you repeat it. No, I'm not gaslighting. I'm not gaslighting you. I watched the entire speech that he gave, and in no instance in that speech did he tell them to do that. Okay, so the people that actually did it, did they or did they not get arrested and convicted? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so guess what? Guilty parties. Hold on. The guilty parties were found guilty and they were prosecuted. All right. Because to sit here and say that's just like me sitting here, saying, you know what? I think somebody ought to rob such and such store. And then you go rob the store. And then your defense is that I said somebody should do it. That's not the way our legal system works. Okay.
He was the mastermind. He made the nincompoops go and do it.
No, he was not. There's no, first of all, when you're dealing with a court of law, you have to deal with the evidence. If you look at the speech, he did not instruct them. Even if you were to go to court and say, well, he implied it, I could object off the strength that you're trying to say that you know the client's state of mind in that moment. You can't do that.
And that's why he hasn't been convicted of a crime for doing it. Okay, because we know you did it, but we can't convict you.
So
that's
no, you want that to be what it is.
Exactly.
That's the same shit the way that works. You want that to be what it is. Now, when you're talking about the thing with Letitia James, the appellate court is already reversing that because of a couple of things. One, they're like, okay, who's the damaged party in the situation? Deutsche Bank has already stated very clearly that they know for a fact that he overvalued his property, which a lot of people do. They said that was not one of the main factors that they gave him that loan. They said it was only one of many factors, and they knew he was going to do it, and they were not bothered by it because he's gotten 22 other loans from them and paid those loans back. So number one, you don't have an issue there. Number two, the appellate court asked very specifically, name an instance where you have these same circumstances where you've actually brought a case like this. They couldn't name one. There's no legal precedence for it. They then asked, why would you fine him such a large amount of money? They didn't really have an answer for that because there was no precedence for that as well. So what ended up happening is the appellate court said very specifically, it seems like you only went after this man because he's running for president. Then you have Fannie Willis down there. So Nathan Wade done already spilled the beans to Congress and said that she was already talking about prosecuting Trump before she even took office. Not to mention the meetings that they've allegedly had with the White House. So you have an agenda here. Now, if you want to talk about the SA case, I'm not going to go into that. It is what it is. If y'all don't want to vote, if y'all didn't want to vote for him for that, I'm not going to argue with you. You feel what I'm saying? But those three cases, well, the only reason I'm saying I haven't delved into that. So I'm not going to speak on something I don't know. But as far as those three cases are bunk. The ones I just named are bunk.
The ones with the one with the SA case with Eugene Carroll. The crazy thing about that is it was past the statute of limitations to even charge the man if he was guilty of such crime. If he even was, they did something where in New York they extended it a day just for this lady to come in here to I guess file a suit against Donald Trump with this case. 20 years
was she
ago,
found guilty? Was he found
20
guilty or no?
I mean, it's easy when you're trying to prosecute. They've been trying to prosecute him in New York. You gotta stop unpausing your shit, dog. You gotta stop. You gonna unpause it just to laugh? That's weird, nigga. But you gotta think about it. New York has been trying to get this man up out the motherfucking office for what reason? So you got
that don't mean he didn't provide ammunition for them to get.
Hey, HQ,
it's easy to accuse a man of that shit, bro. It's
HQ,
easy.
They found Reuben Hurricane Carter guilty too. They found a lot of people guilty for things they have not done.
He was found liable.
I'm
Let's
amazed.
not obfuscate
I'm
things.
amazed. No, because I want to understand this. I want to
civilly
understand.
liable. Civilly liable.
I want to understand how it is Black people, the group of people who have constantly been railroaded in the court system, who constantly fight for criminal justice reform. Now, all of a sudden, because someone you don't like is being prosecuted, well, he was found guilty, so he must have been guilty.
You can't see through the bullshit now.
This is crazy.
Are you serious right now?
And I don't take
Are you serious right now?
I just don't respect
so this is what happened. This is what I call. I'm not really worried about you respecting me because, again, this is probably the only place where you ever see me. This is the only place that you, Angry Man, everyone on this panel in their lifetime will ever come in contact with me. Because outside of this, we don't exist in the same areas. But this is where I say that people suffer from daddy issues, where you have dismissiveness, avoidance, deflection, delusion, to include yammering. All right, so whatever you spoke of right about now, Angry Man, I don't have an issue with the cases you spoke of, but I didn't speak of those. You mentioned those. I spoke of two in particular. Now, I will say again that yes, insurrection was what he was charged with. He was found guilty of in a court of law. I bring that up because, again, it is a fact. The only thing that the judge did not do was remove him from the ballot, even though he was found to be guilty of insurrection based upon how insurrection was laid out. He should not be on the ballot. But again, the key thing, semantics, as you talk about the technicality, was that it was claimed he was not an officer of the court, or not an officer of the court, but he's not considered to be an officer of that potential of a legal office, or the nature of what it was centered around. Because of that technicality, he was allowed to run for president. So hey, I give it's what it is, man.
Will you admit that specific charge, insurrection, is the one that can get him off the ballot? So you don't find it convenient. So you don't find it convenient that this man gives a speech. You have a group of people that assemble there that he told to assemble peacefully. You also have reports of FBI agents being in the crowd. You also have reports of people inciting certain things in that crowd. Then when they go into that Capitol building in an illegal fashion and do what they do, all of a sudden now he's charged with insurrection, which is the one thing that can get him off the ballot.
Did you say they went in a legal fashion or illegal fashion?
He said illegal.
Illegal. I said illegal. They wasn't supposed to. They wasn't supposed to, like some people try to make. Look, some people try to make this argument, and I refuse to make this argument. Some people will say, "Well, people are allowed to go into the Capitol." Okay, cool, they are, but they're not allowed to bum rush the Capitol while they're counting, while they're trying to do the process. So I won't make that argument. You feel what I'm saying? Anybody that say, oh, they went in there legally, no, they didn't. They went in there illegally. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if you want to say that's a full-blown insurrection, I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch.
That's not no insurrection.
No, they've been convicted of it. So what do you mean? They've been convicted of that.
I think the key is though. Somebody got popped. Did somebody get popped out there?
Yeah.
And then
A woman.
Yeah, Ashley
And then
Babbitt.
somebody go through like a window and all that. She got popped going through the window, right?
Yeah, to the congressional floor.
She got shot. She was leading the charge to break into the chamber to where they had all of the other members of Congress that they were trying to attack. And the guard stationed on the inside did his job to ensure that no one was harmed.
Man,
being that
nobody
she
was
at
in
the tip
that
of the spear.
goddamn building.
So let me ask this question.
What's the argument? Well, somebody edify me on what are we arguing specifically right now?
Whether or not it's considered an insurrection, but I would say that it was because it's that action in conjunction with the fake electors that he had in there, which is partially why he waited so long to call everything off. Because while all that writing and stuff was going on, they like, hey, Trump, can you tell everybody to cut it out? He's stalling for them fake electors to go down there. When he said that Mike Pence didn't do what he was supposed to, the fake electors, yes. Whatchamacallit? When Mike Pence stop. So when he was talking about Mike Pence didn't do what he was supposed to do, he was supposed to accept those fake electors that were sent down there to go ahead and place their vote for president, and he did not.
Callie,
That's the thing. It's the
can
violence.
you edify me on fake electors? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
You know
So the state legislature sends electors down to the Capitol to go ahead and vote for president, right? The electoral vote, that's what that is, right? So those people from those states where we saw last night are supposed to go down there and cast their vote for president.
Do y'all remember how many votes Joe Biden got?
Wait, so what? I'm gonna hear the rest.
Yeah. So what?
So what he did was he had fake electors set up in certain states to go down there and change their vote from Biden to Trump.
And this is
You have evidence of this?
Hold on.
Yes. Sorry.
This is proof. This is I don't know why y'all. So this is proven.
Yes.
In Jack Smith's case, Jack Smith.
Hold on. Yo, do y'all hey, John, mute for me. We are trying to get clarification of information. When everybody unmutes, it doesn't help clarify anything, right? So, Callie, are you saying that there's evidence of this?
Yes.
Can you send it to me? I never heard that.
Sure, I'll send it to you.
Okay, and now, so what happened in the wake of this? It was somebody punished?
Yes, some of those people were punished. Exactly, because they were not state-approved electors that were sent down there. Those
and this is attributed, and this was attributed to Donald Trump?
Yes.
And what's his charge in correlation?
He wasn't, and that's what John was talking about. And I'll let him pick it up from there.
John, you cannot unmute when people are talking. It's like you have the show playing, John. We can like hear the show.
You know why he wasn't charged? You know why he wasn't charged?
It wasn't proven that he was associated.
He didn't send no damn fake electors.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll send that shit to you.
Now, John, what were you going to say?
Is it a possibility?
Well, I just want to. I want to hear the elector thing a little bit more. I never heard that before y'all rebuttal. Plus, I'm about to get out of here. But John, what were you going to say in conjunction with what Callie said, if anything?
He was charged for fomenting, which is, even though he did not go down there directly, it's like having the guy who sits around the table. Okay, boys, here's what we're going to do. Rocker was going to go in and blow the safe. JJ is going to stand by the front door. And by the time Rocky Jr. gets on the outside, he's going to be in the getaway car. So they nabbed everybody who was a part of the process. But the thing is that they also nabbed the guy who put the plan together, who was a part of it. The only thing that has kept Trump, and again, the only thing that kept Trump from going to jail from this is the fact that he was president at the time. That was the main thing. And then when he was no longer the president, that's when they brought charges for it. But because of the fact that he has now gotten back into the presidency, they can no longer again prosecute him. The whole issue that we have people who come up on these panels and make these stupid, forgive my language, stupid fucking statements about what didn't happen, there were no fake electors, is based upon where they get their information from. And that goes back to also the algorithm. The algorithm across the internet says or is set to give you the information that you are looking for if you only look for it. Therefore, if you're not looking for anything outside of your vacuum or what it is that is of interest to you, you never see it. That's why we have such a division when we have conversations.
So here's the thing. This entire argument that y'all are raising is intellectually dishonest, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's intellectually dishonest because there is one side of this story that we're not even allowed to talk about here on this platform. I'm not going to talk about it because if I talk about it, that would jeopardize Hamp's channel. So I'm not going to talk about it. All I'm going to say is there were events happening. There were events happening leading up to that everybody wants to pretend didn't happen. Okay. Now I need to see the proof of the fake electors.
Exactly.
Okay. I need to see that proof. So then here's the other thing. You said the mastermind thing where it's like, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. When did he do that? When did he do that? When did he have? See, the problem with that argument is that the case that they're bringing hinges on he did that in the speech, which he did not.
He's not being prosecuted for that right now. He's not being prosecuted for that.
This is how that shit. When y'all say where you get the information that and where it's feeding you because of the algorithm, it goes exactly towards the point. I have never heard this shit in the past 4 years. You know how big this particular story would be? That he had.
It was big. It was big.
I would also say earlier,
they would still be mentioning this shit.
Never heard that before.
I have
never heard fake the seven slate of electors that they sent to the.
But watch this. Watch this.
Nobody.
Earlier, you said, John said something about technicalities. Wait, hold on. Earlier, John said something about technicalities because the angry man said, "Hey, it hasn't happened yet." Now, let me ask you this: has he been judged by those people and found guilty? Because if he's not, he's innocent until proven guilty, right? Okay, so case nothing to be said. Just because you said that. You remember you said that, Henry, earlier when we were talking about. Remember we were talking about Trump and the issues he had, and you was like, "Hey man, that's technicalities," and et cetera, et cetera. Hey, and then you got up and you got it on this moral high ground, and you raised above the air, and you said, "Hey, he been judged by 12." Okay, cool. So the same energy for what you said. Has he been judged by 12 of these fake electors and everything? And the answer is no.
No, Rudy Giuliani, his lawyer, has went to jail.
Trump. Don't tell me about the next man.
And in the testimony, he confesses to everything. Did you hear what I said?
But he hasn't been guilty by the 12.
Did you hear what I said?
But not by the 12.
Rudy, did you hear what I said? I said his lawyer.
Not Trump.
Did you hear what I said?
Excuse
me.
I hear you, but I said not Trump. I'm talking about Trump.
I said his lawyer has been convicted.
Let me ask a question.
Stop.
The
lawyer has been convicted, and the lawyer in the testimony says we did this to get the fake electors down to the down to the house. Yes, it has been confessed by his lawyer.
Let me ask this question real quick. So here's my question. When are they going to prosecute Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party for picking her and putting her on the ticket?
Answer: what? They're not, because there was nothing.
And why would they do that?
That's already been handled as well.
Why would they do that?
What was legal was the conference that they had, or the trial of Trump.
Who voted for her?
Was found. I did.
The American people voted for her when she made the VP ticket.
No, you voted for her to be as VP. You didn't vote for her.
Yes, if something happened to Biden, she became the president.
First of all,
he stepped down.
No. First of all,
hold on.
How do you step down? How do you step down from the ticket because you're incompetent, but you still president?
The same way Ronald Reagan was running around here with dementia, and he was still president.
We ain't talking about Ronald Reagan. We talking about Joe Biden and Kamala.
You said, how does that happen? And I gave you an example of it happening before. You asked how does that happen? You asked how does that happen, and I told you about it happening before. That's all.
And what we're talking ain't that's it. That's all.
That's very much that's it. That's all. You asked how does that happen, and I gave you an example of how it happened before.
No. Y'all not gonna play this. We gonna prosecute Trump for everything under the sun. Meanwhile, you got other presidents doing all types of wild shit. We not gonna do this. We not gonna do this. Don't let me bring up that laptop from hell.
If he let me ask a question. If he do he have a alleged like rape charge or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, Ham. He doesn't have alleged.
Biden don't have no charges. Biden don't have no charges. Biden don't have no charges.
That boy kind of boy 6'9"
Biden has no charges. Trump has a rape conviction.
Wow.
I also provided that to you as well.
Yo, you know what, John? I'm gonna tell you something. You came up here, and I had high hopes because you gave this moral speech. But you are full of it, bro. You are full of it.
Wow.
Yo, Joe Biden was getting me too. Hold on. Joe Biden was getting me too. Let's stop playing this game, bro.
But what about I'm asking about Trump more so. Is he what's his backstory, John?
The backstory here is that he's had 26 rape allegations against him that's gone over the course of 15 plus years. But let's push that all to the side here, because the fact that I'm listening to Angry Man with his misinformed bullshit over here conflating and obfuscating. That's generally what you get, as well as also you get propaganda. And the whole key here is that Trump was found guilty of rape. E. Jean Carroll. And I said before, remember I said something about the algorithm? Listen to these story kids over the corner. He was found guilty.
It wasn't a criminal
hold
case.
on, let John work through it. Now, what type of charge was he? Was it a criminal or a civil charge, John?
Civil.
No, you can't. It was civil. But as it said, I gave you the article. Also, I posted the article in the back chat, and it stated quickly. The judge said yes, he was guilty of rape.
Okay, so now when you look at a civil charge, John, what do you think people should do with that information? So if a person have a civil charge of rape or let's say molestation, and they're running for an office or they want to be a CEO, how do you think we should leverage that against them, in your opinion?
It goes back to morality, as I've said before. Now, I don't come up here and preach morality because I'm an atheist. But there's still a level of morality that as individuals that we still recognize. Now, as a point of that, even being said, because of the fact it was pointed, it was noted, it was a fact, it is stamped, wrote, done. But you have people who are dismissive, hence why I made the statement daddy issues, where you have deflection, avoidance, dismissiveness, delusion, and yammering. You can put observable reality out here, but again, these three cats over here in the corner, because of the fact, as I said, there's an algorithm that if you like cars and you look for cars, all you're going to find is cars. You're not going to find trucks if you don't look for trucks.
Let me ask him one more question. Because, so John, people that know this and still choose to side with the man, are you questioning their morality?
I don't have to question the morality because, again, with anybody here, if you knew that if we had a guy that was a speedophile, okay, if he was a speedo, would you question his morality? Would you sit here and actually be in the same room with this guy? Would you hang out with this guy? Would you go
pedophile?
places with this guy?
No.
You voted for touchdown.
All right, there you go. Okay, there you go, Ham. So again,
but we dealing with low information voters.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Dealing with low information voters, Ham. These people don't read. They don't listen to nothing except the propaganda from the news.
Right.
That's why they don't read.
Let them respond real quick, HQ.
Okay, first of all,
go ahead, Anchor Man.
Got me another book. Shit. Don't pull that case, them cases out, Angry Man. We don't read. What they talking about?
Pull your books out.
If you don't want to look at the videos, I dropped some articles in the back.
Pull your books out.
My bad.
Where your book at, HQ? Where your books at, HQ?
Which one, Karen?
All right wing propaganda people. All right wing
propaganda.
Mitch McConnell. What is he cruising there?
Miss
All
HQ think everything political.
right wing propaganda
Mitch McConnell couldn't stand Trump.
All right wing propaganda people.
Mitch McConnell couldn't. He couldn't stand Trump, but he's still a Republican, and he's gonna go with Trump to go ahead and get the policies that he wants to see passed.
So check this out. Hold on for a second.
Let me know you want to give me my final thoughts, bro.
The same reason why J.D. Vance is running against his VP, and he called him an idiot 4 years ago.
This is what leftists do. So the same
way he was yelling in the first half of the show.
Same way you want to sit here and try to psychoanalyze people. What your issue is you got mommy issues. Where you sit there and you be condescending and try to say it in a polite way as if you're not being insulting, okay? In addition to the fact that you're now goalpost moving, because a second ago it was y'all don't read, but then when I show the books, but those are those type of books. What are you talking about?
Yeah, look.
Who was that? Is that direction?
Hold on for a second. So the books that I just showed you,
You gotta mute, John.
Let's talk about HQ.
They do not pertain to politics.
Yeah, it's pertaining to HQ.
What type of book do you want, HQ?
Those are all right-wing propaganda books. Where's your left-leaning propaganda book? Where's your left-leaning one? Yeah. Propaganda.
How would you know? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. The books that
because I know.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop. The books that I just showed you, have you read them? And how would you know they're right-wing propaganda?
Because they all come from right-wing players.
Because you're talking like a bigot. And being a black person, you should know better.
They come from right-wing. They come from right-wing propaganda people.
You know what's crazy though? You just said we don't read. It's four niggas from different states, different background, different ages that pulled out multiple books.
That's not what I said. What I said was you all don't read it. If we have to tell you about we have to tell you about the slate of electors that Trump tried to get to take the place of the electors in the when they were certifying the vote, then you ain't read nothing.
She was saying low information voters in regards to who you're voting for, policies, procedures, etc. Not just reading being fundamental.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, but let me say this. We were really just having a conversation. Wait, can I just say? We were just having a conversation about the trial, who was convicted. We were asking about the evidence, and we never heard this. And this is what Angry Man hit it on the head. This is what a lot of people do. Just be straight with me, right? 1 second is we don't read this book. Next thing is we got daddy issues. Like, bro, what are we talking about? I'm just talking to you and we got a difference of policy. You don't know about my father. Like, come on. And then we got this moral thing going on. Listen. I'm just saying, let's talk about our conversation. You like, no, it get deeper. You Dr. Phil out this bad boy. Talking about we got daddy issues. Let's not do that. Let's just stay on course.
I think it's an acronym.
Daddy issues?
Yeah. What's the acronym?
Bring me up to speed.
Now, again, I'll do it again because before you wanted to go to platitude and believe that I was being indignant and also above everyone, haughty would be the word here. I stated specifically what daddy issues were, being that it was deflective, avoidant, dismissive, delusional, and yammering. That was
because we disagree. Because we disagree.
HQ.
Again,
hold on, Angry Man. He mid sentence.
You go ahead and sit down mid sentence, man. I need you to sit down because you had about 3 or 4 hours to speak as you
I ain't
spoke.
had 3 or 4 hours
Now,
of
as I
shit.
was saying
And
before,
half the time
yo,
I'm talking, niggas is
and you
interrupting
spoke
me.
shit for 4 hours.
Half the
Look,
time
go
I'm
ahead.
talking, niggas is interrupting me.
So I
Yeah,
wasn't
but
interrupting you because I
finish it,
you're interrupting
John. You
me.
don't have to have a conversation about the conversation. Just finish your point you were making.
Good point. So the point that I'll make here is that I was speaking of, again, how information is devoid in some areas where people know absolutely nothing of what's been spoken of. The issue of fake electors has been spoken of for 4 years. It's been documented, it's been spoken of, and it has been found to have been factual, and people who are actual fake electors were convicted because of doing so and participating in the scheme. So this goes back to what I was saying before, that even though people are learning, we all read books. I can go grab a whole bunch of books out of here also. But what HQ is alluding to is that it comes to the information that is current, that is being discussed right now pertaining to where we are in history at this moment. It comes from the fact that people have missed out on particular aspects of it. And that's all the conversation was, obstacles to opportunities. And I also take the time, which Ham knows as well, I did 20 years in the military. I'm retired. I have a TSSCI clearance as well. But the thing is, I didn't stand in the rooms. I walked in them because I was a part of the conversation.
I did too.
Intelligence.
I did
Again,
too. I did too.
make sure
All
you
right,
don't
so
own
let's.
that
But
particular
watch
aspect,
this.
just to make sure.
No, but this is the interesting part. So we were having a conversation, right? And you said that on one occasion, Trump was judged by a trial of 12. You said that by 12 people he was judged, right? And that was the important factor to you. And so for me, let's say I say, okay, you're right. He's been judged, but then Angry Man said, hey, it's a technicality, and y'all talked about that. The other thing of which y'all just talking about, remember, I said, hey, has he been judged for the insurrection by 12? And the answer was no. So I said the man is innocent until proven guilty. No, wait, hold on. Him, Trump. What HQ said is, hey, this guy over here, he said this and that. And I said, that's cool. Okay. But Trump has not been convicted of the crime specifically, right? Or wrong?
Yes, he was. He was convicted of insurrection. I provided that link also. That's been known for a year. This happened last year.
So he's guilty.
November, December of 23.
Okay.
He was found guilty.
Okay, bet.
Do I
Okay,
get
he
a
was
turn
found.
now? Am I allowed to talk now? So first of all, it's insulting to come at me about interrupting a man who's literally insulting me. He's literally insulting me. That may not mean nothing to niggas that ain't got daddies and they raised by they single mama. That's insulting to me. For him to sit there and try to psychoanalyze me, and the nigga don't even know me.
And the nigga lying.
I'm gonna show you exactly how condescending that is. If I sat here and said, well, first of all, brother, I don't really care about what you say, and you can't even figure out your technology. and Callie, don't nobody want to hear nothing you got to say. You a pothead. You don't know what the hell you talking about.
I'm not even smoking weed right now. I'm so sober, it is ridiculous.
What I see what I mean? I'm getting interrupted right now.
Yeah, because you lying right now.
Nobody's stopping it. You see what I mean?
I don't care about y'all complaints that much, to be honest, because I think y'all do a lot of the same shit, but then conveniently everybody want to play victim. When I get a chance, I'll tell people to stop, but I'm not gonna do it all the time, right? Because I'll be interrupting y'all all the time. Callie, go ahead and let them finish. I'm trying to look for this thing on the Trump thing.
I want to say something, y'all, while we got the time and space.
Go ahead.
I don't trust none of you Negroes. I'm gonna start with you, obstacles, since you said something.
Damn
it. Looking like a conservative Malcolm X. Don't you be smiling up there, House of Hypocrisy, with this Bow Wow do-rag you got on.
Boy, you got a rabbi beard on your face. That bitch.
Boy, you got white headphones on. Hold on.
Grown,
AM.
Oh, here we go.
AM know what
like
he be talking
Davis,
about.
boy.
AM do be knowing what he be talking about, but he still wear polo sports, so it don't matter. HQ.
Yeah.
You got two computers in front of your face right now. utilize them, and research your points. Callie, stop smoking them Black and Miles. John Henry, you look like you can fight, but I don't like that shirt, and your hairline is out of order. So you
not
dead
even Black
wrong
and
for that.
Miles. I don't smoke Black
You
and
don't know
Miles.
what you talking about.
Then what is you smoking, Callie?
And hemp, you contagious right now. So I really don't. I can't even be around you right now, man.
Looking for this conviction thing. That's what I'm looking for.
I thought it was really
He was never convicted,
put it in
bro.
the back
The
chat for you,
Senate
Hal.
dismissed that shit, bro. They threw that out when they talking about the insurrection around January 6th. He was not convicted of any crime of that shit, bro.
No, again, House of Hypocrites, man. I'm gonna need you to think and actually research before you speak, bro. Honestly, please don't go off of what you feel. I want you to look at it. Matter of fact, I'll put it in the back chat one more time.
All right, thanks. And you know, HQ did say, where was your left-wing propaganda? So remember, she did say that. So that's what your problem is, House of Hypocrites. You ain't got no left-wing propaganda.
Oh, no. I'm just about to get the source. I don't trust no. I don't see the liberal man is the worst thing you can do to
John, your mic, every time you off mute, nobody can talk.
Put some headphones in, John.
Yeah, man. UTS, you got a top secret. You a veteran. Come on, man. Do better. You making us look mad out here.
Bob Woodward was the reporter that interviewed people in the White House and interviewed Trump. These are his 3 books regarding President Trump. Some of that is the insurrection. Some of that, he's a very respected writer. He's the one who wrote books that people starred in. So he went to the White House and he wrote about Trump and what happened in the White House. All of his stuff is probably you could
what was
trust
it
what
again?
he's saying.
Can you put that in the back chat for me?
I did. It's in the back chat. It's back there.
I'm about to read this shit coming straight from the U.S. Senate. Goddamn! Following the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, the House of Representatives impeached then President Donald Trump on a charge of incitement of insurrection. The Senate trial concluded on February 13, 2021. With a vote of 57 to 43 in favor of conviction, falling short of the 2/3 majority, 67 votes required to convict. Consequently, Trump was acquitted of the charge. The nigga wasn't fucking convicted or charged with the insurrection.
All right,
hey, I got a
genius.
question
This
for
is what
y'all
I'm
intellectuals up here real quick, because I want to understand something.
2023 House of Hypocrites. Pardon me for a second, Ron. I was on the mic, man. One mic. House of Hypocrites. That was impeachment. 2023. Take a look at what I've just dropped in the back chat, and so we can stop this. I apologize, Ham, that we've gotten off code. Now, lastly, Angry Man. I realized that you felt that I was insulting you. No, I was not speaking to you in an insulting manner. But I bet you money if one of these dudes up here called Joe a hoe, you'd be mad as shit and ready to fight.
Please
because you called somebody else's wife a hoe.
Please don't address me if I'm not allowed to respond.
Don't even miss me with that, man. All right, miss that nonsense.
I can't respond without being interrupted. Don't say shit to me. Just make the statement. I know when I'm being insulted. Okay, if I'm sitting here having a conversation about the topic, and I'm addressing the topic, I'm not talking about your upbringing. I'm not talking about your shirt. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm addressing the issue. You can disagree with me 24/7. I'm not tripping about that. I like healthy debate. But when you start going into you got daddy issues and you got this and you got that, you're making assumptions, brother. Just because we disagree, it does not mean I'm wrong. It does not mean I'm some crazy kook that don't know what I'm talking about. And for the record, HQ, is Warren Farrell a damn right-wing nut? No, he's actually a feminist.
Yeah, that's true.
He's actually a feminist.
That's some left-wing propaganda right there.
Let me speak on this.
Is Dr. Francis Cress Welsing a right-wing nut?
Definitely not.
Wait a minute, I just gave you the in-depth research on Trump's presidency from Bob Woodward. Fear, peril, rage.
And guess what? The same way you can quote him, I can quote Victor Hansen, who literally wrote the case for Trump, who is also a respected author, historian, and professor.
So you heard about the fake electors that went to that were going to the Capitol?
I never heard about. Look.
Okay, then you don't. Then you haven't. Then you are. You're not informed. Then
Can you
I
please?
never heard that before.
Finish. Can you please?
Y'all gotta read that on these
Can
books
you
right
please
here.
let me finish what I'm saying.
Let him go, SQ, because so I can get it out.
This is crazy. But it's expected because you do the same shit to Trump. You have special rules for him. And then when he points out the special rules, oh, you being a victim.
It is kind of though, right? Because in Angry Man, you do a lot of interrupting also, just to be frank. Everybody, when they hear something they don't like, you guys start to talk out of turn, frankly, right? And so, God forbid, I don't catch it every time. Now somebody's being treated unfairly.
I wasn't the one that was arguing about that until I got shut down for interjecting and other people interject. My point is not about, my point is, okay, I'm saying something, people are interjecting and I'm addressing what they're saying. But when I'm interjecting, it's like, yo, hold on, stop, let them finish. And then they talk at length, uninterrupted. And I'm just like, have the rules across the board for everybody.
Yeah, I'm pretty consistent. I'm probably top 5 best at this right here, but I do make mistakes for which I apologize for. So if I wasn't consistent enough based on what you're seeing, I apologize.
I'm gonna say this.
You sick right now.
I got love for you, Amp, and I realize you're under the weather. So I'm not gonna press the issue.
Thank you.
Play favorites with the women. You do play favorites.
No, I just let them. They get overran so much, so I try to help them get their shit out because it's easy for y'all to overrun them. That's all.
And I get that, but I mean, I gotta swing back. I gotta fight back. If I don't, Callie gonna run over me up in here.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question too, because I really want to know.
Hold on, Ryan.
I've been beat up before. Look at this shit.
I ain't about to joke. I ain't about to joke.
No, I want to get to this real quick. This nigga John Hearing, bro. Don't send no motherfucking links in the back chat. We talking about goddamn Trump being charged with an insurrection. This motherfucker gonna send an article about Colorado trying to keep him off the goddamn ballot, but the Supreme Court ruled that shit was unconstitutional. Don't talk about
actually that's not what it says.
Research. I mean, that's exactly what that shit said. This was the whole sentiment we talking about Trump being charged for the insurrection, which he was not. That's
y'all
lost.
He was impeached twice.
No, that's not what the article says. The article says that the judge says the article said that the judge was like, he did do the insurrection, but she's not going to keep him off the ballot. That's what the article says. The article is not about trying to keep him off the ballot.
That's one judge in Colorado. The insurrection did not happen in Colorado.
Can I?
This is about
that one article, that last article I gave you is Trump's lawyer being convicted, and that's
don't trust a liberal.
Do
not trust a liberal.
Lawyer being convicted.
All right,
of,
hold it down.
Helping an insurrection.
Hold it down real quick. Let's get a different opinion on this right here. Go ahead, Angman. Finish it out.
No, I just want to say real quick.
I'm going to bed sooner or later.
Y'all keep saying he was impeached, but what you have to realize, impeachment doesn't mean he's guilty. Impeachment for a president is what indictment is for you if you get accused of a crime. Yeah. It isn't until the Senate convicts him of whatever he's charged with that he's then guilty. So if he wasn't convicted by the Senate, like House of Hypocrites said, that's not a conviction. But people will hear people say impeachment and they just automatically think, oh, he must have been guilty.
Yeah, when Bill Clinton got impeached, I was like, as a kid, remember when Bill Clinton? Well, I was young, and I'm like, but he's still doing his thing. Like as a kid, I'm like, what the fuck? I thought he's supposed to be.
He's still doing it.
Yeah, but that I think that's a good for people to understand it. Indictment is now. Let me ask a question. This for my edification. You can, lawyers joke. You can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
Right? Is impeachment easy to get? I mean, not but seamless like an indictment could be.
In my opinion, it can be, because what I notice about it, in my opinion, is you have certain presidents getting impeached for certain things, but then you have other presidents doing stuff and people just kind of look the other way. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the thing about it. It's been a lot of times what I'm noticing is it's being used as it's being weaponized against a political opponent.
Oh, I see. So if you can, just as easy as you can ignore it, you can impeach it essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that essence.
And I also add, and I think too, if we really look at this closely and deep enough, we won. So when you win, you write history. Landslide, baby. Nah, for real, because that's the reality. Like, right? If you lose,
if you ain't cheating, you ain't. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right, Hemp?
Watch this. This is the crazy part. You was trying to shoot at the
Fake
big
electors.
homie.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Y'all side shot at the big homie. Y'all shot at him. Your side, not our side. If we did some stuff
he was
like
a registered
that,
Republican. That was y'all's side. I'm sorry.
No. Get it. He was waving your flag.
And
And he had John Henry number.
No.
He had John Henry.
He was a registered
Henry's cell phone
Republican.
number.
He grew up in a Republican family and lived in a Republican district.
And he was reading left-wing propaganda that HQ sent to him on the back chat. So at the end of the day, it's
the boy also looked up where Biden was going to be at too, so you can try to take a shot at him. But at any rate,
Trump
can we
send you
please
some new
edify?
doobies. He gonna send you some new cigars. Cuban on Trump. Let's get it.
Yeah, I don't want that. Can we please edify the crowd of people who are talking about the fake electors thing was not true and it never happened and all that kind of stuff? Can we please go into that?
Oh my God!
No, I think what it was so real quick. It was alleged, and they definitely did a lot about it regarding it. But Callie, when you brought it up, I think they were saying they never heard it. I don't know if they were saying it was untrue. Were they saying it was untrue?
There's some knick-knocks in the chat that are also saying that it's untrue, but since
worry
they
about
don't
the
know
chat.
about
Come
it,
on, you can't.
No,
There's
I'm just
700
saying.
people in the chat, though.
If they're saying that, oh, I never heard of this, they're discounting it and they're saying that it's not true. So
Go to link in the chat. Based on what you showed me, that what we just got edified on it. This is all I'm saying. Throw the link in the chat. Based on what I read, it's a real thing.
But this
that was alleged and what's it called when people investigated
and these people were prosecuted for it.
This is correct. This is what I heard about the electors, right? I didn't hear that the electors were illegal. What I heard was that he wanted the electors to go his way. That's what I heard.
Right, but these were fake electors, not approved by those states' legislatures. Right. That's what made them fake.
I know, but guys, listen to this.
I don't give a damn. He the
look at this
now.
though. Look at this though, right? But look at this. There's an opportunity for edification, right?
Yeah.
So we just take the opportunity to edify each other.
No,
and
so what I'm gonna do, Ham, because they're saying this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go do my research.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't hear nothing about fake electors. I heard something about the electors, but I didn't hear that. So I'm gonna go do my research, and all I'm gonna tell you, John and Callie and HQ, is if I find out that it's BS, you better get ready to reap the whirlwind, because I will be back.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
it's already a whirlwind because you've been windmilling for like the last 45 minutes. I got enough there.
You know why I ain't been windmilling? You know why I ain't been windmilling? Because my dude won.
No, you have been windmilling, sir.
Won.
You have been windmilling.
Well, anyway,
won.
Listen to this.
So I don't understand why you windmilling, because you
thing
won.
I've been windmilling about is my ability to speak. That's it.
No, you were windmilling before then. Look,
the
whatchamacallit, if you watch.
Right. Hold on.
I was just gonna say, if you watch the Senate hearing, then you see, then you hear about I dropped a link in the chat too. It's a video from the committee proceedings or whatever like that in Congress, right? But if you go ahead and you listen to it and everything, they lay out how Trump was a part of that plot. That's all I'm saying. That was the last ditch effort after he couldn't prove the fraud, after he lost the recount, after he couldn't prove the fraud. The elector plot was the last thing that he could do because that was the point at which you have to have the transfer of power. Now the insurrection shit.
So I got a question. I got a question. I got a question, right? Because I wasn't gonna bring up any of that. But my question is this. So in 2020, can you answer to me why it took them so long to count? But after they done went and got lawyers and did a lot of research to make sure for election integrity, we got the result last night?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what am I talking about?
Oh, no.
No, what you talking about? Because I didn't hear the whole question.
That's a whole nother thing.
I didn't even hear the whole question.
He said, why it takes so long for them to count the votes?
Yeah. Why it takes so long?
What, the last time?
The last election.
Yeah.
Because there were more because it was during COVID and it was more mail-in ballots.
Yeah. Callie, I would agree with you. You said no. I do agree with Callie when you said there was a plot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was a plot to win 47 landslide. That's the plot.
So I'm talking about.
The scheme, baby.
I don't want to hear anything about. I don't want to hear nothing about the Constitution and how great America is and how we like law and order. That's why I call these motherfuckers fake ass conservatives. That's why I call them it. Because they don't give a shit. Because they don't care. They literally do not care.
Hey, yo, you want to know something? I'm really upset because the person who I voted for is not president, man.
You voted for yourself?
Nah.
Jill Stein?
I voted for Cornel West, man.
F out of here, bro.
He was never going to be the president. I don't even know why you voted for him.
F out of here, bro. Cornel
West.
I wasn't gonna vote for Kamala because everybody else.
Cornel West got to decide.
You know what they're gonna cry about?
That was paid by Russia to split up the Democratic vote. That's who you voted for. That's great. You might as well not even vote it.
They're gonna cry about when Big Trump used the DOJ to go after his political opponents. And I'm a
Banana Republic.
Banana
Republic. We in here.
But see, here's the thing. Right, and that's the whole thing about the reason why we talk about he a fascist. That's where that fascist shit comes from. It's because he's using the DOJ to go after his political opponents like a literal fascist, and you're encouraging fascism right now. But all right, you know what?
Cali, HQ,
whatever.
John Henry on the list.
The same thing they did.
See what they literally just got through doing and still didn't win.
He gonna get his lick
We
back.
spinning the block.
When did the DOJ go after Trump to try and do something?
But see, we know this one thing. We know this one thing that the people in the chat didn't know nothing about the electors. So that tells me a whole bunch of y'all didn't know nothing about him trying to steal the elections.
We know about winning.
A bunch of y'all didn't know.
HQ and Cali, guess what? 45, 47.
45, 47.
We win.
Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
But you got to give it to Kamala though, Hamp. You know why?
See, y'all so fake.
Because
Y'all
she
need
got
to do Trump's
80%
dance.
of the black.
I was supposed to be a reset
vote.
so I can read the super chat, but y'all
She
don't.
got 80% of the black gay man vote.
No, she got 80% of the black votes. Period.
No, that was the men who knew about the electors.
That was the black votes. Period. I'm not telling you no numbers that I'm just making up.
No, he's probably right because it was what 77 was it 77% of black men and then 80% of black women. So his numbers probably close.
86% for sure.
Yeah, he
of
got
eligible
30% to vote for
black people, right? Of eligible black voters voted for Kamala. So let me understand this. Do your vote really count, black people?
Yes.
Yeah, it do.
Absolutely does.
It do.
If they'll cheat to get it.
So
Look,
let me ask you this. Let me ask this question.
Just
Let me
say,
ask this
I'm
question.
gonna take your word for it. On both sides, he tried to cheat. Cool. They been cheating too for a long ass time.
Let me ask y'all this too, though, real quick. But I'm about to bust a move.
Me too.
Let's say it's 100 people in the room, right? One person got to vote for Bow Wow Do Rag, and the other person got to vote for Mike Tyson shirt, right? Only 15 of us, right, are from the hood, and we all vote for. Out of those 100 people, only 15 of us vote for. It's really less than 15 people. Let's really be honest, because that's eligible. I'm not talking about the whole population, because it's only 13% of black people in the United States anyway, right? Am I wrong? No, I'm not. I am absolutely right about that. So if I'm looking at the math and the numbers, because I like to count and I like numbers a lot. So
You like yellow buses too,
I don't think them little 13, 14 people, them little 7 people gonna do no impact when it comes to 100
It's about
folks in the
17
building,
It's
man.
about
Let's start
17
there.
million, bro.
Wait,
It's
let me
about
tell you
17
why it
million
matter.
people, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why it matter, bro. Here's the reason
Yeah,
why.
matter.
Normally, so one of the largest groups in America is white people, right? Normally, they're split down the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they're split down the middle, it usually falls to the black vote and now more the Latino vote because they're starting to outnumber us, right? So that usually sways it in one direction or the other. The reason why you don't see that in this instant is because white people really showed up for Trump this time. And the reason why they did that is because the issues that they were concerned about was the economy. Look, hate Trump or love him. Most people believe that under Trump, you're going to get a better economy. And with people going through what they're going through right now, they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to try something different because, look, she's not a new candidate. She's been in office. And your boy threw under the bus when he said, well, she's, played a role in every decision that I made.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Which to me, I think he was sabotaging her. But that's part of the reason. You had white people really show up for Trump. You had a high percentage of Latinos. You had more black people than usual showing up for Trump. You feel what I'm saying? As far as the black men. So you even had the Amish coming out. They don't never freaking participate in nothing.
Yeah.
And they was out there talking about Trump 2024.
Yeah, but it was a portion of the electric. It was a good 10 million that didn't show up to vote. It was a good 10
Yeah,
million.
yeah.
That too.
And then also too, you had Biden. Biden was rocking the mega. He had the mega hat on. So shout outs to Biden for supporting us. Look, at the end of the day, what's super funny though, I ain't gonna hold y'all, Callie and John. If we lost, we would sound just like y'all. So if Trump won, we would be sounding just like y'all. We'd be like, conspiracy, man, the banana republic constitution. We would sound just like y'all. So it's cool.
But we're not talking about conspiracy. You all didn't know anything about the election.
We would sound just like it.
So it's not a
we would sound just
conspiracy.
like you.
Well, I
We would sound just
I
like you.
haven't said
Come
anything
on.
about any kind of conspiracies.
Go
I
ahead.
haven't said anything. I haven't said anything about a banana republic, but you gave an example of one.
No.
Hey, you ain't know nothing about them electors either.
Hey,
just hypothetically
You
speaking.
ain't know either, HQ. Hush.
Y'all respond to
Until Callie said something.
everything. boy.
And then I didn't even vote for Kamala, so no, I wouldn't sound like y'all right now.
What I said was,
you did call her B
a
yesterday.
lot of y'all didn't know nothing about these electors since at least 4 of y'all on the panel had not heard anything about the electors. That tells me
Get your camera right, HQ.
I always knew the electoral,
HQ,
the delegates and the super delegates always voted for president.
HQ like this on the mic. Hey,
But that's not what the elector thing is about.
HQ, check this out. Y'all bringing up, y'all saying we didn't know about the electors. Trump could have walked down the street slapping children. I would have still voted for him.
Louise mac and cheese.
That's how bad we is.
He is an SA, so that is saying something.
Did he really do that to her though? Do y'all really know if she did? Did he?
I can't do it again.
that
We
or not?
can't talk about it again.
Well, here's the
Okay,
thing.
go.
Here's the
Let's let him
thing.
read his super chats or something.
House of Hypocrites. You got to realize when you're talking to the black female demographic, they don't care nothing about that because they don't typically get accused of shit like that.
Yeah,
he was found civilly liable.
It's black men that predominantly get accused of stuff like that. So whenever that accusation comes out, black men always give it the side eye.
Yeah.
He was found civilly liable. He was not convicted in criminal court, which is why the whole civilly liable thing is there. It's
Yeah,
that's a
liability.
threshold.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, man. You gotta be skeptical of that type of shit, man. Niggas done lost their careers. I never. Brian Banks is burning in my head. Like the amount of men I know destroyed by that shit is just tough.
Or Marcus Dixon, that high school boy out here in Georgia, about 10 years ago.
The two boys from Ohio State, they told them record the girl before you bring her upstairs. They recorded her. They fought for their lives for 2 years. They didn't get convicted, but they ain't never gonna play football again.
Nope.
Yeah, that was done. Yeah.
You know,
So y'all honestly think
no
the
reparation.
judge just put the essay on a president?
No, we're not. You know, we're saying we look at them things differently, and you'd be surprised. Agendas, man, agendas are vast.
It don't matter the agenda.
For many reasons.
The judge found him guilty. So I'm saying you honestly think a judge came up with that charge?
No, well, HQ is he? It was civil, right? So was he found guilty or liable?
Liable. The judge found enough evidence
They be
for him
lying.
to be liable.
They be lying. They know which words to use.
Primarily because it was
I was gonna say this.
Like
what action did he perform? Do y'all know? Because I know that he's.
And before you say it, make sure you say Mr. President. Before you say it, make sure you say Mr. President.
Yeah.
I don't know.
John Henry, right? He was accused of kissing her, in the dressing room.
Hey, John, mute your bum ass.
All right, John, I gotta go, but I just looking at the threshold is much different, much lower for civil suits. Even I just think of it, right, and I'm not well. So like OJ as an example, he was liable in the civil suit, right, for them people, but he wasn't found guilty for the slashing and shit like that.
Yeah,
so you have to make a differentiation.
Yeah, it's like the game recently. He was found. He lost the civil suit to a woman that said when they was on a date, he put his hand on her thigh, something like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was found liable. He had to pay like she was awarded like $7 million.
That's crazy.
He put his hand on her thigh on a date.
That's SA.
And so what they did was they said, well, they gave her a portion of his royalties. So until that money is paid back, he couldn't even make money off of his royalties.
Are you serious,
bro? The ways that they can accuse you of SA as a man is wild. You can rub a woman's shoulder, and go to jail for that shit.
Touching is gonna be SA.
Yeah.
Any unwanted touching.
Yeah,
No,
any
I got
unwanted.
you.
Yep.
Let me read these real quick.
And they be trying to. They ain't gonna say that.
As Abe with the 2000s, Mexico's president told Trump to kick rocks. Billy Goat Gruff with the $5. Ask Abe, if we not needed, why are black women begging us to vote for Kamala? Pay attention, black men, you are not needed. Leave these hoes to Kamala and the Democrats. As Abe with the 2000s, black men trying to matter, you don't. Dirty Dude with the $5 says the richest man on earth and all the super rich let loose on their wallets because they know a tax cut is coming. It's simple math. We will pay for it.
Rich men, not you poor niggas.
Dirty Dude with the $2. Dirty Dude with the $2 says Trump does them favors because he wants to be them. As Abe with the $5 says Latino men stood stronger together. Black men tried to, but the only one losing 30,000 in the stock market is pocket change of Trump and Elon. Low thinking black men. 30,000
pocket
lost.
change to you though, Ascal? That's the question. Is it pocket change to your broke ass?
Dirty dude with the $2 he said Pizzagate. Wow, she should be banned. Who's that? Pizzagate?
I had said Pizzagate because one of the what is it, a lawyer or something that said it wasn't a true action or a true thing that was happening, and got charged for R-wording a child. So it was most definitely real.
As Abe with the $2 says, we won, quote unquote. You win if you didn't buy his sneakers. Dirty dude with the $2 says, facts are still facts. They use alternative facts. Dirty dude with the $2 says, angry man, as your guy says, wrong, fake news. I don't know what he's saying about that. Dirty dude with the $2 says, we watched him commit the crime. Billy Goat with the $10 says, John, the Supreme Court has already said Latika James overstepped her bounds. He should never been charged a felony and are lying to create guidelines so no one can do it again. Do your research.
I never commented about that. That was Angry Man and what's the hypocrite? That was never a contest about me. No, Tissa James was never my comment. I was commenting more so about the insurrection and the rape charges.
Well, just for the record, John, I don't think your shirt looks like a Mike Tyson shirt. I just think it's the way you got the button. I think that's what it is, bro.
I agree. Billy Goat Gruff with the $2 says, looking, we got you. Billy Goat with the $2 says, I said Supreme. You were right, AM. It was appellate. Dirty dude with the $5 says, trust yourself into a pretzel to defend a sack of shit all you want. But you have eyes. You watch him coach them people like a mom boss.
Y'all just spin sacks of shit all the time when y'all defending these little thugs that get shot by the police. Right or wrong? Where's that energy when you're defending little Ray Ray and Pookie?
I don't defend thugs.
Yeah, ain't nobody doing that up here though. So there's that.
Somebody said his blouse looked like a couch.
They may not run the presidency, but they damn sure run the hood.
That's Abe. He did not pay back. He filed bankruptcy instead. Dirty dude with the $5 says he tried to overthrow the government. It will all be in Jack Smith's report, and the report will be released. But the crooked Supreme Court has his back. Dirty dude with the $2 says, wow, I would be ashamed to show those books.
How did the Supreme Court have his back if they didn't have his back in 2020?
Dirty dude.
Y'all gotta pick a
same people.
They had his back in 2020.
No, they didn't.
Dirty dude with the $2 says they still counting in multiple states. Hakeem with the 50 boy says, OG, here's another 50.
Shit like that.
So you can get some lemon pepper wings and great. Thank you, my G. I gotta fight in February, man. So I'm about to put all that shit to the side. But you're right. I might have a cheat day. You feel me?
And for the record, this particular book that I showed, this is not a right-leaning dude. This is a ex-military guy simply talking about China and some of the stuff they've been doing. So they're just making the assumption that they're all right-leaning books. It's not true.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Thank you, my brother. CJ with the $5 says, yeah, John is being dishonest in this convo like most liberals. Y'all heard Alex lie on Trump earlier too. It's kind of disappointing how easily people lie. You want to respond to this, John?
Told y'all low information voters.
Yeah.
Low information voters.
HQ, your name is HQ.
Yeah. So again, like I said, CJ, no smoke with you. Rainbow, yeah, plenty of smoke. But nonetheless, as I said here, there's nothing dishonest about facts. The fact is that if you've never heard this, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about where are you getting your information from. Angry Man pointed out a good source of where to get news that crosses the block. I did as well. So if you're not looking at either one of those two apps, I mentioned Smart News and Flipboard. Angry Man, what was that app you said? Ground News or something?
Ground.news.
It's I got the app right here.
Yeah, it's ground.news.
Yeah. By the way, HQ.
Ground.news.
Yeah.
Pick up on YouTube. That's all I got here for that.
Hey, HQ. Infomotion, is that a new word?
Nah, you just John.
You thought I didn't catch it, didn't you? I caught it.
John,
I was cutting my mic out. I don't know what word you're talking about.
Angry Man HQ was just getting you back for saying everything that she said she got from CNN, even though she don't even watch it. So yeah, she just got back at you. I don't watch CNN either, but I bet if I hadn't have put up them daggone articles in the back, you would have said that shit came from CNN too.
No,
you get your information from Netflix.
No,
Cut it out.
I watch all of it.
I can't say where you got that from.
I don't have Netflix.
I never try to speak on stuff that I haven't researched. So that thing about the fake electors, I gotta research that. So I'm not sure about that. I don't know where.
I mean, we put all the sources in the back. The sources is in the back. Jack Smith is the lawyer.
HQ.
All of
HQ.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts?
The only thing I can say is congratulations. It wasn't the best man that won, but a man won. So we just gotta wait and see what happens. I'm gonna take him at his word. The things he said, deportation, all of that. Hope he don't put a ban on an AB, and that's all we can hope.
Hey,
because people gonna die under this watch. That's all I'm gonna say.
The way he gonna bring them grocery prices down, you'll be cooking collard greens and cornbread in no time. Don't worry.
But you know that most of the beginning of his presidency is Biden's thing, right? So we're just gonna watch and see how it works. We're gonna see how it works.
So
that's how it works.
So House, any final thoughts?
Come back to me.
No, you gotta be ready.
Come back to me, dog.
As much as you cut Angry Man off today, you got.
I say this. I don't know why y'all thought that goddamn Trump was gonna lose to another woman. It made me feel good that he won. I can see the misogynistic attributes and traits is still alive in America. You feel me? Trump, he 2-0 versus women. And another thing is, I knew women really didn't give a damn about my body, my choice, because they only talk about abortion rights when they say my body, my choice. I don't see y'all advocating for selling y'all pussy. So y'all really don't care about my body, my choice. That's the only thing I gotta say, man. Trump 2024, man, and we're gonna have a great 4 years. You feel me? That's all I gotta say.
Obstacles. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, man. So I like what HQ said. She said, congratulations. Yo, she's salty, yo. Plain as peanuts. Let's get it, man. We in the building, yo. Mega. Yo, landslide. Hey, y'all will get it next time, though. Shout out to y'all.
I don't want to hear no
tried.
whining. I don't want to hear no whining.
Hold on. It's my turn. It's my turn now. See, look, y'all stay salty, all right? Banana Republic, we back. We about to, hey, John Henry, we got you on the FBI list. Hey, HQ, we got you on the FBI. We're going to spin the block, and we're going to Banana Republic, you fools. So it's our country now. Let's go. Red wave in effect, baby. Let's get it.
Callie, any final thoughts?
Perfect.
I don't know what to say after that. We're celebrating fascism, but go ahead.
Brother.
John Henry, any final thoughts? John, you on
Hold
mute?
up. Yeah, first of all, the hell with you about my shirt, goddammit.
Wow.
Second off, hey, obstacles, opportunities. Hey, I'll go ahead and say right now, congratulations. Everybody knows that the victor writes history. By all means, tell the FBI about me. Go ahead and pull up. I'll bet you money when you go home for dinner, they won't know who's sitting across the table from them. But be that as it may, just to clarify earlier, Angry Man, when I said daddy issues, I guess you missed it where it was an acronym because obstacles missed it also, that it was an acronym. Had nothing to do with anybody's upbringing. It was about the conversation where, again, I stated that the acronym was daddy issues, meaning deflect, avoidant, dismissive, delusional, and yammering. It was all about the conversation, nothing about the person. House of Hypocrites. Angry Man and I will probably be the only two who recognize this, maybe HQ. Anybody remember Riff? Reading is fundamental. So you missed that whole link that was sent about insurrection. As Callie said, that link was not about impeachment. That was a totally different issue back in 2000 or 2021. We were speaking of 2023. So therefore,
I mean,
the fact that he was still on the ballot is what you
I
addressed.
still got the link up right now.
All right. Hold up. Again, so yeah, go ahead and read it again. But I'll simply say, Hamp, right about now, again, value is as value does, but value has no worth unless it's agreed upon. And right now, we need to get everyone to value the same information because it appears that there's information that's gotten past folks over the last few years. But let's go ahead and, as you said, identify and let's also make sure that we read up on things.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and value your president.
Angry Man, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I caught it. I just wanted to be mad at you because I don't like your sound on your computer or whatever.
Wow.
I just wanted to point out that I don't really have any daddy issues, just to make it clear. You feel what I'm saying? I got ADHD and a touch of PTSD, but that's about it. I also want to say, Callie, I'm offended by that walnut that was in the middle of your head a little while ago. It was completely egregious. It made me feel uncomfortable. This is not a safe space. Hamp, you got to work on that. But I am happy that I got my president back. You feel me? The one president in the history of the country that straight up act like a nigga. You feel what I'm saying? He about to have y'all mad with them tweets. It's about to be glorious. I can't wait to see the shenanigans that's about to jump off. And I know he about to make my pockets great again. You feel me? So we gonna turn up. We gonna get to this paper. We gonna get to this bread. You feel what I'm saying? And with that, all I got to say is 45-47.
Billy Goat with the $5 says, John, how you masculine and you voting for a group that will put your son in the dress without telling you? I see why your top button is open. You want to respond to this, John?
Yeah. So as Hamp knows, as Hamp knows, and this is nothing to make you feel bad, Billy Goat, but my son died 30-something years ago of stillbirth. So he free. The issue of him being in a dress never would have existed because that's
he chopped out
of how masculinity is presented. But if you've heard me mention on the podcast, I'm XX and XY. Those are the two genders that I recognize. But again, I enjoy your commentary. It shows the simpleness of folks. Go ahead, Ham.
Perfect.
Hakeem with the.
I got one book that I want HQ and John to read. It's called "Winners Aren't Losers" by Donald Trump. Make sure y'all read that book.
Show hands up.
Got him.
Hakeem with the 100 ball.
Perfect.
In that case, here's something extra for the fight. Indeed. Thanks for being a true leader that young men can look up to in the community. Thank you, my brother.
Shit like that.
I appreciate you, man. I wish I had more
like
energy to be more celebratory for all the love, you know. But I will play this for this is actually the second 100 ball because they opened the panel. Salute to my OG Bravo Tech. But let me play this one time for the one time and we get up out of here if I can find it.
Hey, Ham, you got a cold right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, get you a little piece of garlic. Like cut you a little piece of garlic. And I know it's gonna be terrible, but just tiny piece and just swallow it. You feel what I'm saying? Drink you some tea or whatever.
Chew it.
Don't chew it. Nah, you gotta
Don't chew it.
nigga.
Just completely swallow it because it's gonna be nasty if you chew it. Just
Is it better if I chew it?
No.
I chew the motherfuckers, bro. Because
chew them up because it breaks up. It breaks up the minerals.
It go immediately. You ain't got to, but
yeah, it'll help.
Do it. You be all right. You get punched in the face. You can handle that.
Yeah, no, I usually chew like the pills. Like if I take like ibuprofen, I usually chew them. It usually expedites the process. So
yeah, that's the same thing, but it's either way you do it.
That shit probably nasty as hell. That garlic though.
Garlic, it's so acidic, it kills all that bacteria. Yep.
That's what it is. I can't find this damn video.
Yo, HQ, you look like Kamala Harris' cabinet on that profile.
Hey, get him. That's what I was
Yo, even you gotta stand up, bro. You gotta stand up. Stand up.
Hit him. Okay. That's how you do it. That's what I'm talking about. Hurt him. Cavalier. This one I'm Cavalier. Yeah. That's what I'm
Remind me to never dance on your show, bro.
EBD. Oh, EBD was in Ingram. EBD came to Houston. He was dancing the exact same way in the middle of the club with a wife beater on.
What song was that? That was in the background.
That's Rock the Mic. That's Rock the Mic, but it's a different beat though.
Okay.
And I got what it takes to rock the mic, right?
Yeah, but you mixed it in with sound like some loft or some type of.
That's
crazy.
DJ Witch Doctor did that for me actually. Yeah, but if you need one, I can give you his email.
Yeah, that joint was wild. That song went. Oof.
Yeah. I actually have the song too. That's just that I have that loop.
Yeah, that song was lit.
Part.
I need that in my play that.
Angry Man, you want to read this one?
Is a do. Oh. Do.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of
here. I played that all night last night. I was playing it over and over. Oh, y'all missed it. I played a special song for Kamala today. I played Keisha Cole, I Should Have Cheated. Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Man.
What are your final thoughts, Hamp?
Huh?
I said, what are your final thoughts?
I was trying to look for this. I was just trying to look for that song. I used techniques with Serato. My final thoughts on, well, we didn't really touch the topic. We're just about all of it. essentially. I don't know, because my prescriptions are different, right? So I'm not voting for people, and it's very the reasons why I'm not doing it are very simple to me. You know, I think that though join in hand, the wicked will not go unpunished. You know, so I get along in the earth. I understand that you have to deal cordially with people, but I still see them for who they are. And I don't get too excited for people at all. I think the Most High when blessings come my way. So it's a little bit more simple for me. The trajectory of the earth is already written. You know, it's prophetic. Sodom and Gomorrah is here. You know, Rome is here. New Babylon is here. This is where we at. You know, so I look at tax breaks and things of that nature, and being an entrepreneur, those things are very, very important to me. You know, I also have 5 daughters. That's why I'm critical about those things, but you also have to understand them, right? I'm not a proponent of abortion at all, right? But I just hope that I can raise them in this earth with how it is being New Babylon to where they don't have to cross that path at all. So I'm comfortable with living in a state like Texas because hopefully their prescriptions will match mine and they'll be better, 10 times better than I ever was. I'm not too much worried about the school because if you ask my kids right now and they're 1, 1, 3, 3, 7, and 15, you say, what color is Jesus? They're going to say black, right? They know who Martin, Malcolm, and Medgar are. So that comes from installation at the home. My Big Chug punch anybody in a fucking face that bothers your sisters. That's his prescription and installation at home. Right? My kids understand if somebody get in that 3-foot range and they ain't reach, punch them in their shit first. That punch back shit don't make no sense to me. That's installation in the home. So I think that we got to do our best while combating the things around us. And I think I learned this a lot from Cali and Roe, especially. Local elections can affect you very directly, very quickly. So I think you do those things and you make sure you subscribe to the things that help you go the right way in life, and I think you'll be all right. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the there you go. Billy Goat with the $5 says, no disrespect, John. Sorry for your loss. But that's some black women talk doesn't change the fact that if he made it, God bless you, you would be damn.
That's
A
messed
lot.
up. Jesus. Reading that right, that's messed up.
Yeah, man. So I appreciate it nonetheless, but this is one of those need to be right situations. So I'm not going to drag it out any longer. Help. I'll say my good night and realize that it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna carry my black ass to sleep. Holla, y'all.
No, 100%, man. I'm gonna I forgot what I was gonna say. It don't even matter. I forgot what I was gonna say, so that's just over with. But yeah, John B said you gotta mute. So I'm gonna do that garlic shit right now, man. Maybe it'll help me sleep. You know, so I appreciate that, man. Hey, this was a dope stream, man. Anger Man, thanks for joining. The energy was there. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support, honestly. You know, a lot of people don't even acknowledge, like, when people come to the streams, depending on, you know, the value they bring, it definitely helps, you know. So I appreciate it. Obstacles, appreciate you coming around. I feel like you're having fun, so welcome once again. And Callie, you know you my ace boom coon, man. So, all right, y'all. I'll see y'all on Friday. God willing. I know, Angry Man, you go live every day, right? Like twice a day. Maybe it'd be different days. I see your stream when you be outside, then I'll see you in your studio. Maybe it'd be me, like, cause it'd be at different times.
Yeah,
I'll be thinking like twice and shit like that. You know,
yeah,
IG and shit.
Sometimes if I'm outside, I won't do one in the crib. So.
Yeah. Word. Y'all get some rest, man. Y'all be safe. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. God willing, I'll see y'all on Friday. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.